Douluo, starting from the spirit of time worm, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Master and Disciple. Yan Jin flew up to the sky and chased Walter away. They were in the air, facing each other across the frozen river. Walter said slowly, "It's really surprising. In less than 10 years, you have grown to the point where even I need to look up to you. I should have let you all join the spirit hall." Yan Jin scratched his head and replied, "Even if I joined the spirit hall before, I feel that the situation may not change much. Amon seems to have already clarified his goal and gradually approached it. Maybe the process will be a little different, but the result seems to have been destined from the beginning. I even think that he had seen today's situation as early as when he met me." Walter showed a trace of doubt on his face. "What is your purpose? If you really want to conquer the Xiandao Empire, why don't you take action? Your actions are very strange. The army seems to be deliberately delaying there, waiting for the Xiandao Empire to be ready. Don't tell me that Lei Yin, who is known as the god of war, is only at this level." "Well, he may really be at this level," Yan Jin complained in his heart. She shrugged and responded, "I don't know. Anyway, Amon ordered us not to rush to defeat you. Let us try to restrain our strength as much as possible and rely on the army to fight you." Yan Jin had no intention of keeping secrets, and she kept talking. She told everything she knew, including the army's strategic goals, personnel composition, deployment location, and even the next specific action plan. In her cognition, Amon did not ask for confidentiality, which meant that there was no need to keep it secret, and that was indeed the case. Even if the spirit hall knew that Amon's purpose of launching a war was the war itself, Bibidan would still cooperate with her, because she also needed such a war, and Amon knew that Bibidan needed such a war and needed her to participate in such a war. Walter opened his mouth, and for a moment, he almost thought that Yan Jin wanted to betray Amon and jump to the spirit hall camp. He said with a strange look, "Actually, you don't need to say so much. I'm just a little curious and want to confirm my guess. Old man, you don't really think we will count on those rubbish to play a decisive role in the war, do you? The real victory or defeat depends on me and Amon, on Bibidan and Kandao Liu. Even Lei Yin and Jin Crocodile are still a little bit behind." Yan Jin had a proud smile on his face. She persuaded, "You can't beat me now. Leave the spirit hall and come to our side. You don't have to worry about what Amon will do to you. You have no value to him now, and he will just ignore you." Walter was silent for a while, smiled and shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, but there are always some things that can make people risk their lives. TSK. These words coming out of your mouth are like Amon saying that he never lies." Yan Jin curled his lips. The smile on Walter's face gradually faded. His expression became more and more solemn. His soul power surged, and the momentum of the title Douluo mixed with murderous intent was released. "Let me see how much you have improved over the years. Don't hold back. We are enemies now. Finally, I will teach you one more lesson. Once you have determined your opponent, don't hesitate. Do your best to kill the other party. No matter what your relationship was before, in battle, there is only life and death." Countless threads shot up from all directions, transformed into spears, and stabbed at Yan Jin. Walter was indeed fighting with the intention of killing Yan Jin. As he said, he continued his previous fighting style and did not hold back, because the other party was his apprentice. From the beginning of the conversation with Yan Jin, he had secretly made arrangements and laid a net around him. Once launched, it was a shocking move. Looking at the threads that were like countless flying snakes, Yan Jin just smiled faintly. "Don't worry, I won't hold back, because there is no need to raise my hand at all," she said solemnly. "Old man, you should learn to respect the strong. The soul pressure of up to level 98, accompanied by the dragon power brought by the Emperor Cheyenne Soul Bone and the terrifying mental power brought by the Cheyenne Meng Head Soul Bone, formed a great pressure that spread in all directions. The clouds stopped, the wind stopped. The terrible pressure was like a mountain, crushed many birds and beasts within the affected range. All the silk spears paused and then collapsed. Walter's figure also paused and also collapsed. Walter, when he faced Yan Jin, he did not use his real body, but a puppet. Yan Jin swept his mental power and slowly walked in one direction. When he came to a bush hundreds of meters away, he saw Walter kneeling on one knee, trembling and sweating because of the pressure she exuded. Walter's silk thread can block soul power and shield mental detection to a certain extent. This is why his real body is so difficult to be discovered, and many titled Douluo are afraid of him. When he was a soul Douluo, but Yan Jin directly forced him out with the covering pressure, and cracked his concealment with the simplest and most violent means. Yan Jin looked serious, and said in a deep tone, "Remember, don't rashly attack a soul master who is much stronger than you. It will kill you." These words sounded a bit familiar. Walter's eyes widened, and after carefully recalling them, he was shocked to realize that these were the words he once said when he used soul pressure to suppress Yan Jin and half forced to accept a disciple. After saying this, the expression on Yan Jin's face became a little unbearable and gradually became distorted, as if he wanted to laugh, but was trying hard to hold it back. In the end, she laughed. "Ha ha ha, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. I finally found a chance." She laughed for a long time, finally calmed down, put away her pressure, and threw a ring to Walter. "Speaking of which, I haven't given the apprenticeship ceremony yet. Although it's a bit late, let's make it up now." Walter took the ring and found that it contained a set of 50,000-year-old soul bones that Yan Jin had given him, but rejected. After a long silence, Walter sighed and reminded Amon, "He may have another purpose for you. The more he gives, the more he will receive." He thought that this idiot apprentice would question or not believe it, but contrary to Walter's expectation, Yan Jin just nodded calmly. "I know, Amon is not a good person, but so what? He gave me everything today. That's enough. All gifts of fate have a price tag secretly marked on them. This is something he has told me a long time ago. I gave Tang Heo's life in return for the gift you gave me, and I have not yet repaid the price for the gift he gave me. No matter what I have to pay, I can accept it, because what I have gained is enough for me to repay with everything." She showed a bright smile. "So old man, don't die, you have to live. If anything happens to me, please take care of Mori and the others. They are all good children. I believe you won't hate them." This time, Walter did not refuse, and accepted the soul bone. At this moment, Walter's body flashed with silvery light, and this light turned into a complex icon, suspended in the air. Walter's expression changed and he reminded, "This is the beacon left by Wuzang Wangling. He can use this to lock the location from a long distance, and then teleport himself and others through space." Yan Jin understood what Walter meant. He was reminding himself to leave. She shook her head, showed a confident smile, and put her right fist on her chest. "Who would be afraid? Even if all the worshippers from Wuhan Palace come, I will still attack you." She could have used her 9th soul skill space lock to interfere with her spatial movement, but she didn't do that, and allowed the opponent to use it. The gap between Walter and her now is too big. Just to overcome the coercion she exudes requires psychological preparation. Yan Jin is looking forward to a stronger opponent, an opponent who can make her go all out. Even Tang Heo, even the deep sea demon Whale King, she has not yet used her full strength. Silvery white light rose into the sky and gradually spread, forming a pillar of light that was tens of meters long, from which a dozen or so vague figures emerged. Then, the light gradually receded, and the dozen or so figures revealed their true faces: Bibidong, Golden Crocodile, King Luan, Lion, Guangling, Kanjun, Jiang Mo, Yuguan, Ghost, Demon Bear, Ghost Leopard, Tuobazi, Shilong, Thornblood, plus Walter, in addition to the great enshrined Kandao Liu. The 15 titled Douluo from the Wuhan Palace are all gathered here. Walter's pupils shrank. Although he had expected that Wuhan Palace would take this war seriously, dispatching such a lineup from the beginning was beyond his expectation. "It's really embarrassing, Walter. It seems that you have been crushed by your apprentice's strength," Yu Guan said with a smile. He judged from Walter's state and the signs around him that the two should have fought, but the fight would not have been very intense. Either a few symbolic moves were passed, or a certain party was defeated without the ability to fight back. Yuguan guessed that it was probably the latter situation, and the loser was Walter, HMPH. There's nothing wrong with being better than the old master. I'm very proud to have such a disciple. Walter responded lightly. Bibidong took a step forward, looked at Yan Jin, and said in a calm voice, for the sake of you being Walter's apprentice, if you are willing to abandon the dark side and turn to the light, I can forget about it. She had listened to the reports from Jin Crocodile, Kan Jun, and Jiang Mo, and knew that Yan Jin had defeated Tang Heo with an absolute advantage. In his dragon form, he exuded an aura that even frightened the three of them. Although the opponent's soul power level has not yet reached the limit, with the help of the Emperor's Soul Ring and Emperor's Soul Bone, which are terrifying super soul rings and bones that are far more than 100,000 years old, they are enough to bridge the level gap. You can treat it as an extreme Douluo, if possible. Bibidong hoped to win him over instead of fighting to the death. Yan Jin raised his eyebrows and looked at her without fear. Abandon darkness and turn to light. Who is darkness, and who is light? Let bygones be bygones. What do you blame? You big spider. Chapter 277, Ice and Fire Domain. Hearing Yan Jin say this to her, Bibidong's face suddenly darkened. She has always been very averse to using her martial spirit in front of others, because she looks too ugly in that state, which damages her image. Since she took the position of Pope, this is the first time someone dares to mock her in front of her. Walter, she is asking for death, you should have no objection. Bibidong's voice is cold. Walter shook his head. I'll go to Marshal Jialong. He and Yan Jin are master and apprentice after all. Leaving temporarily is the best choice. It is said that the Thunder Douluo is also an extremely difficult existence. Yan Jin said. Jiang Mo continued, let's deal with him. Bibi Dong nodded. After the three of them left, the remaining 12 titled Douluo's auras were faintly connected, and they pressed towards Yan Jin. Bibi Dong showed her first martial soul. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. 9 soul rings were revealed, and the terrifying soul power of the 99 level extreme Douluo spread out. Yan Jin remained calm, and said with a smile, wow, the second soul ring is purple, and the fourth soul ring is black, which is quite powerful. She has always been able to face the gap between herself and others, recognize the excellence of others, and know the upper limit of her original qualifications. It is precisely because of this that she knows very well that it was Amon who made her life so wonderful. Yan Jin did not hesitate, and immediately launched the space lock, including herself and the 12 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Magma oozed out of her hands. Red light lit up, and heat waves rose. The smile on her face became more and more wanton and arrogant. I will beat all of you alone. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red, red, red. 9 soul rings. Watching the people in the spirit hall for a while in silence. Although I have learned this information, I still feel a little bit of disbelief when I see it with my own eyes. The last 3 soul rings will shock anyone who sees them. Bibidong observed the surroundings with a slightly solemn expression. She released her mental power and found that, after expanding to a certain extent, it would overlap with the mental power from another layer and could not continue to spread. The space is blocked. Bibi Dong glanced at Guangling. After sensing it, the latter shook his head with a somewhat ugly expression, indicating that he could not break through this blockade. The surrounding environment changed. Volcanoes rose one after another. Volcanic ash and volcanic bombs rushed into the sky, and poisonous gases with the smell of sulfur filled the air. Yan Jin opened the god's domain. Looking at the 8th and 9th soul rings shining on the other party, Bibidong's eyes flickered slightly, analyzing Yan Jin's ability. The domain of the 9th soul ring seems to be just a simple space blockade. It is said that it is a soul ring of the Black Dragon Emperor Shan. Because it is pure and effective, it is almost impossible to leave without defeating the other party. The domain of the 8th soul ring creates a volcanic environment, giving oneself geographical advantages. A 100,000 year soul ring may have 2 soul skills, and the 7th soul ring must be the martial soul true body or weapon soul true body. So there are only 2 soul ring skills that Yan Jin still does not know and needs to be wary of. Bibi Dong did not dare to be careless at all and released her death domain and killing god domain at the same time, using them in a superposition point because Yan Jin's domain did not have a direct weakening effect on the opponent. When she opened the domain and collided with the god's domain, Bibi Dong found that the opponent's domain was a little scary pointer. 2 domains were superimposed, but the strength was still not as good. Layers of ripples swayed in the air, spread, and formed a channel. It was vaguely visible that behind the channel was a world full of lava. The lava was churning unnaturally, as if it was stirred by some behemoth. A mountain rose from the magma sea and then fell quickly. The people in the spirit hall looked at the terrifying beast like a mountain that slowly crawled out of the passage. In horror, Yuguan stared at the red giant snake in a daze, as if thinking of something. Red lotus snake? This is too big, right? Yan Jin stood on the head of the giant snake, with his arms around his chest, looking down at the dozen opponents from a high position, as if she was the one with the advantage. The giant snake made a long hiss, and then crashed into the opponent. With its huge body, without using any soul skills, just a random collision and tail flick has the power to destroy the city and shake the mountain. The golden crocodile roared, and turned into a golden crocodile. The 8th soul ring flashed, and a layer of golden halo flashed on his right arm. The halo quickly expanded and enveloped his whole body. Then, a crocodile phantom that was even larger than the golden crocodile's real body appeared, but it still looked a little small in front of the red lotus snake. But he relied on this tiny body to stop the snake head on. Yan Jin's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and he exclaimed, "What a strong power!" Bibi Dong flew forward. She did not use the more powerful soul-devouring Spider Emperor martial spirit, but used the first martial spirit, the Death Spider Emperor. Before she was sure of Yan Jin's ability, she chose a conservative approach. The 8th soul ring lit up, and a figure exactly like her appeared. This was an avatar with 100% of her power, but could only use skills from 1 to 7 rings. Bibi Dong controlled the avatar to rush towards Yan Jin. The latter jumped from the head of the big snake, twisted his waist in midair, bent his arms and pulled back, and a layer of dark golden light appeared on his arms. Big fire spray. A huge lava fist fell from the sky and instantly engulfed Bibi Dong's clone. After being amplified by the right arm bone of the Bear King, the physical impact force contained in Yan Jin's attack was terrifying. After dispersing the clone, the huge lava fist suddenly exploded, forming smaller volcanic bombs that flew in all directions. Bibi Dong opened 6 purple wings as thin as cicada wings behind her, and her flying speed suddenly increased. Dodging lightly in the air, the other elders of the spirit hall did not attack immediately, but showed their spirits and kept locking Yan Jin with their aura point. If they intervened in such a battle head on, they might be seriously injured or even killed if they were not careful. So they were waiting for the opportunity and would only attack when Yan Jin's condition dropped. Being locked by 10 titled Douluo, Yan Jin felt like a thorn in her back and was very uncomfortable in the battle with Bibi Dong. She considered whether to leave Bibi Dong behind and deal with others. Bibi Dong seized the opportunity of the opponent's distraction and quickly switched her martial soul to soul devouring Spider Emperor. She opened her mouth and a red beam burst out of her mouth. The beam submerged Yan Jin and bombarded the ground, shattering the ground and forming a large pit. The surging magma filled the pit along the cracks in the ground. Yan Jin jumped out of the magma and landed on the ground. Fine scales had already appeared on the surface of her body. Steel scales. The skills of the red lotus snake skin bone well prevented Bibi Dong's attack and left her unscathed. Bibi Dong's eyes became more solemn. The attack just now was not weak among all her attack methods, but after hitting the opponent head on, she could not even add a trace of scar to the opponent. Yan Jin's eyes sank slightly, staring at the titled Douluo around her who had been interfering with her and forced her to divide some of her attention and dare not attack with all her strength, and murderous intent emerged. Her mental power condensed into a line and spread towards the sky. But this time, she was a little unlucky. There were no suitable meteorites to use within the range she could search. With a little regret, she put away her mental power. Her second soul ring lit up, and she ejected and retreated violently. The red lotus snake shook its head, shook off the huge crocodile that was biting it tightly, slowly retreated from the ripples of space, and finally disappeared. Looking at Yan Jin's actions, the Wuhan Hall suddenly had an ominous premonition in their hearts. Bibi Dong frowned and stared at Yan Jin with a serious expression, switching her martial soul from soul-devouring Spider Emperor to Death Spider Emperor, ready to use immortality to avoid damage at any time. Yan Jin opened his arms, a burning breath came out of his right hand, and a cold breath came out of his left hand. The coverage of the god's domain slowly shrank, and moved to the right. A terrible chill emerged from the left. That was the bone chilling cold, that would freeze even the soul. The fusion domain brought by the two soul bones exploded by the Ice Emperor and the Snow Emperor, Snow Dance Extreme Ice Domain. The Divine Realm occupied the right half of the space lock, and the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Realm occupied the left half of the space lock. Yan Jin's expression also became solemn and dignified. She clasped her hands together suddenly and shouted, "Ice and Fire Yin Yang Realm." The Divine Realm and the Snow Dance Extreme Ice Realm suddenly expanded, intersecting and colliding with Yan Jin as a center. The two realms of Extreme Ice and Extreme Fire intertwined to form a force that could annihilate everything. Looking down from a high altitude, you can see that the blue and white and red colors formed a pattern like take-eye, which kept rotating at high speed. This is equivalent to an enlarged version of the domain version of Ice and Fire Extinction. Although it does not have the explosive power of Ice and Fire Extinction, the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang realm will continuously release the same destructive power, constantly eroding the enemies within the scope of the collapsed domain. In the space lock, there is no escape. Bibi Dong's face changed drastically, and she quickly came to the 10 titled Douluo who were holding the line, and struggled to expand her domain to protect them. But it was still a step too late. Demon Bear Douluo was a little far away, and half of his body was in contact with the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang domain before Bibi Dong's domain covered it. All his defenses seemed to be ineffective. In an instant, that half of his body was broken and shattered, turning into dust and drifting away. He didn't even have time to scream. The other half of his body fell in Bibi Dong's domain, and the expression on the frozen half of his face still remained solemn, as if he had not reacted to what happened at all. This terrible scene made everyone in the spirit hall feel cold, and a chill rushed to their heads, and sweat flowed from their foreheads. How is this possible? Ghost Leopard, who had a good relationship with the Demon Bear, trembled. Demon Bear Douluo is a level 95 strong attack titled Douluo. Moreover, the bear spirit gave him a strong defense, but such a titled Douluo who was about to reach the threshold of Super Douluo was killed without any resistance. Golden Crocodile drove his own domain and came to Bibi Dong to join her. All of them stared at the girl in red in the distance with a bit of fear through the red and white interweaving light and shadow. Yu Guan said with a dry mouth, "What kind of monster did Walter teach?" No, it should be said that the Blood Emperor Amon, what kind of monster did he cultivate? And he who firmly controls this monster in his hands will only be a bigger monster. King Luan said in a low voice, "What should I do now? Without domain type skills, I will die if I go out." Guang Ling's face was at 10. Golden Crocodile said in a trembling tone, "Even if I have domain type skills, I can't hold out for long. A quarter of an hour. I feel that a quarter of an hour is my limit. Even if I do nothing, don't fight, and just stand in that terrible domain, I can only hold out for a quarter of an hour." The others couldn't help but look at Bibi Dong. Even the second worshipper, Golden Crocodile, who only took care of himself, could only hold out for a quarter of an hour. So how much consumption would Bibi Dong bear at this moment, when she expanded her domain and protected everyone? Bibi Dong's face was gloomy, and she responded, "My domain is much stronger than Golden Crocodile, and the consumption is not that great, but I can't stay in this environment for a long time. Find a way to retreat." We all underestimated her. If we continue to fight, we may all die in her hands. Guang Ling, prepare your teleportation skills. I will use space slash to weaken her blockade in a while, and you try to teleport us out. Yes. Guang Ling nodded. Yan Jin's eyes penetrated the intertwined blue and white halos and fell on Bibi Dong. "Hey, you know how powerful it is, Big Spider." Her face turned pale. Using this move was also a huge drain on her, much more than pulling the meteorite or Ice and Fire Extinction. Yan Jin took a deep breath and gathered her soul power. Then, horns grew on her head, her snout bulged, Her neck became slender, her hands turned into claws, her tailbone extended, and a long tail stretched out. In a moment, she had turned into a black dragon with a graceful figure, full of power and wild beauty. The dark red eyes exuded a monstrous fierceness that made people tremble in their hearts. The melodious dragon roar echoed between heaven and earth. The people in the Wuhan hall only I felt a terrible pressure like a landslide in the sky falling. Bibi Dong launched her strongest attack soul skill, Abyss Slash of Space Tearing. A green light blade flashed with twisted light and burst out. At the same time, she used the soul bone skill Mirror Image to copy this attack. To Abyss Slash of Space Tearing overlapped together, targeting the space itself, and flew forward. The light blade twisted for a while, then scattered, and the space here was broken with it. After large areas of void cracks, the light and shadow of the real world outside appeared. Retreat. Bibi Dong shouted. Guangling launched the skill that had been prepared long ago, and when the space blockade was broken, he took the people of the spirit hall and disappeared in a silver light. The huge black dragon's dark red eyes swept across the empty place where the people of the spirit hall were standing, slowly retreated the dragon body, and turned into a human form. She stood in the air for a long time and made a sound. Hey. You escaped. On a high mountain, Amon stood on the top of the mountain, and the wind blowing in his face made his robe rustle. He raised his right hand, pinched the upper and lower edges of his monocle with his index finger and thumb, and said, "Tsk, I underestimated her." A silver light flashed, and Bibi Dong and her group appeared beside Walter. They saw Walter, Yan Jin, and Jiang Mo confronting Li Yin. "Stop fighting, retreat quickly," Guangling shouted in panic. While shouting, he looked back at the direction where Yan Jin was. Yan Jin, Jiang Mo, and Walter did not hesitate, and immediately followed the main force, and quickly swept away. Walter observed, and found that the demon bear Douluo was missing from the team, and everyone's face was either solemn or panicked. He came to Yuguan and asked, "What happened? Your disciple almost killed us all by himself." Yuguan had a complicated expression and didn't know how to answer for a moment. They flew for a long time until they came to a valley and slowly landed. Tuobazi looked back with fear on his face and was relieved when he didn't see the figure in red. He felt that he might be allergic to women in red for a while in the future. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo showed doubts on their faces. Jiang Mo asked, "What happened? From your looks, it seems that the war is not going well." Yan Jin looked around. "Where is the magic bear? Is it that the Blood Emperor Amon is here?" "No, it's not him. It's Yan Jin alone. We almost died in her hands." Jinyu smiled bitterly. His pride was completely defeated in this battle. Walter looked a little dazed. He had been worried about Yan Jin's safety before, but the result now caught him off guard. "You heard it right. The 12 of us failed to beat her, and even lost one person." Yuguan sighed. Walter's face changed from dazed to suspicious, and then from suspicious to excited, and then calmed down. It was hard for him to hold his expression and not smile. At this moment, he really felt that he had no regrets in death. Ghost Leopard looked at Walter and said with some gritted teeth, "You accepted such a disciple. Why don't you bring her to the spirit hall to train her well? Let her drift away outside?" Walter shrugged. "When I accepted her, she didn't show a talent far beyond the golden generation. She wanted to participate in the Soul Master competition, so I had to let her stay in the Northland College. After all, I was just a Soul Douluo at that time, and I didn't have that much energy to replace the next confirmed contestant." Ghost Leopard's expression froze. There was someone in the Spirit Hall team that he supported. At this moment, the term Golden Generation sounded a bit harsh to the elders of the Spirit Hall. What Golden Generation? Walter's apprentice might be able to crush them with just one finger. What should we do now? Someone asked. This caused a moment of silence among the people. The Spirit Hall, the first Soul Master organization on the continent, was almost wiped out by one person with its high-end combat power almost out in full force. If it spread out, let alone others not believing it, even those involved, at this moment, were somewhat suspicious that they were dreaming. But the bloody reality was in front of them, and they could not deny it. Except for Bibi Dong, almost everyone was defeated by Yan Jin, and did not dare to face her again. "Maybe we can retreat," Walter suddenly said. "Blood Emperor Amon does not seem to be in a hurry to capture the Shiandao Empire. He seems to treat the war as a game and enjoys the process of conquest. Walter said everything he learned from Yan Jin. Belief in God. Such a thought popped up in Bibi Dong's mind. She felt a stir in her heart, thinking this was an opportunity. Since Amon needs to go through the process of conquering to collect faith, it means that this war will not end so quickly. I can take this opportunity to complete my 8th test and then immediately proceed to the 9th test. It depends on who can become a god faster. Amon's speed of collecting faith and condensing the godhood by himself will definitely not be too fast, and I only need to complete the god test and accept the inheritance, so the final victory must belong to me. Bibi Dong thought in her heart. She pondered for a moment and slowly said, go and ask Yan Douluo to come over. Together with him, I should be able to stop Yan Jin. Even if Amon does not mean to end the war too quickly, we must continue this war and hinder the pace of the two Douluo Empire's attack to buy time, because we can't be sure that if things go too smoothly, he will speed up a little and then turn around and rush straight to Wuhan City. You should also know something about Xiaoxu's current situation. She is accepting the inheritance of the angel god and needs enough time to grow. Although I don't want to admit it, we have no chance of winning in the conventional way. Only when Zua takes that step and reappears the glory of the angel god can we defeat the Blood Emperor Amon. Bibi Dong was worried that Yan Douluo would not cooperate, so she used Yan Rinxu as an excuse. At this time, the golden crocodile's eyes suddenly turned to Walter. Although he didn't say anything, Walter understood what he meant and said with a smile, okay, in order to avoid suspicion, I will act with Yan Jin and Jiang Mo for a period of time. Is that okay? Leave it to us. Jiang Mo said, there won't be any problems. Yan Jin said, we will keep a close eye on him and we will take him down if he does anything abnormal. Golden Crocodile nodded, thought for a while, and said, then you go and notify the great priest, and then the three of you don't have to come back. Stay in Wuhan City to protect the young lady. Golden Crocodile understood Walter's character. He had instructed Walter at the beginning, and he didn't doubt him much. It was just that Yan Jin's identity was a bit sensitive, so he avoided suspicion. Yan Jin and Jiang Mo are even more trustworthy. They made great contributions to the Spirit Hall when Yan Douluo was still in charge of the Spirit Hall. Letting the three of them guard Yan Rinxu is enough to deal with most situations, as long as the Blood Emperor Amon has not noticed Yan Rinxu and deliberately taken action against her. It will be foolproof. Bibi Dong thought for a while and said, Yugwen, Gimme, you two should go back too, and make sure to explain the horror of Yan Jin to the chief worshipper. Yan Jin, Jiang Mo, Walter, Yugwen, Gimme flew into the sky and rushed towards the Spirit Hall. Chapter 278 Situation and Faith. 3 years later, in front of Jialing Pass, Yan Jin, wearing red clothes, stood on a small hill, looking at the majestic pass in the distance. Her expression was indifferent, and her dark red eyes showed a bit of calmness under the hill. There were continuous tents, and in the open space in front of the tents, curls of smoke rose. In the past 3 years, the Douluo continent has been in constant war. The two Douluo Empire, led by the Blood Emperor Amon, and the Wuhan Empire, led by the Pope Bibi Dong, have been engaged in a full-scale war. In the early days of the war, under the leadership of the god of war Lei Yin, the army of the two Douluo Empire won many battles and pushed the front line forward hundreds of kilometers, occupying an unknown amount of territory in the Wuhan Empire. The forces of all sizes in the Wuhan Empire were panicked, and many forces sent people to the two Douluo Empire to express their willingness to surrender and pledge allegiance. But the person in charge of this matter in the two Douluo Empire was the foreign minister Romil, who was extremely arrogant and rude, and the demands he made were intolerable, so every negotiation ended in a bad mood. Therefore, these forces also gave up the idea of surrendering to the two Douluo Empire and all accepted the leadership of the Spirit Hall. With the addition of such a large force of soul masters, the Spirit Hall Empire changed its decline and began to turn the tide of the war. Due to the long battle line and other reasons, the two Douluo Empire was somewhat lacking in stamina, and the two sides entered a stalemate. The two Douluo Empire's general Yan Jin led tens of thousands of troops to confront several titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall Empire, including the great priest Yan Douluo and the Pope Bibi Dong. At Jialing Pass, the two sides fought dozens of battles, But there was no winner on the battlefield of Jialing Pass. The comparison of conventional military strength was actually in the hands of the Spirit Hall Empire. Bibidan tried to launch a counterattack several times, but failed every time. Because the Douluo Empire had the strongest point that could never be broken. The great general Yan Jin, who was known as the god of fire and god of war, showed overwhelming and terrifying power in one battle. She even pulled down a meteorite from the sky. If it weren't for the fact that the high-end combat forces of both sides deliberately stayed away from the ordinary army in that battle, I'm afraid that Jialing Pass and the hundreds of thousands of troops on both sides would have turned into dust under that blow. It was also after that battle that Bibidan completely gave up the idea of counterattacking on the front battlefield, because no matter how many troops there were, they couldn't withstand Yan Jin's tactics that were like a natural disaster. However, the Wuhan Hall Empire did not passively take the beating. Their number of soul masters far exceeded that of the Douluo Empire. Under the order of Pope Bibidan, the soul masters broke up into small pieces and sneaked into the Douluo Empire to wreak havoc, create panic, and threaten civilians. Due to the war, the quality of life of the people in the Douluo Empire also dropped significantly, and a lot of anti-war sentiment accumulated. This also gave the soul masters of the Wuhan Empire an opportunity. They incited the people in the Douluo Empire and organized demonstrations and other actions to oppose the war. Emperor Amon seemed to have no idea what appeasement was. For all those who opposed him, he had only one strategy: killing. He mobilized the army and carried out a bloody suppression of these demonstrations. Such measures deepened the contradictions, triggered dissatisfaction, and civil unrest broke out in many areas. This forced Lei Yin, who was on the front line, to return to the country to deal with the civil unrest and arrest the soul masters who sneaked in from the enemy country. The pressure on the front battlefield of the Wuhan Empire was greatly reduced. Except for Jialing Pass, the other battlefields tried to launch a counterattack. For a time, the Douluo Empire, which was once in its heyday and had the potential to unify the world, fell into a precarious situation, as if it would disintegrate at any time. However, the initiator of this war, Blood Emperor Amon, was not moved at all. He neither changed his strategy nor participated in the war in person. He had been having fun in the palace of the Night City. He seemed to have forgotten his ambitions and his ambition to unify the world, and indulged in pleasure. A handsome young man in a blue military uniform, with sea blue hair and blue eyes, walked into the Douluo Palace. He came to the back garden without any hindrance. This is Lei Yin. He has been fighting outside and has not been back for more than 2 years. This time he was hunting down 2 soul saints who instigated rebellion. He happened to come to the Night City and also received news that someone wanted to assassinate the king. Although he didn't think anyone could assassinate Amon, since he had received it and it was on the way, he came to meet him and report the situation. Then, Lei Yin was stunned. Next to the pool in the back garden, a man with a round face, 3 chins, a big belly, fat hands, a dragon robe, and a monocle on his right eye, was lying on a recliner with his legs crossed and his hands behind his head. Mr. Amon. Lei Yin didn't dare to believe his eyes. He stared at the man who looked like the emperor for a long time and vaguely saw some of Amon's facial features on his face. Oh, it's Lei Yin. The chubby man climbed up from the recliner. Because he was too fat, he seemed to have difficulty getting up. A sense of disillusionment and unreality filled Lei Yin's mind. He asked in a somewhat puzzled tone, Mr. Amon, are those rumors outside true? Rumors? The chubby Amon was stunned and then reacted, you mean the rumor that I indulge in enjoyment and will lead the country to destruction? That was just an attempt. An attempt? Well, have you been wondering why I want to launch a war that has no profit? Why do I ask you to maintain your grace at all times on the battlefield and in front of your subordinates, and to be the most handsome you can be? Show your glorious side? Amon asked with a smile. Lei Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, 3 years ago, I was really doubtful at first, but then I defeated many forces in the war, confiscated many ancient books, and heard many legends, and I also had some guesses. He paused and whispered, becoming a god at level 100. War is not without benefits, but the benefits are in places we can't see. Amon raised his chubby hand, pinched his monocle, smiled and said, yes, becoming a god requires faith, and it is easiest to gather faith in disasters. War is also a kind of disaster, and gathering faith on the battlefield is a quick and effective method. There are many people within the empire who are against the war, but there are also a group of people who can benefit from the war and firmly support the war and support me as the Blood Emperor and the Conqueror. I have indeed gained a lot of faith in the past 3 years, but for some reasons, my journey as a conqueror has come to an end, and the faith I can collect from this identity has begun to gradually decrease, so I plan to try to use some new images. For example, tyrant, mad king, subjugator, last king, lay. Yan was confused. Can someone with such an identity collect faith? No one would believe in such an image, right? Amon replied with a smile. Faith is not just belief and admiration. Some negative cognitions that contain people's strong emotions are also considered a kind of faith. It's just that this kind of negative belief is often chaotic and harmful, and will have a negative impact on the believer, polluting his spirit and causing him to slide towards madness. Moreover, most of the negative beliefs are pan beliefs, which are small in quantity and messy, and are difficult to use to consolidate the divine status. Of course, as long as the base is large enough, then the accumulation of this kind of pan belief will be quite impressive. Yan said with a hint of concern. But Mr. Amon, didn't you say that negative beliefs can affect people's spirit? Will this be harmful to you? Amon forced a smile on his chubby face. Since I know this, I still do it, so I'm somewhat sure this will not affect my spirit. A clear understanding appeared on Lei Yin's face. So Mr. Amon, your bloody suppression of the opponents and turning a blind eye to the chaos in the empire are all to strengthen the people's impression of your new image and expand the source of pan faith. Yes. Amon nodded. Then my actions of suppressing rebellions and hunting down spies everywhere will affect you. Mr. Amon, Lei Yin said with a bit of annoyance. He was worried that he had done something wrong. No, your behavior is just right. It does not completely eliminate those who fan the flames, but also prevents the rebels from joining forces and becoming more powerful. Amon had a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Amon, you deliberately ate like this to disguise yourself better and make your image of the faint king more credible and fuller? Lei Yin showed an expression of admiration. Amon smiled but said nothing. By the way, I caught 2 spies not long ago and learned from them that assassins sent by the Wuhan Empire are plotting to assassinate you. Mr. Amon, Lei Yin reminded. It doesn't matter. I'm not weak enough to be assassinated casually. Bibi Dong and the others probably wouldn't do such a stupid thing. It's probably the decision made by some unpopular small force. Amon waved. He waved his chubby hand to indicate that there was no problem. Lei Yin reported on his work situation again, but Amon interrupted. Before he could finish listening, he pointed at himself and said, I'm now a tyrant, a mad king, a subjugator, so don't talk to me about serious matters. Lei Yin was stunned for a moment, showing a slightly astonished expression. He nodded, performed a Soul Master salute, and left the palace. After Lei Yin left, Fatty Amon muttered, there are many types of Amon. It's normal for someone to eat well, and be lazy, and put on weight. Well, you can't blame me for that. Who told this foolish king to be too comfortable? After walking out of the palace, Lei Yin's eyes became sharp. He held his chin and thought, what exactly is Mr. Amon doing? Although that fat man is consistent with Mr. Amon in many places, he is definitely not the one in my memory. Has his mind been polluted by pan belief, or his clone is not just a simple clone, but also has its own will? If so, Lei Yin glanced at the people coming and going on the street. Everyone seemed a little unnatural. Chapter 279 Utopia. In the southern part of the Tudor Empire, there is a city made entirely of basalt after solidification of magma. This city is not shown on any maps and has never been known to people on Douluo continent. In this desolate inaccessible southern wilderness, it is so abrupt and inconsistent. The city is not very old and was only newly built in the past 2 years. Unlike most cities on the continent, this city has no walls, although there are no thick walls or solid fortresses. Anyone who comes here will probably use magnificent to describe it. Gothic houses with pointed roofs are arranged in an orderly manner. Their height far exceeds the Imperial Palace in Xiandao City, and many of them exceed the Pope's Palace in Wuhan City. The huge arched gate stands at the northernmost end of the city. This arched gate is considered the northern gate of the city, and is also the main entrance to this magnificent city. 3 large characters are carved on the top of the arched door, marking the name of the city, Utopia. Hundreds of thousands of residents live here, and they live peacefully in this peaceful place, far away from the flames of war and smoke, which can be called a paradise on earth. The quality of the residents of Utopia seems to be exceptionally high, and there is not a single piece of garbage visible on the spacious streets. This is a sight that even Wuhan City does not have. The streets were busy with people coming and going. Naughty children chased each other in groups. Vendors setting up stalls shouted loudly. Well-dressed gentlemen strolled leisurely, and gorgeously dressed ladies opened the curtains of the carriage with their right hands wearing silk gloves, revealing their bright and beautiful faces. In the very center of the city is a huge clock tower. There is a huge clock on the north side of the clock tower at this moment. A young man wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat of the same color, and a crystal monocle on his right eye, was lying imagelessly on the bottom edge of the clock. His head rested on his left hand, and his right hand rested naturally on his chest. As if sensing something, he slowly opened his eyes. He sat up, and stared into the distance calmly. Have you finally digested it? Let's get started. Amon muttered. He stretched out his right hand, adjusted his monocle, stood up, and looked down at the entire city. When the ethereal and melodious bells rang, echoing throughout the city. The bell rang 12 times in a row, and everyone stopped what they were doing, and turned to look at the conspicuous bell tower in the center of the city. Then, the residents of Utopia unanimously took out a monocle from the void, put it on their right eye, and slowly raised the corners of their mouths, revealing a smile. It's Amon. The people living in the entire Utopia are all clones of Amon. Amon ate up the Stardow forest, and stole the souls of the soul beasts. The clones made from these materials all gathered here. The sky suddenly became gloomy. Dark clouds covered the sun, and strong winds surged around the entire city in a vortex. A huge whirlpool appeared between the clouds. Black lightning wandered in the whirlpool, and Ling Ran's evil energy burst out, spurting out from the whirlpool. A giant tiger with 2 wings on its back, a dark body, scarlet eyes, a tail composed of countless joints, and an underhook at the end, flapped its wings and slowly flew out of the soul power vortex. Roar! It let out a huge roar that resounded throughout the world, and the sound waves containing soul power spread out. The entire city's buildings seemed to tremble under this voice for a moment. The dark demon evil god tiger has changed from its fat body like a mountain of meat, and has returned to its previous muscular appearance, with coordinated proportions and full of strength and beauty. It has finished digesting the vicious beast it has eaten. Its cultivation years have also increased significantly, and it has reached the same level as the deep sea demon whale king. It is only a little short of being able to break through 1,000,000 years and step into another level. Amon gathered in the center of the city one by one, looking at the giant black tiger with either casual or solemn eyes. As its cultivation level increased, and its soul strengthened, the dark demon evil god tiger's consciousness showed signs of resurrecting and getting rid of Amon's parasitic control. This is a very dangerous signal, and Amon suspects that if it really breaks through to 1,000,000 years, he may not be able to continue to control it. Therefore, at the last moment, when he was about to reap the rewards, he chose the place where the dark demon evil god tiger would break through in this utopia, where Amon's power was strongest. Turbulent soul power surged in the air, and those scarlet eyes stared at Amon, who was standing at the bottom of the big clock, with Ling Ran's murderous intent appearing in his eyes from time to time. Through the connection between himself and him, the dark demon evil god tiger clearly felt that the Amon in front of him was his true form. Seeing the dark demon evil god tiger sometimes showing murderous intent and sometimes being calm and composed, Amon knew that this was the conflict between the will of the insect of time and the dark demon evil god tiger itself. Let's begin. Amon chuckled, his eyes as deep as the endless night sky. Amon turned into a stream of light and sank into the mouth of the dark demon evil god tiger. He used himself as a resource, to make up for the last bit of strength that the dark demon evil god tiger lacked. Then, as if it had reached a certain critical point, the momentum of the dark devil god tiger increased steadily, reaching an extremely terrifying point. Amon's expression also became solemn, and there was no expression on his face. The nature of the dark clouds in the sky has changed. The dark clouds formed by the evil energy of the dark demon tiger have turned into clouds of tribulation and punishment filled with vast heavenly power, roaming with thunder, and carrying the power to destroy everything. The rumbling sound of thunder is dull and powerful, hammering into people's hearts like a drumbeat. That terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy everything. All the Amons stared at the sky, with a hint of depression in their hearts. The eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger were full of horror. It could never have imagined that the last thunder tribulation would be so terrifying. It was not at the same level as the previous ones, leaving no possibility of survival. Give me the control of your body. Don't interfere. Cooperate obediently. I can use the power of destiny of the auspicious beast to escape this great heavenly tribulation. Amon's voice echoed in the mind of the dark demon evil god tiger. The latter hesitated for a moment and finally chose to cooperate. It knew that this was the last game between itself and Amon. If it won, it would immediately counterattack after becoming a god and take back the control of its body. Then it would get rid of the shackles and become a real divine beast. If it lost, its body and soul would become the other party's soul ring and soul bone and become a sacrifice on the other party's road to progress. The will of the dark demon evil god tiger faded, and Amon's body revealed the true form of his martial soul, turning into a worm vortex. Countless worms of time with 12 rings and star-like colors shuffled and cruised in this vortex. This worm group turned into streams of light like raindrops and merged into the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. Countless entangled and intertwined threads of fate appeared in Amon's eyes. He moved the lines that emitted grey and black mist, weaving them into a sphere, covering the dark demon evil god tiger. The characteristics of the auspicious beast that would not trigger the heavenly tribulation spread from the martial soul's external soul bone to the dark demon evil god tiger, protecting it. Having lost its original target, the heavenly tribulation lingered for a while and slowly subsided. In the process of deceiving the heavenly tribulation, Amon stole part of the oppression brought by the heavenly tribulation and returned it to the dark demon evil god tiger after the heavenly tribulation ended, making it mistakenly believe that the heavenly tribulation was still continuing and had not ended. However, it only delayed for 3 seconds. The dark demon evil god tiger judged from its own soul state that the heavenly tribulation had dissipated. Even if it hadn't, it felt that it could withstand the remaining power, so it resolutely launched a counterattack. At this moment, its soul had transformed into a divine soul, and the terrifying and violent aura was overflowing, causing storms in the soul space. It shook its body and shook out dead worms of time. One by one, Amon turned into streams of light emitting bright starlight, and sank into the body of the dark demon evil god tiger. The insect group formed by thousands of worms of time temporarily restricted the soul of the dark demon evil god tiger. No. The dark demon evil god tiger let out a roar of fear and unwillingness in the 3 seconds when it was deceived by the aura of the heavenly tribulation returned by Amon. Amon controlled it to launch a sacrifice, and it was the most resolute sacrifice of body and soul. Although the dark demon evil god tiger's consciousness regained control of the soul and stopped the soul's sacrifice, it was blocked by the actions of the time worms and failed to stop the body's sacrifice. The black light spread and the dark demon evil god tiger's body disintegrated inch by inch, turning into black airflow, forming a mysterious and complex pattern in the air. At the edge of this pattern was a grey ring, which suddenly shrank and flew towards Amon, who was standing on the ground in the center of the pattern. The surging energy rushed in like a river bursting its banks. This time, the energy was even larger and more violent than that carried by the Cheyenne Meng ice silkworm. Even Amon's body, which had been strengthened by absorbing countless soul bones, had cracks on its surface. Severe pain spread throughout his body, and Amon's face twitched a few times. However, despite the pain, he still maintained a calm demeanor. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the void, stole part of the energy, and then returned it in stages. The soul of the dark demon evil god tiger turned into a pitch black bead, and the space twisted, forming a pitch black passage point. The bead paused for a moment and did not enter the passage, but rushed towards Amon, who was absorbing the energy of the soul ring, and sank into his body. The dark demon evil god tiger did not attack directly, but helped Amon absorb the energy of the soul ring, which made the originally irritable energy become calm and flow smoothly along the meridians. Amon's face was a little strange. This is delivery to the door. Heh. I thought my soul had transformed into a divine soul, so I thought I could counterattack and occupy my body in reverse. Amon raised the corner of his mouth and outlined a smile. The dark clouds in the sky dissipated and the sun cast down, illuminating the entire utopia. All the strange phenomena disappeared, leaving only the faint black light on Amon's body and the soul power that was dissipating uncontrollably. Chapter 280, Time Worm, Star Worm. Kyan Douluo, Poseidon, Bibidang, Kyan Rinksu, and Tangsun all raised their heads at the same time and stared at the direction of Utopia. They all showed a look of doubt on their faces, and their eyes were solemn. At Jiling Pass, Kyan Douluo walked up to the city wall and asked Bibidang beside him, "Did you feel it, Bibi?" Dang said in a deep voice, "Well, that abnormal power seems to be someone who has broken through to the divine realm. Is it Amon? I'm not sure, but he should be the only one who has this ability." Bibidang sighed, feeling urgent in her heart. This war provided her with many beliefs, including the worship and admiration she received as the Pope commanding the army and appearing in front of the battlefield, and the negative belief that she ordered soul masters to sneak into the Douluo Empire to destroy it, and was hated and cursed by the civilians of the Douluo Empire. The damaged throne of the Rakshasa god has been repaired. With the throne, even if the faith is not in line with the original duties of the throne, as long as it is directed to the holder of the throne, it can still be used. It's just that it will be much worse than those faiths that point to the original duties of the throne. But Bibidang is not picky. She just needs enough faith to start and support the final 9th test. She originally thought that she could be faster than Amon, but the fluctuations that spread from the Douluo Empire to the whole world undoubtedly gave her a blow. How is Zua's progress? I still need some time, but Amon may not give us time. If nothing unexpected happens, this war will be over. Bibidang asked. Kyan Douluo shook his head. Xiaoxu has a good talent, but after all, she lacks some time to settle. She is now facing the 8th test of the angel god. On the sea god island, Poseidon walked out of the temple. She felt the spreading fluctuations of a certain existence stepping into the realm of God, and sensed a strong evil spirit from it. She murmured to herself, "I'm afraid that the god born this time is not a positive god. If there is no existence that can compete with it, the whole world will fall into terror." Tangsun was about to go to the sea god temple to ask Poseidon when he saw the high priest in red coming to him. "Your perception is correct. Someone has become a god. Don't let this disturb your mind. What you need to do most now is to hurry up, to complete the god test, and inherit the position of sea god. You don't have to worry about other things, because worrying is useless." In a remote town in the Xiandao Empire, there is a gorgeously decorated mansion. The girl with a head full of silver hair, scattered behind her, with a texture like crystal, pale skin, and purple eyes suddenly turned her head and looked to the south. Her pupils contracted, and she said in disbelief, "How is it possible? There should be no soul beast that can break through the restrictions set by the dragon god and reach this realm. That direction is the Douluo Empire. What did the weird blood emperor do again?" After coming to the human world, the Silver Dragon King also found out a lot of information. For example, in order to find the murderer who killed the auspicious beast, Dishan set off a beast tide and finally died at the hands of the Blood Emperor Amon. The strange things that happened in the Xingdao Great Forest may also be the work of that human. The more she knew, the more she understood. The more she understood how terrible Amon was. If it was in her prime, she would naturally not be afraid, but now she was seriously injured, and every time she attacked, her body would deteriorate. In this case, she dared not smile the Blood Emperor casually, and just wanted to stay away from him. But this time it was different. It had already involved the realm of God. The Silver Dragon King was worried that, if the other party really set foot in the realm of God, he might have no place to hide. She hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to go to the Douluo Empire To see the situation point with the help of the dark demon evil god, Amon absorbed the soul ring better and faster. He gathered his mind and sank his consciousness into the soul space point in front of him. A huge black tiger with wings on its back was staring at him with scowled eyes. Amon raised his right hand, straightened his monocle, and smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." The dark demon evil god tiger ordered. Amon pointed, spoke in human language. "Damn human. Dare to control me, but thanks to you, I broke through the shackles of heaven and earth. Didn't expect that I could also merge into your body. When you absorbed the soul ring, your damn bugs are useless to me now. I will devour your soul and occupy your body." Amon smiled and said, "Well, it's a very good determination, and you are also good at seizing opportunities, but you misjudge the strength comparison between the enemy and us. Reckless courage without a clear investigation and detailed plan is called recklessness. Reckless? Do you think you can win me now?" The dark demon evil god tiger's eyes revealed a bit of disdain. "God and man, but there is an essential difference." It vibrated its wings, and a terrifying storm filled the soul space, dispersing the hazy fog point. Just thinking about going forward to eat Amon's soul, it suddenly froze, and then began to fear above the dispersed fog. There is an extremely huge, extremely magnificent, vicissitudes and ancient stone door, with light and shadow flowing on it, and it seems that countless creatures flashed by point mountains, rivers, sun, moon, stars, birds, beasts, insects and fish. Countless information constitute one world after another, flowing on the stone gate. That door seems to be made up of information from countless worlds. These world information are neatly arranged and filled with a strict sense of order. Although the stone gate is shocking, it is like a flower in a mirror or the moon in the water, as if it does not exist at all. What really frightens the dark demon evil god tiger is the blurry shadow entrenched in front of the stone gate point. Although compared to Shimon, he seemed incomparably small, but compared to him, the dark demon evil god tiger also looked incomparably small. It was a fuzzy shadow as huge as a planet. He wore a bronze mask, and there were countless slippery tentacles squirming under his body. His body seemed to be composed of worm vortexes. He seems to exist in the gaps of history, the cracks of time, and the cracks of space, but he can truly have an impact on reality. Endless murmurs sounded, dense and crazy. A large amount of terrifying, messy, crazy and disordered information rushed into the spirit body of the dark demon evil god tiger. It suddenly felt like its body was moving uncontrollably, as if the arm had a mind of its own. It dug out the eyeball of his right eye. The left eyeball also grew feet and jumped out of the eye socket. The flesh and blood squirmed, and tentacles sprouted from under the body. Blood covered the surface of the tentacles, making them look slippery and disgusting. Its body split into worms. At first glance, it looked like a replica of the huge shadow. Then, the soul of the completely deformed dark demon tiger collapsed into countless light spots and scattered in all directions. The grey mist gathered again, covering up the majestic stone door above and the shadow of a certain existence. Amon looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. He knew that the phantom was probably the imprint left by the heavenly lord in the depths of his soul. The ravings he heard while practicing soul power in the past caused Yan, Cheyenne Mengai's silkworm, and dark demon evil god tiger to happen when they invaded his soul space. The distortion is all his fault, but Shimon, well, it should be the golden finger that the traveler comes with, an existence similar to the source of matter. He traveled twice in a row and did not become a Buddha in the mysterious world. He survived tenaciously for 2 seconds. It should also be its protection. Amon thought in his heart. Amon opened his eyes and exuded the soul power from his body. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and the terrifying soul pressure spread to the surroundings, covering the bell tower, covering Utopia, and spreading further into the distance. This is the real pressure of a level 99 extreme Douluo. Instead of using the first soul ring to store and then release the expressive power of soul power to create the illusion as in the past, he displayed his power unscrupulously, and after a long time, he slowly regained his momentum. 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, violet, black, dark, scarlet, platinum, and grey were beating on his body. Amon carefully understood the soul skills brought by the dark demon tiger soul ring. The first soul skill, Insect of Time. You can speed up or slow down the time in a certain area, or you can make a person or object go back in time points due to the ability to touch time. Time is also included in the objects that Amon can steal. He can steal time, store time, and release time point. The second soul skill, Star Insect, can create space, tear and smash space, and move in space if there is enough connection point at the same time. Because of the ability to touch space, space is also included in the objects that he can steal. He was able to steal some concepts about space point in addition to the 9th soul ring. The dark demon evil god tiger also brought him a million-year quality external soul bone point. Amon's mind moved, and a pair of dark wings stretched out from his back. There are mysterious lines running on the wings. These lines seem not to be fixed, but are changing all the time, giving people a chaotic and weird feeling. Point. This wing-shaped piece of soul bone has the ability to create a different space. The effect is similar to the life and death arena of the dark demon evil god tiger, but it does not have the ability to return people to their childhood. Point. He transformed it to a certain extent according to his own preferences, and turned it into a magnificent church, supported by dark stone pillars in the church. Every pillar, every arch, and every dome is inlaid with the bones of various races. The densely packed white bones formed empty eyes, all facing the center of the church, as if staring at something. Point. Although it is filled with corpses, the church does not appear gloomy, but instead reveals a sacred atmosphere. Point. Church of Bones. Amon snapped his fingers, and the entire utopia gradually became illusory, and then disappeared completely, leaving a large flat open space in place. Point. He stole the entire utopia, along with the space in which it existed, into the Church of Bones contained in the wings. Even in a huge city like Utopia, after placing the Bone Church, it only occupies less than 1/6 of the area, and the church still looks empty. Point. Amon took a step forward, and appeared several hundred meters away. This is different from the previous long distance movement by deceiving the rules, and confusing concepts through the fateful connection with the clone. Instead, it directly steals the distance. Point. He took a few steps forward, getting used to this way of moving. Point. He took off his monocle, wiped it with silk, and put it back on, muttering, "All the preparations have been made. All that is left is to wait. Which lucky person will be the first to take the 9th test of the inheritance of the divine throne?" Chapter 281, For Bibidong. Amon is working overtime. Before Jialing Pass, there is an equally tall, all black, heavy, and majestic wall facing it. This was built by Yan Jin overnight with his own ability more than 2 years ago. Point. That night, the flames shot up to the sky, the rolling magma flowed endlessly, and the whole sky was reflected red. Point. The next day, when the lava cooled, this wall with a height of almost the same as Jialing Pass was revealed in front of everyone, and countless soldiers shouted miracles. Yan Jin stood on the sentry tower she cast with solidified magma, looking into the distance, her dark red eyes thoughtful. Point. Recently, she heard some kind of call intermittently, and the call became stronger and stronger. It seemed that something was threatening the owner of the call, making it anxious. Gods don't appear alone. According to the records I have obtained, gods on Douluo continent appear in pairs, and are often hostile to each other. There will not be a situation where one god dominates alone. A clear voice came from behind. The speaker was a handsome young man with sea blue hair and blue eyes. "Didn't you go back to the Douluo Empire? Why are you here again?" Yan Jin said without turning his head. "I talked to Mr. Amon for a while, and found that the country didn't need me at all. Mr. Amon knew it, so I came to the front line again. Anyway, it doesn't take much time to run a trip." Lei Yin responded with a smile. Point. After a pause, Lei Yin asked again, "Sister, are you really not going to take that thing back?" Yan Jin shook his head. "Some things are not, the sooner the better. You have to choose the right time. Now is not the time." Report: the army of the Wuhan Empire has made unusual movements, and seems to want to launch a counterattack. An officer in dark armor stepped forward. Point. When he saw Lei Yi beside Yan Jin, he showed surprise on his face and quickly saluted. "Lord Lei Yin." Lei Yin nodded, closed his eyes, and activated the skill of the head soul bone obtained from the evil eye tyrant ruler, the heart network. Point. At this moment, all the electric currents within dozens of kilometers around him were completely and clearly presented in his mind. He screened and selected them, and selected those that met the characteristics of human bioelectricity. Then he found that the army in Jialing Pass was gathering and seemed to want to fight to the death. They have gathered all the troops at the main gate, and they are coming out. Lei Yin pointed to the city gate in front. Yan Jin's eyes sank slightly. What are they planning? Who knows? Lei Yin shrugged. Anyway, just fight. Anyway, according to Mr. Amon, he doesn't care much about the victory or defeat of the battlefield here. He is no longer a conqueror. You take charge. I'll deal with Bibidong and Kandao Liu. Yan Jin said casually. At this time, the titled Douluo of the Wuhan Empire had already stood on the top of the city in tacit understanding, staring at Yan Jin, and the connected aura was faintly locked on her. Yan Jin clenched her fists, used soul power catapult to add a very high speed to herself, shot into the sky, and then rushed towards the mountains in the distance. Bibidong and Kandao Liu looked at each other, nodded, soared into the sky, and chased her. Qingluan, Xiangxi, Janayu, 3 worshippers with domain skills, and Sword Douluo Chenzin followed closely. There are only a few people in the huge Wuhan Empire who are qualified to face Yan Jin. The rest of the title Douluos can't even survive in the ice and fire yin-yang domain, so it's useless, no matter how many come. Lei Yin watched them go away. With a thoughtful look in his eyes, he found from some actions of the Wuhan Empire that the other party seemed to have a certain degree of tacit understanding with Amon. Both sides intentionally controlled the intensity of the war within a certain range, thereby extending the duration of the war. Even the Soul Masters sent by the Wuhan Empire to the hinterland of the Tudou Empire to fight behind enemy lines never targeted things such as grain warehouses that would make the people unable to survive if destroyed. Neither the army of the Wuhan Empire nor the army of the Tudou Empire had ever made a move to clear the fields and destroy crops when strategically retreating from the city. Even if the grain was left to the enemy, it would not be burned. The 3-year war made the generals in both armies, who really understood military affairs and had insights, very confused. They often cursed their commanders in private as idiots, a layman's blind command. What made them even more crazy was that the city lords at the border between the two countries were openly trading food, weapons, etc. The empire didn't care. By the end of the fight, they had emptied their brains. The only thing that made these soldiers admire was probably Lei Yin's on-the-spot command ability. Although it was a change of generals at the last minute, there was no confusion on the Tudou Empire side. Because Lei Yin's heartnet ability can clearly sense the dynamics of everyone on the battlefield, he can even use the heartnet to accurately transmit his voice to everyone in his own army through the mixed use of soul power and electromagnetics, and perform extreme macro manipulation. Under Lei Yin's command, the Tudou Empire's army assembled in an orderly manner, lined up in the open space, and formed a neat formation to confront the Wuhan Empire's army. Amon's figure slowly emerged on the wall of Jialing Pass. He sat on the battlement, his legs hanging casually, looking at the title Douluo who were going away, and the army below preparing to fight. His eyes were deep. He pinched his monocle and muttered, "What is Bibidong going crazy about? Why are all the armies in various places suddenly counter-attacking at all costs and swinging their butcher knives at civilians?" Then, he used the ability of Dream Thief to read Bibidong's mind. Because his 8th soul ring absorbed the soul ring of Xian Mengai's silkworm, and he was also a 99 level extreme Douluo at this time, his mental power was stronger than the target. Bibidong was not prepared, and he easily read Bibidong's thoughts and understood the reason why Bibidong made these moves. So, that's how it is. He took the fluctuations emitted by the dark demon evil god Tiger, after breaking through a million years, as the fluctuations of my stepping into the god realm. He thought that I would break the previous tacit understanding and end the war quickly. So he wanted to do a big one at the end and harvest another wave of faith. After thinking for a while, Amon raised the corner of his mouth and outlined a smile. "Isn't it just faith? I will cooperate." He issued instructions to the clones who served as middle level and grassroots commanders in the military in various places. He ordered the Amon officers of the Tudou Empire to reduce the resistance and make the counter-attack of the Wuhan Empire easier. He ordered the Amon officers in the Wuhan Empire's army to allow the army to engage in looting and other acts when breaking through the city, bringing more disasters and more pain to the people. The order to counterattack the Douluo Empire was issued by Bibidang, and the Amons would also take the initiative to promote her, guiding the people to direct negative emotions, resentment, and hatred towards Bibidang, helping her to go further on the road to becoming a god. He also ordered the Amon clones in the Douluo Empire to give as much convenience as possible to the Soul Masters who carried out sabotage activities in the Douluo Empire. This three-pronged approach will not only speed up Bibidang's collection of faith, but also put the Douluo Empire in danger of extinction, so that his image as a tyrant and destroyer will be recognized by more people and gain more negative faith. After receiving the order from the main body, the clones all smiled with interest, and they started to communicate and discuss through fate connection. 1 Amon said, "Well, I happen to have a Soul Master team here. They seem to want to assassinate me, the city lord, and then create panic. But they are a little weak, and they can't even pass the city guards. I will send the city guards out to suppress the bandits later. I happen to be in the Soul Master team you mentioned. I will kill you when the time comes. Don't resist." Another Amon responded with a smile. "You don't forget to publicize that this is an order from Lord Bibidang." An Amon reminded, "This is not a problem. Leave it to me. I will spread rumors, no facts." An unkempt, street-slick Amon said with a smile, "By the way, can we provide faith for Bibidang?" An Amon suddenly asked. This question made the other Amons stunned, and then they showed an interested smile. "Do you want to try? But it's hard for us to believe in one person. That's you, not me. I always have respect for God in my heart, and I'm very pious." When the Amons wanted to force themselves to believe in Bibidang by hypnosis, the main body stopped this idiotic behavior. The spirit of the clone will affect the main body. If there are too many Amons who believe in Bibidang, leading to the decision of taking Bibidang as a belief in the referendum of all Mongolians, then I will inevitably begin to respect, worship and admire Bibidang. The main body Amon said, "Oh, so serious, forget it." Most of the Amons gave up this idea, but some Amons were still shouting, "Long live the queen, I love Bibidang. 3 views should follow the 5 senses. Take Bibidang and Khan Ringsu. Let's vote. It's time to choose a heroine. I'll vote for Sissy." A fun Amon suggested, "Who is Sissy? Your ideas are not bold enough. How about I parasitize Bibidang to play with you?" I vote for Amon. Amon strongly requested, "I vote for Amon too." Second, Amon's original body disconnected from fate, making it impossible for him to hear the voice of his clone, and shielding himself from mental pollution. He rubbed his eyebrows, looking a little tired. Every time he made mental contact with the huge group of clones, it was a burden for him. Because he expanded the size of Amon too much, it was a difficult and complicated job to conduct macro control, so that the will of all men would not deviate too much from the will of the original body. He had to spend a lot of time on this every day. TSK. In the next period of time, the replacement of clones will be a bit fast. In order to control the deviation value, it seems that I have to work overtime. Chapter 280. To the Silver Dragon King sneaks in secretly. In the city of night, a beautiful girl with crystal silver hair and purple eyes stood at the gate of the city. Hesitating. She found that there was an inexplicable force covering the entire city of night in front of her. It seemed to be a spiritual network with some spatial fluctuations, and she felt a little apprehensive. Is this used to guard against spies from the Wuhan Empire? This Blood Emperor is really very powerful. If he doesn't use soul power and doesn't conflict with others, he shouldn't be discovered. The Silver Dragon King, who has some confidence in his ability to hide, finally chose to enter. She strode towards the fast track for Soul Masters to enter the city. The guard at the gate saw her, pinched his right eye socket, and blocked her way. "Please show your soldier's card." The Silver Dragon King was stunned and looked at the guard with a little confusion. As if seeing her confusion, the guard said, "This is a special military support regulation issued by His Majesty during the war. Only those with a soldier's card can use the fast lane. If you don't have a soldier's card and want to use the fast lane, even a soul master has to pay a gold soul coin as an entrance fee." A gold soul coin? Why don't you rob it? Silver Dragon King gritted his teeth. Then he heard the guard muttering in a low voice, "This is much faster than robbing money." Her face froze and she was speechless for a while. She was ready to pay, but found that there was no money in her space ring, and the various gems she took away when she left the Stardow Great Forest also disappeared. Silver Dragon King's face became strange. She remembered that she should have brought money. Could it be that she didn't pay attention when she used it up? She didn't care much about these mundane things. After a little doubt, she didn't care too much, but just exited the fast lane and grilly. She saw the guard looked at her with disdain and said, "Poor." The Silver Dragon King was furious, but when he thought that this was the Night City and the power of the Blood Emperor Amon was covering the city, he chose to remain silent. She followed a group of civilians and lined up for a long time before entering the city. Walking on the street, a little girl in tattered clothes came over with a flower basket. She said carefully, "Sister, do you want flowers? Buy a flower, 1 copper soul coin per flower." The Silver Dragon King did not hate human cubs looking at the bright and expectant big eyes. The Silver Dragon King was silent. She didn't want to refuse, but she had no money, so she could only shake her head with difficulty. Seeing the bright and hopeful big eyes dimmed all of a sudden, the Silver Dragon King felt a sense of guilt and guilt. The little girl left disappointed. The Silver Dragon King held his chin and thought about where to start to explore the information of the Blood Emperor Amon. It is definitely not advisable to sneak into the palace directly. The Blood Emperor definitely has the ability to force her to use power above the god level and make her injuries worse. If she can kill the opponent with one blow, then she will not hesitate. At the cost of a limited deterioration of her own injuries, it is not a loss to kill such a difficult and strange enemy. But the problem is that it is impossible to determine whether Amon, who is now in the palace, is his real body. If she takes action and ends up killing only a clone, it will not be worth the loss at this time. A recruitment advertisement attracted her attention. The Minister of Etiquette is recruiting maids with high salaries. The requirements are a certain level of soul power, white hair, height of more than 1.7 meters, good voice, and good looks. She subconsciously read the content of the advertisement. This requirement, she perfectly meets it. The Minister of Etiquette should be able to contact the Emperor, right? Can I get some information from him? And this can also make money. Silver Dragon King thought in his heart. In the case of being afraid and not daring to use extraordinary power to break the rules at will, such a job is simply tailor-made for her. Silver Dragon King was moved. However, is this too much of a coincidence? A trace of doubt flashed through her mind. The Silver Dragon King came to the door of the Etiquette Minister's mansion and saw several tall girls with white hair who looked to be in their teens and 20s walking in. She hesitated a little and followed them. The interview was hosted by the Etiquette Minister himself. The content of the interview was very simple. He just took a look and called Master or Your Majesty. If the Etiquette Minister looked pleasing to the eye and heard pleasing to the ear, it would be considered qualified. Looking at the young man lying on the recliner, crossing his legs, picking his ears with his right little finger, with a purple shamat hairstyle and a punk-style non-mainstream dress, the Silver Dragon King inexplicably had an urge to beat him up. "Master, Your Majesty, well, I'm qualified." Rommel nodded. Next, the Silver Dragon King found that only one of the people who came to apply for the maid had natural white hair, and the rest were dyed. This made her feel a lot more at ease. Since the requirement is not strictly natural white hair, the recruitment conditions are actually quite broad, and the possibility that it is set specifically for her is greatly reduced. It was the Silver Dragon King's turn, and Rommel was still casual. The Silver Dragon King suppressed his shame and shouted like the applicant in front of him, "Master, Your Majesty." Her voice was pleasant but cold, and Rommel frowned. "She looks good, but too cold." "What's your name?" "Go, Yuna." The Silver Dragon King replied, "Well, I think she's qualified." After selecting the right candidates, Rommel asked people to call out the people who had successfully applied for the job and settled in the mansion a few days ago. He left the recliner and stood up. With a serious look, he said to the girls in front of him who were either born with white hair or dyed white hair, "As everyone knows, the Dog Emperor is addicted to pleasure and ignores state affairs." His first sentence shocked Yuna. "How could you say that to your own boss? That tyrant sometimes comes to my house as a guest, So in order to cater to his preferences, I decided to form a group of white-haired maids. Is there a chance to meet the Blood Emperor Amon? Guyuna's eyes condensed slightly, and she felt more and more that it was a good choice for her to come and apply for the job. Dozens of kilometers north of Jialing Pass, Yan Jin was looking at the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall from a distance in the air. Several huge momentums collided in the air, making the surrounding air unusually dull, and the clouds in the sky also took on an abnormal shape, as if they were torn apart by something. Wow. Did you take the wrong medicine today? You dare to take the initiative to attack? Yan Jin's dark red eyes flashed with a fierce light. This war has lasted long enough, and it's time to end it. Bibi Dong's face was solemn. She now only hoped that this last madness could give her enough faith power to start the 9th test. And if you didn't run away every time you fought, it would have ended long ago. Yan Jin said with a hint of contempt. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and said proudly, "Say hello first." As a wave of soul power spread, nothing happened at the scene point, but Bibi Dong and others who had fought with her all changed their faces. Because nothing happened at the scene, it means that what happened is temporarily beyond their observation point. Almost reflexively, they looked up at the sky. After a while, a bright, orange-yellow dot appeared in the sky point. Even though they were still far away, they felt the terrible power contained in that dot. Douluo opened his 3 pairs of wings with a solemn expression, and flew higher. The soul power mixed with the power of angels surged, and a huge angel shadow appeared behind him. The lightsaber burst out with a bright light like the sun. A beam of light shot from the angel soared into the air, and above the clouds, it smashed the meteorite into pieces. The meteorite turned into meteors all over the sky, fell down, and was worn away by the friction with the air. Angel. Martial spirit. Not bad. By the way, I forgot before, now I think of it, Hanglian asked me to teach the high priest of the angel god a lesson. That is you. She suddenly remembered this, and stared at Douluo without turning her eyes. Hanglian. Snake. Douluo's face changed slightly. He had seen Yan Jin use God's descent to control the body of Hanglian Snake to fight. But from her tone, there is another relationship between her and Hanglian Snake besides prey and hunter, isn't it the soul beast you hunt? Douluo asked tentatively. Yes, but it is also the high priest of the god of fire. It said that you used divine power when fighting it, which was not a martial ethics. Yan Jin casually revealed this secret information. High priest of the god of fire? Douluo and Bibi Dong's pupils shrank, as if they thought of a possibility. 1 Amon has put enough pressure on them. If another god appears, even if Rinxu and Bibi Dong both enter the realm of God, it is still unknown who will win in the end. The two of them looked at each other and saw the killing intention towards Yan Jin. It seems that you have guessed it, so don't run away this time, and fight until the last drop of blood is shed. Yan Jin grinned with a fanatical smile. Space lock opened. God's domain opened. This time, Yan Jin did not use the ice and fire yin-yang domain, which was also a great burden on himself, but used more power on the space lock to increase the difficulty of their evacuation. Then, she transformed into a huge black dragon and roared towards Douluo. Seeing that familiar posture, Douluo seemed to have returned to the time when he fought with Dishan in Wuhan City a few years ago. Yan Jin blew a breath of dragon breath, and the extreme flame mixed with the extreme coldness formed a power to annihilate everything. Douluo used the purest divine power to open the angel shield and block the attack. Although my realm has not increased over the years, I have not made no progress. Douluo looked calm. He became more in line with the angel throne and could borrow the power of the throne more effectively. A huge black sickle appeared in Bibi Dong's hand, with countless magic patterns circling on it and extreme evil thoughts entangled on it. Yan Jin's eyes condensed slightly and his face became solemn. He felt a fatal threat from Bibi Dong's weapon. It seems that Lei Yin's guess is right. You will be the final beneficiary of pushing this war together with Amon. Is that the weapon of God? Yan Jin did not show too much fear or dread, but seemed eager to try. After hearing what Yan Jin said, Bibi Dong and Douluo's faces were not very good, which showed that Amon was not completely unaware of their plan. Before they took the initiative to reveal the news that Rinxu had also accepted the god's test, They created the illusion that they wanted to prolong the war by cooperating with Amon in order to delay time and wait for Kyan Rinxu to become a god, so as to cover up Bibi Dong's plan to become a god point. But I didn't expect that Amon and the others had already guessed about this. Chapter 283 Yan Jin becomes a god. Just when Yan Jin was about to rush over, a figure in a black classical robe appeared in front of her. The huge black dragon stopped suddenly, with a trace of confusion on its face. "Amon, why are you here? Let's stop this battle," he said in a gentle tone. When Amon saw Kyan Daoliu using pure divine power and Bibi Dong showing the Rakshasa demon scythe, he didn't intend to let the three of them continue fighting, so he came out to stop them. Whether it was Yan Jin's ice and fire extinction, Kyan Daoliu's angel divine power, or Bibi Dong's Rakshasa demon scythe, they could all emit the power of god level. Degradation rules for this kind of power. The three of them had no corresponding resistance, and they would either die or be disabled after being attacked. Among the three of them, two had the hope of becoming gods, and the other could help people become gods. No matter who died, it would be a great loss for Amon. Don't fight anymore. Yan Jin lifted the dragon transformation and returned to human form. Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu looked at Amon with extremely solemn expressions on their faces. This might be a strong man who had set foot in the realm of gods. Amon didn't care about the solemnity on their faces and said with a smile, "It's not the time yet. We are not ready for the final battle. Let's wait for a while. We will see different scenery at different levels. Maybe by then, we will feel that the current fight is unnecessary and ridiculous. Of course, it is also possible to continue the current conflict and continue the fight. But we are just one step away from the final victory, so let's wait until we really get over it. How about it? Just one step away from the final victory?" In other words, Amon didn't become a god either. But what about the fluctuation that day? No, this guy's words can't be believed. There is a high possibility of misleading or concealing. Even if what he said is true, as long as one or two key points are missed, it will give people a different feeling. Bibi Dong thought secretly in her heart. Having heard Amon's lies many times, she naturally knows his style. But knowing this, Bibi Dong still can't help but subconsciously believe him. Bibi Dong did not notice the influence of Amon's second soul skill's passive effect on improving affinity. She just thought that what he said was too real. Even if she was alert, she would still fall into his language trap unconsciously. "We all need this war. I hope it will continue. Do you want to make an agreement? Strong men above the title Douluo cannot take action." Amon suggested. This condition is too much in line with Bibi Dong's mind, but because it is too much in line, she dare not agree to it outright. "Okay." It was Kyan Daoliu who spoke. He nodded in agreement without thinking too much. "Then it's settled." Under the gaze of Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu, Amon put his hand on Yan Jin's shoulder and took a step forward. Their figures suddenly disappeared and reappeared next to Lei Yin. Lei Yin looked at this thin young man with a look of surprise on his face. He saw Amon a few days ago as a fat man. The war continues. Winning or losing doesn't matter. Don't do anything yourself. If Bibi Dong or Kyan Daoliu starts to fight, retreat immediately. Amon ordered Lei Yin. "I know." Lei Yin nodded. After Amon and Lei Yin disappeared, Bibi Dong looked at Kyan Daoliu. "Why did you agree so quickly?" "Because there is no better choice." Kyan Daoliu showed a helpless smile. This was the first time in his life that he felt so powerless that night. Yan Jin was in the small house she made of magma, and the more she thought about it, the more unhappy she became. She hadn't beaten Kyan Daoliu yet, and she hadn't fulfilled Hong Lion's wish yet. Yan Jin puffed her cheeks, and in a state of annoyance in her heart, she broke through. Her soul power level from level 98. Crossed the last obstacle and reached level 99. In an instant, the surging soul power surged out, and the terrifying power swept in all directions like a tsunami. Lei Yin showed a slightly surprised expression, then turned into a lightning and quickly moved to Yan Jin's side to prevent anyone from harming her in Jialing Pass. The strong men of the spirit all looked at the red light rising in the distance with doubt and were horrified. Bibi Dong felt a toothache and made a hissing sound. "That monster has become stronger again. She suppressed so many of us with her own strength. I once forgot that she has not reached her limit. Kyondaoliu had a bitter look on his face point at this moment. A red beam of light rose from a distant place, flew over the night city, flew over countless mountains, hills, and rivers, crossed the sky, and shot straight towards Yan Jin. Guyuna stared blankly at the red beam of light that passed overhead, with a strange and puzzled expression on her face. Was that the throne of God? Countless Amons looked up, with regret, teasing, or expectation on their faces. This throne of God is really like a puppy looking for its owner. Are you so impatient? But I really didn't expect that the first one to become a god would be you. Yan Jin had a blank look on her face. After the breakthrough, her unstable soul power spread everywhere, but she had no time to restrain it now. She felt that the call was getting closer and closer. It seemed like, if you don't come to me, I will go to you. A small golden red dot fell from the sky and immediately turned into a flame that bloomed like a flower. The strong flames shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire sky like daylight. The raging flames brought intense heat, vaporizing everything around. Lei Yin's face changed, and he quickly turned into lightning and moved away. He used the heart network to order every soldier of the Douluo Empire, run. The farther the better. The soldiers who were still worried about military regulations and afraid of being treated as deserters, and did not dare to evacuate too far at will, immediately ran like wild horses. The flames ignited everything. Dust, rocks, air, and even the clouds in the sky were burning. The suffocating pressure emerged, which was a terrible oppression that even the 99th level extreme Douluo felt stuffy in his chest. It was a terrifying breath like the wrath of heaven and earth. The flames spread to Jialing Pass, igniting this ancient pass. The soldiers and generals of the Wuhan Empire who had just evacuated looked at the burning city and thanked Bibi Dong in their hearts. It was she who gave the order to retreat in advance. Feeling the strong power of faith from the army, Bibi Dong looked strange. Did I give the order to retreat just now? That's what the army said. Jinny replied. Flames. Flames. Flames everywhere. Burning. Burning. Everything is burning. The whole world seems to have turned into a huge furnace, and the air is filled with hot breath, which makes people's skin feel burning. And in the center of the flames, there is nothing. Only a girl in red clothes, long red hair, and dark red eyes. Yan Jin raised his eyebrows and cursed. Damn, did I ask you to come over? Get away from me. It's not time yet. She looked at the red light floating above her head and showed displeasure. The god of fire paused for a moment and finally rushed towards Yan Jin's body. Don't come in. Yan Jin screamed. She turned her head, stretched out her arms, raised her palms, and kept moving left and right. The red light sank into her body, forming a red flame pattern mark on her forehead. Yan Jin. She stroked her forehead, feeling the burning heat in the center, and frowned. Then, an even more terrifying pressure swept around like a storm. God's might. Real God's might. After the throne sank into Yan Jin's body, the 9 tests of the god of fire naturally began. Countless flames gathered and condensed into 9 light curtains in front of her, on which rolled complex, ever-changing, and incomprehensible golden divine texts. The first test of the god of fire. Become a soul master. Reward, none. The second test of the god of fire. Become a soul lord. Reward, none. The third test of the god of fire. Become a soul sect. Reward, none. The fourth test of the god of fire. Become a soul king. Reward, none. The fifth test of the god of fire. Become a soul emperor. Reward, none. The sixth test of the god of fire. Become a soul saint. Reward, none. The seventh test of the god of fire. Become a soul Douluo. Reward, none. The 8th test of the god of fire. Kill the red lotus serpent and turn it into the 9th soul ring. Reward, god of fire. The 9th test of god of fire. Become a level 99 ultimate Douluo, and refine the god of fire. Among them, the 1st to 7th light screens have all lit up, with flames burning on them, which are the completed god tests. The golden divine text on the 8th light screen is shining, which is to be completed. The divine text on the 9th light screen is dim, which has not yet been opened. Yan Jin held his chin. His mind was a little confused. I didn't complete the 8th test. She stared at the light screen for a long time, stretched out her hand, and changed the 9 and the 9th soul ring written on the requirement to 8, and then Flames began to burn on the 8th light screen. The 8th god test is completed. The 9th god test is opened. And the rich power of faith is mixed with the flames, burning a hole in the space. The flames wrapped Yan Jin into the void, connected to the whole point. Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu looked at the burning flames with heavy faces. The godhood ceremony, the 9th test of the god's test, she is going to inherit the throne. Bibi Dong's eyes were full of unwillingness. It was just a little bit, obviously just a little bit. She found that the counterattack order she issued at the end was much more effective than she expected at the beginning. The strong power of faith came from all over the world. According to this trend, within a month, she would be able to start the 9th god's test and become the Rakshasa god. But at this last moment, someone got ahead of her. Kyan Daoliu let out a long sigh. Zua is still a step slower. Under the threat of a god, can the glory of the angel god bloom again? Bibi Dong and Kyan Daoliu also thought about stopping Yan Jin's ascension to the godhood, but the blazing flames prevented them from getting close. That was the real god's fire, the godhood ceremony. Amon said ha, then snapped his fingers and released the stolen distance around him. The flames seemed to be burning on his body, but in fact they were separated by a long distance. He walked towards the center facing the flames. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284 Yan Jin. No one can steal my throne. In the endless void countless stars shine. Those distant stars seem to be huge burning fireballs. Yan Jin was in this place without heaven and earth, looking at the countless stars. Her heart was shocked, and she felt that she was so small. An inexplicable call came into her heart. She seemed to see the fire that bloomed when the universe exploded, the flames that destroyed everything produced by the supernova explosion, and the magma ocean rolling on the surface of the planet when it was formed. Yan Jin took a deep breath and calmed down. She heard a voice calling her in the void. It seemed that she was worried that she would not come. As time went by, she stood at the door of a magnificent hall in the blink of an eye. It was not known whether Yan Jin moved to the front of the hall or the hall moved to Yan Jin. The hall was supported by 4 thick pillars, with no walls on all sides and an arched dome above. The pillars were hundreds of meters high, and the distance between each pillar was also 200 or 300 meters. The pillars were carved with patterns of flames, which looked simple and mysterious. Right in front of the hall, there was a long, platinum-colored staircase that extended all the way to Yan Jin's feet. Looking at the steps in front of her, Yan Jin raised her eyebrows and walked up. Then, the steps moved, like an elevator, automatically moving upward slowly, sending Yan Jin to the hall. The ground also moved, sending her to the center of the hall. In the center, there was a flame-shaped statue. With the arrival of Yan Jin, the surface of the statue glowed red, spreading from a small dot to the surroundings, and in a blink of an eye, it turned into a real flame. The flames quickly spread to the surroundings, from the center to the surroundings, and then ignited the dome along the pillars. The flames were not hot for Yan Jin. A warmth came, making her feel as comfortable as taking a nap in the sun in the middle of winter. Stars fell one after another, and the entire void fell into a sea of fire. The hall also collapsed in the sea of fire. As far as the eye could see, there was only flames. The powerful enemies that had been fought before appeared one after another in front of her. Slime, flowing flame lizard, flame king dragon, flowing fire toad, magma jellyfish, red king, red lotus, Dishan, Bibi Dang, Kyan Daoliu, illusion? Who cares? You don't accept it? Come and fight. Yan Jin had no fear at all. Magma emerged from his hands, and he hit forward with a big fire spray. These enemies moved, and they used one skill after another to fight back. As in Yan Jin's memory, the illusions that were both illusory and real were shattered one after another. Yan Jin felt that she was becoming more and more adept at controlling the flames. She seemed to have become the master of the flames. All the birth, death, and flow of the flames were in her mind. When all the illusions were shattered, a figure wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on the right eye appeared in front of her. Amon. Yan Jin looked puzzled. Amon waved his palms and praised. Yes, you really stepped into the realm of God as I expected. Then, give me the throne. I should have said that I need everything from you. He had an evil smile on his face and looked at Yan Jin as if he was looking at delicious food. Yan Jin walked in front of him without saying a word and then punched him hard in the face. Amon seemed to be stunned by the attack and fell back heavily. Yan Jin threw another left hook, hitting his left face, and the monocle broke, leaving a bloody mark on his face. She kicked forward and kicked Amon away. After doing all this, she clapped her hands, put her hands on her hips, and said triumphantly, I've wanted to do this for a long time, even though I'm just a fake. She stepped forward, her expression turned cold. I know. Amon gave me the soul ring of Emperor Cheyenne and the million-year soul bone of Cheyenne Meng Ice Silkworm, treasures that ordinary soul masters have never heard of. The only higher level thing he seeks is the position of God. All the gifts have been secretly marked with prices, and I'm willing to pay these prices. You are a false illusion, and you want to sow discord here. As she said, she crushed Amon's head with one foot. Amon walked into the void and locked onto the Vulcan temple in front of him. He stepped forward, and the distance seemed to disappear. In an instant, he came to the center of the whole. The stars did not fall, the void did not turn into a sea of fire, and the hole did not burn. Only Yan Jin was surrounded by flames, with his eyes closed, standing motionless in the center of the whole. Her hair became even more red, as if there was fire flowing, and she exuded a faint divinity. The flames surrounding her were like the ministers guarding the king. Amon raised his right hand and pinched the upper and lower edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb. After a slight hesitation, he still stretched out his right hand to Yan Jin and made a grasping motion. He didn't steal anything. Yan Jin opened his eyes and looked at Amon with a smile, as if asking for credit. Amon, you are here. I wanted to give it to you when you need it, but it ran over by itself, so I can only give it to you in advance. Amon glanced at the red diamond-shaped lens wrapped in flames that quietly appeared in front of him, with a blank expression on his face. The reason why he didn't steal anything was because Yan Jin took the initiative to throw the throne to him. Before he stole it, there was no hesitation, and no reluctance. He can't steal something that the target doesn't have. I'm not stupid. Your goal is the throne of God, right? I've already guessed it. The price you have to pay in return for your gift to me. Only something of this level is appropriate. Amon did want to steal Yan Jin's throne of God, but his main purpose of stealing the throne was not for the throne itself, but for the act of stealing the throne. To believe in becoming a god, two conditions must be met. One is to make a great feat that can trigger the rules of heaven and earth, and the other is to point to the faith related to this great feat. For example, the sea god spent 1,000 years conquering the sea and collecting the faith of countless marine creatures before he condensed the sea god throne. Amon has been planning for his own deification since a long time ago. When he was still Duke Amon, he had already used the special nature of the Time Worm martial spirit to collect faith in advance. He issued a decree in the territory to reduce the punishment for theft and increase the difficulty of judging theft, and used his clone to spread the nickname Duke of Thieves to associate himself with theft. Later, the Cheyenne Dao Empire wanted him for theft, which further deepened his image as a thief in people's minds. It was rumored among soul masters that he stole the treasures of the Xingdao Great Forest. This was also deliberately spread by Amon in order to strengthen the connection between theft and himself. Later, he replaced Qinghua and stole the Xingluo Empire. These are all merits related to theft. Others' cognition of this also provided him with beliefs related to theft. But this is not enough. Not only is the merit not great enough to trigger the rules of the world, but the belief is also too thin to condense the position of God. Amon has solved the problem of too little belief. In addition to the belief related to theft, he also has beliefs such as Blood Emperor, Conqueror, Tyrant, Destroyer, and so on. As Emperor Tudor originally, this kind of belief, that has nothing to do with thieves, cannot be used to condense the position of the god of thieves. But Amon has a trick. He can use the deception rules to temporarily let the rules mistake these beliefs that have nothing to do with stealing as the beliefs of thieves to replace the missing parts. In addition, because his connection with Yan Jin and Lei Yin is close enough, he can also use this connection to steal the beliefs of God of Fire, God of War, God of Thunder, and God of War, pointing to them, and use the method of deception to make up for the lack of belief point. And if you want to make a stealing behavior, that is enough to trigger the rules of the world. What is more appropriate than replacing the original owner and stealing his position at the last stage of someone else's god-making ceremony when he is about to become a god? So what Amon wants to do is actually to become a god through belief, condense the thief's position, and then use the power of the god of thieves to directly accommodate the stolen position and permanently occupy the stolen position. Then he became a god with two god positions, but Yan Jin, who was very smart, gave up at the last moment when he was about to become a god. He gave him the god of fire position directly by taking advantage of his partial control over the god position, which made Amon have nothing to steal. Without the ability to steal the god position, Amon could not use it to trigger the rules of the world and become the god of stealing. The god of fire position did not recognize Amon. Even if he could temporarily deceive the god of fire position through deception, accommodate and become the god of fire, his deception was ultimately lacking and could not deceive permanently. Sooner or later, he would be backfired because of insufficient fit. In fact, Amon had already made a feat that was enough to trigger the rules of the world. He traveled through time and could condense the door position by himself, but he had no relevant beliefs. He could also use deception to use those messy beliefs to cast the door position, but this would also be temporarily successful because the level of deception was not enough and it would be backfired by wrong beliefs over time. The only ones who can use miscellaneous beliefs to become gods and not be backlashed afterwards are the god of thieves and the god of errors. Only this god can use his own authority after ascending to the godhood and ignore the problem of backlash. Amon looked at Yan Jin, who looked like, "I'm very smart. I helped you get something good. Praise me now," and was silent for a long time. He raised his right hand and touched the bottom edge of his monocle with the knuckles of his index finger and said, "TSK, I still missed the human heart." Chapter 285, The Secret Price. Seeing Amon's gloomy look, Yan Jin was a little confused. "What's the human heart? I should teach you what lies and deception are, instead of being like this, being as stupid as a curly baboon all day long." A look of helplessness appeared on Amon's face. "Am I stupid?" Yan Jin's face suddenly fell, and he said in frustration. Dazzling stars shone from Yan Jin's body, and she felt that her consciousness was getting blurry. Vaguely, he seemed to see Amon wrapped around his body like a python. She suddenly thought of what Amon said, "The secret price tag. Everything about me. Is this what I mean?" Everything in the past flashed through Yan Jin's mind one by one, starting from when Amon took him to hunt slimes. He beat up all his classmates in the academy in the north, stole the show in the Soul Master competition, was admired and worshipped by countless people in the war, and in the end, absorbed the soul rings and soul bones of so many ferocious beasts, and suppressed the spirit all alone. A faint smile appeared on Yan Jin's face. Lei Yan has grown up, his younger brothers and sisters are living well, and the old man's revenge has been avenged. I have lived a wonderful life these years, and I should be satisfied. But why do you still feel like crying? She stretched out her hand, as if to hold something. Yan Jin offered no resistance, and only left a few words in his mind. "Tell Lian to take good care of his brothers and sisters. If Lian is also your target, then let the old man take care of them." Xinghu restrained himself. Yan Jin reached out and took out a pair of monocles from the void, put it on his right eye, adjusted the position, and muttered, "Why don't you resist, you idiot?" She raised her hand and took away the burning red diamond-shaped lens, held it and stuffed it into her mouth. The great hole in the void began to collapse, starting from the dome above, shattering inch by inch. The figure of rock ember gradually faded and disappeared, and she went to the bone church. Amon took one step forward and appeared at the entrance to the void. He looked at the slowly closing entrance, stretched out his hands, held both ends, and pulled hard to widen the entrance. Then, he got into the hole in space, and returned to Douluo continent. A magnificent wall suddenly descended into the void hall, as vast as the sea and as powerful as a prison. Failed. Good. The candidate you chose seems not very good. Did you shrink back when facing a strong enemy in the last illusion? Ha. Cowardly people are not worthy of inheriting my divine throne. Forget it. Just let it go. As Amon emerged from the void. The flames burning on the Jialing Pass battlefield became smaller and smaller, and eventually extinguished, leaving only a piece of scorched earth and the remains of the unburned city wall. Why is he alone? Where's Yan Jin? Bibi Dong asked with a puzzled look. Maybe failed. Liu sighed with emotion. It seems that the road to becoming a god is far more difficult than we imagined. Even such an amazing and talented person died sadly in the end. He felt strong worry in his heart, worried that Kian Rinksu would not be able to overcome these difficulties. TSK failed. Amon whispered to himself. Although his voice was small, it could be heard clearly by Bibi Dong and Kian Liu. A hint of joy appeared on Bibi Dong's face. A great enemy disappeared like this, and the Spirit Empire would have to face much less pressure. Amon glanced at them, making the two of them extra vigilant. But he didn't seem to pay any attention to them. He took a step forward and came to Lei Yan with a look of disinterest. Lei Yan was silent for a long time and then asked in a trembling voice, Sister, she asked you to take care of your brothers and sisters. Amon was neither sad nor happy and said in a very calm tone. Lei Yan then and took a few steps back. His body shook and his face turned pale. Sister, she told me before that she wanted me to take good care of my brothers and sisters. I didn't care at the time, but she had already expected today. Amon pinched his monocle and responded, maybe. As for how to go next, you can choose for yourself. I no longer need the Tudor Empire. If you need it, I can give you the throne of the empire, but the position that the tyrant voluntarily gave up has no legal basis. I suggest that you overthrow the empire and seize the throne yourself. If you don't need power, you can also take away the wealth in the palace's treasure house. Well, I haven't touched it much. There should be quite a lot. Then return to the north and live with your brothers and sisters. Amon reached out and grabbed Lei Yan's older thunder magnetic gun, 30,000-year-old right arm bone and thunder speed 60,000-year-old left leg bone, and exploded the Ice Bear King and Titan Snow Demon King. The soul bone was handed over to him, and after a short pause, he took out the wing-shaped attached soul bone left by ZG. This is what your sister left for you. Lei Yan held these 3 pieces of soul bones that exuded a faint halo and were perfect without any defects. There was no joy in his heart, and he shed tears silently. With your ability, you can probably hunt any ferocious beast easily. I won't worry about your 9th soul ring. Then, see you again. Amon's figure gradually became illusory. The color became lighter and lighter. The lines on his body became more and more blurred and finally disappeared. Lei Yan put the soul bone into the soul bone space of his left arm bone, stood quietly alone in the darkness for a long time, and then turned into a ray of thunder and disappeared into the sky. Kian Liu, Bibi Dong, and the other title Douluo from Wuhan Palace looked at the lightning disappearing in the sky, with doubts on their faces. Golden Crocodile asked in surprise, what do they mean? The rock ember has fallen, and Lei Yan has left. Looking at the chaotic appearance of the Tudor Empire's army, it seems that the Blood Emperor Amon is not present either. King Luan observed the Tudor Empire's army and replied, is it possible that they just gave up the war? The empire doesn't want it anymore? Lion Douluo looked puzzled. Kian Liu thought for a while and said, it's not impossible. Maybe their purpose in launching this war is to promote Yan Jin to become a god. It may have something to do with faith, or it may be a requirement for the divine test. War is always about blood and fire related. The Blood Emperor represents blood, and Rock Ember represents fire. After Rock Ember failed, the goal was lost, and there was no need to continue fighting, so the war naturally didn't matter. 4. Existences like them, the Tudor Empire is nothing, and neither is secular imperial power. Becoming a god is the only pursuit. Who doesn't long for the supreme eternity? Bibi Dong showed approval. The key now is that Amon may represent blood. So has he succeeded? If he succeeded, well, let us go. Even for gods, other gods are a threat bar. I don't know. It may have failed, but somehow escaped the backlash and survived. It may also have succeeded, but because gods have different realms and look at problems from different angles, it is difficult for us to speculate on a god's. The idea is just like those emperors of the 2 great empires who have not gone very far on the path of soul masters do not understand the ideas of you and me. Kai and Douluo responded softly. Amon's disappearance made Bibi Dong slightly uneasy, but this uneasiness soon gradually disappeared amid the steady flow of faith. Soon, the damage to the Rakshasa god's throne has already been replenished in the war, and the power of faith is also flowing in continuously. Enough faith will soon be collected to start the Rakshasa god exam. Because Bibi Dong is not used to condense the divine status, there is no need for specific beliefs related to functions, as long as the number is sufficient and it points to oneself. Lion Douluo looked at the chaotic Douluo Empire's army and asked, do we need to take advantage of the situation and defeat them? Bibi Dong thought for a while and replied, no need, reorganize the army, and wait for orders. Douluo Empire. The residence of the Minister of Ceremonies Rommel was lying on the sofa with a leisurely expression. In front of him, the cabaret troupe he invited was performing a dance that had been practiced for a long time. The girl wearing complicated and gorgeous costumes has a graceful figure and dances like a peacock with its tail spread. Behind him stood a row of white-haired maids wearing half-covered clothes, some carrying drinks, some carrying fruits, all with respectful faces. Only Gu Yuna didn't take anything and looked at Rommel with a look of disgust. Do you think that with such an emperor and such officials, this country is hopeless? Rommel suddenly said. Gu Yuna was stunned for a moment and realized that this was what she was talking about. She thought to herself, does your human country save me? What does it have to do with me? It would be best if they all died, she said with a cold voice. I don't understand this. It's just that as a leader, you don't want to make progress, and as a courtier, you indulge in pleasure. It's just a matter of time. Rommel chuckled. You are right, but what does it matter? The captain once told me that the basis of rule is strength, not anything else. In this world, where great power belongs to oneself, when your power is enough to surpass the violence of the state, then no matter how the lower class objects, your position is as stable as a mountain, and no matter how prosperous a country is, it may be destroyed in an instant under the interference of higher level forces. The captain's goal is to hit the highest realm. As long as he succeeds, even if everything comes to nothing now, he can easily re-establish a more powerful empire. The great power belongs to oneself, a higher level of power. Gu Yuna held her chin thoughtfully. At this moment, a bolt of lightning penetrated the window and came in. The shattering sound of the window made the dancer in front stunned for a moment, and Gu Yuna's eyes were also attracted to it. The thunder gradually dissipated, and Lei Yin, wearing a blue-black military uniform, ocean blue hair, and blue eyes, appeared in front of Rommel. Rommel raised his eyebrows. Yin, what are you doing here? Chapter 286 Yin and -039, S choice. Didn't you go to the front line? Could it be that the domestic riots have become more serious, and you have to contain them? You are so busy. Why don't you learn from me? Become a dog officer under the dog emperor, and do easy and interesting bad things every day, Rommel said with a smile. Lei Yin's face was expressionless, showing no emotion or anger. Sister is dead, huh? Rommel was stunned. Lei Yin said in a low tone, my sister is dead and the attack on the divine realm failed. Amon no longer needs the Douluo Empire. He said that I can take it away if I want it. Rommel changed from lying to sitting, leaning forward, and his expression became serious and serious. My condolences. Where is the captain? What did he do? I don't know. His plan has never let us see the whole picture clearly. He asked me to seize the Douluo Empire or go back to the north to live in seclusion. Lei Yin responded, there is a feeling that a storm is coming. The wars in the past few years are probably just the prelude to something. Rommel sighed. After a moment of silence, he continued, what are you going to do? It doesn't look like you want to go back to the north to live in seclusion, right? Well, I will become the new emperor of the Douluo Empire, but I need your support. I'm not good at internal affairs. Even if it is chaotic, it is better than order in the hands of others. Lei Yin stared at Rommel. Rommel smiled with a deep look in his eyes. Oh, chaos is because the captain needs chaos. If you want order, I can also give you order. Of course, I can guarantee that there won't be too many areas. Maybe you can invite Vidiel and Alia over. They are better at it. Also, what about the fat man in the city? He should be considered the captain, right? Lei Yin thought for a while and said tentatively, how about kill him. Amon said that it would be better if I took the initiative to seize the Zen position than if he gave it to me directly. If the fat man is still there, indicating that this was a sacrifice that he left behind on purpose. Rommel said, hey, I've long been unhappy with that fat man. It's really damaging to the captain's wise image. He waved to the opera troupe and made troop, you guys, go down. There are some things that it's better not to hear. The members of the opera troupe and the white-haired maids who had long wanted to plug their ears seemed to have been granted amnesty. Only Gu Yuna was a little regretful that she could not hear more information point at this moment. Rommel said, Miss Gu Yu, please stay for a while. Your identity must not be simple, and you have an ulterior motive for applying as a maid. Rommel's words almost made Gu Yuna's hair explode. She looked solemn and whispered, when did you find out? Now? I just lied to you. I didn't expect you to admit it like this. Rommel spread his hands. With a joking smile on his face. Gu Yuna's face froze, then turned gloomy. Are you kidding me? Rommel raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Okay, it's my fault. Actually, the last sentence was just to tease you. You are usually so obvious. Can I not notice it? Gu Yuna first hard point. She had the urge to take out the silver dragon gun and give it to this guy. I guess you are a noble lady whose family was ruined because of that dog emperor, and you want to take revenge by sneaking in secretly? Wait, your target won't be me, right? Rommel looked horrified. Gu Yuna's face calmed down, and she said in a somewhat deep and gloomy tone, my home was literally destroyed by him, and my family died because of him. Very good. Let's kill the dog emperor together. Lei Yin will step on the bones of the old king and become the emperor. You will take revenge, and I will continue to be a dog official for the common people. We all have a bright future. Rommel said excitedly. Gu Yuna asked, what is the difference between the dog emperor and the captain in your mouth? The dog emperor is just a puppet, or a clone. In short, the captain is the captain, and the dog emperor is the dog emperor. He is just a fat loser. Rommel answered without hesitation. Sure enough, the person in the city is just a clone, but by following these two people, I should be able to get more information. The guy named Amon makes me even more uneasy than the gods. Thinking like this, Gu Yuna nodded. Okay, let's go together. When will we do it? Rommel looked at her in surprise. What? Do you really want to assassinate His Majesty? I'm a loyal minister, and I said this deliberately. I just wanted to test for His Majesty whether you have any rebellious intentions. I will report it right away. Gu Yuna took a deep breath and looked at Rommel coldly. Murderous intent surging. Lei Yin also looked at him with deep eyes, and there seemed to be thunder in his eyes. Well, what I said just now was just a joke. Choose a time to take action. Rommel twitched the corner of his mouth and changed his tune decisively. It's up to me. Rommel, remember to help me spread the word that I overthrew the tyranny of the Blood Emperor and established the Second Tudor Empire. Lei Yin said solemnly. Rommel patted his chest and assured, don't worry, I'm the best at publicity. Due to the loss of command, the Tudor Empire's army was defeated like a mountain, and the Long Front was completely defeated in just a few days. The Wuhan Empire's army advanced step by step, regained a large amount of territory, and restored the national boundaries to the time before the Soul Beast War, when the Xiandao Empire had not yet ceded territory to the Star Luo Empire. The supreme commander of the battlefield, Pope Bibidang, also received support from the army and the people. However, after regaining the lost territory, the Wuhan Empire did not continue to advance, because Bibidang was not sure of Amon's attitude, nor was she sure of Amon's current state. And according to this trend, she would be able to gain enough faith in a short time, so there was no need to make trouble. Lian and Romel's actions were not carried out immediately. The emperor of the Tudor Empire was still Amon, but due to the defeat in the war and the pain brought by years of war, signs of rebellion appeared in various parts of the Tudor Empire, and several nobles announced their separation from the rule of the Blood Emperor. The war brought hunger, poverty, chaos, and more suffocating oppression. Countless people cursed the Blood Emperor, hated him, loathed him, and hoped that someone could overthrow his rule. In the darkness, People always look forward to light point, and the light that penetrates through the layers of darkness and brings hope will also be praised by the world. So, Lei Yin, it's about time for you to smash my darkness and illuminate this country with your thunder, right? I hope you won't be like a certain idiot. In the palace of the Tudor Empire, the chubby Amon calmly accepted his fate as a sacrifice. He pinched his monocle and muttered with a smile, "Well, this is probably the price of being a tyrant and enjoying yourself." In a certain basement, there was no light, and deep darkness enveloped everything. Suddenly, a sizzling sound was heard, followed by dazzling lightning. The blue-white electric snake kept moving, and the dark blue light illuminated the darkness. Lei Yin stood up, with thunder jumping in his eyes. He refined the last 3 soul bones that Amon gave him, and his level reached level 90. Of course, this is not his limit, but he was limited because of the lack of soul rings. Because he increased too much at once, he couldn't control his surging soul power. The surging current broke through the basement, and his body moved to the ground with the current. It seems that you have gained a lot. I envy you too. You can get the captain's full training, Rommel said sourly. Lei Yin did not comment and replied, "But it also has a price. Sister has already demonstrated it." "Even so, are you still envious?" Rommel shook his head decisively. "Forget it. I still want to live longer. Don't ask me for too dangerous things. I will be satisfied if I can become a titled Douluo and enjoy more time." "Didn't Amon give you a set of 50,000 year soul bones? It shouldn't be difficult to become a titled Douluo. The soul beasts in the Xingdao Great Forest are gone. Is there any place you recommend? I need a soul ring, preferably more than 400,000 years old." Lei Yin asked. Rommel hissed, "I have been with you guys for a long time. I have some doubts about my worldview. Why do you say you want to hunt such a big guy? Maybe you can try your luck in the sea. This world is very big. In addition to land, there is also the ocean. And many attributes of soul beasts in the sea are related to water, thunder, and wind. Maybe you can meet them." Lei Yin pondered for a moment. "In the sea, give me the information about Sea God Island. I'll go find it and send it to you later. Go." Yun looked at Lei Yin, whose soul power was surging, and judged his current level from the fluctuation of soul power, with a slightly gloomy look in her eyes. "This means that another soul beast of a relatively old age is going to be killed. Even though she has only commanded soul beasts in the Stardao Great Forest and has not had much contact with other places, it is still a soul beast. Although she is still in the recovery stage, she has always had the idea of leading soul beasts to rise and counterattack humans. Therefore, all human heroes are her potential enemies." Gu Yuna suddenly had the idea of killing Lei Yin now, but she quickly dismissed it. She looked up at the sky with some fear. The spiritual network covering the entire Night City has not been some dispersed. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. It is most important to use the 2 of them to find out some details about Amon. Thinking of this, Gu Yuna restrained the murderous intent in her eyes. Lei Yin glanced at her and ignored her. He didn't know Gu Yuna's true identity, but he guessed from some details that Rommel knew something. Rommel was very timid and even a little afraid of this white-haired girl. Although he was a little curious, he suppressed his desire to explore. There is no need to rush to find the truth. Sooner or later, clues will be revealed. Lei Yin's body suddenly turned into thunder and rushed out of the city. He needed a wider venue to adapt to his skyrocketing soul power. Chapter 287. Alja. On the western border of the Wuhan Empire, beside the vast sea, a majestic city stands. Hanhei City. This sea-breathed city was once the outpost of Wuhan Palace's defense against Poseidon Island. However, after Amon rose and became the #1 threat to Wuhan Palace, the attention it received decreased greatly. Compared with the Sea Soul Master who hangs alone overseas and never participates in land battles, the ambitious and cunning Amon obviously needs to be more guarded against. A young man wearing a blue-black military uniform, dark blue hair, and blue eyes walked to the city gate and looked at the majestic city without saying a word. After watching for a long time, he finally lifted his legs and continued walking forward. "Stop. Foreigner, are you a soul master?" Lerov, who was wearing regular clothes, but with a guard sword on his waist, walked over. "Is something wrong?" Lei Yin asked calmly. Lerov said, now all mainland soul masters entering the city need to report to the Poseidon branch and receive their identity cards. There is a law enforcement team composed of sea soul masters patrolling the road. If you are asked to show your identity card, you must cooperate. If you cannot show it, you may be considered an enemy and attacked. Lei Yin raised an eyebrow. Poseidon Branch Hall? Identity tag? As far as I know, this should be the territory of Wuhan Hall. Did they abandon this place? Lerov's expression changed, and he reminded in a low voice, don't mention the name of that continental force here. Vast Sea City is now ruled by Sea Soul Masters. Also, be careful of thieves. In Hanhei City, it is normal for your wallet to be stolen. If you encounter it, you can only consider yourself unlucky, thief. Lei Yin's eyes narrowed slightly. Lerov said with a gloomy look, thieves are very rampant here. My wallet was stolen again yesterday. He nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Lei Yin was led by a guard to the Poseidon Branch Hall located near the city gate. A soul master from the mainland? The deacon of the Poseidon Branch Temple could smell the temperament of Lei Yin. That was different from that of a sea soul master at a glance. Tell me about the recent situation in the interior. Don't hide anything. If we find you talking nonsense, we will treat you like a spy. The deacon is a soul sect, and he is exuding soul power at this moment. Faintly pressing towards Lei Yin. What about the situation inland? It seems that the sea spirit masters can't sit still anymore. The civil war in Douluo continent also makes them feel uneasy. But would it be a bit passive to just take control of Hanhei City and then understand the situation through inquiring soul masters from the mainland? How dependent are you on the sea? Not even willing to send someone to find out the news. Lei Yin thought to himself. Lei Yin said some things that ordinary soul masters can know. Then he saw the soul sect deacon looking confused. What? The Spirit Empire counterattacks. The Tudor Empire is suffering from internal and external troubles. Could it collapse at any time? The last version I heard was that the Tudor Empire was almost going to annex the Wuhan Empire. The executioner nodded calmly. Very good. The information you mentioned is valuable. I will report it. Then he took out an identity card. This is your identity card. Remember not to lose it, otherwise you will be in trouble. These are extraordinary times, so Hanhei City has strict control over mainland soul masters. Lei Yin glanced at the identity tag in his hand. It was made of some kind of sea plant and had a fishy smell. He has a clear smile and a sign with a unique smell that can often be traced through some means, but he didn't care about this and asked, if I want to go to sea, who would be more suitable to go to? The soul sect's deacon's face darkened, and he warned seriously, going to sea? You can't go to sea. Hanhei City explicitly prohibits anyone from assisting mainland soul masters to go to sea. Otherwise, they will be listed as apostates by Poseidon Island and be punished. Lei Yin's face gradually darkened. His temper has not been so good recently. Just when he was about to have an attack, the Sea Soul Master Deacon suddenly looked around, then lowered his voice and said quietly, this is what the regulations say. I must warn you. This is my duty. But you can go to Alger. He was once a subordinate of Captain Clean who made his fortune by going to sea. Later, after Captain Clean was unfortunately killed on a voyage, he bought a boat of his own and started ocean fishing. Everyone says that he is the man who is most familiar with the sea. He will help you find what you want. By the way, remember to say that I introduced you. When you go to him, he will give me an introduction fee. Lei Yin found Captain Alger in a tavern. This is a middle-aged man with ocean blue hair like himself. His face is resolute and his eyes are as deep as the sea. Hello. Ah. You Captain Alger? Lei Yin stepped forward to say hello. Mainland Soul Master? Are you here to hunt soul beasts? Before Lei Yin could tell his purpose, Alger made it clear. Seeing this situation, Lei Yin smiled. It seems you are very experienced. Alger took a sip of sea idea and said, yes, many mainland soul masters have approached me. I heard that there is something wrong with the Stardow forest. The cost of my voyage is not low. It depends on the year of the soul beast you want to hunt. Variety. You can wait for some time and join a group with others, which can bring a lot of discounts. Of course, if you are not short of money, you can also charter the boat yourself. Lei Yan threw the soul guide ring, which was filled with various gems and gold coins. It was roughly estimated to be more than 100,000 gold soul coins. This is just a deposit. Olja swallowed his saliva, as if dazzled by the huge wealth. After a long time, he said with some difficulty, deposit? Deposit? What kind of soul beast do you need to hunt? Thunder. Attribute more than 200,000 years. Lei Yin answered calmly. Olja's expression changed, and then he showed a bitter smile. You are buying your life. He held the soul guide ring, struggled for a moment, and gritted his teeth and said, done. But we will only send you to a specific sea area, and then stay away, and agree on a time, 2 days, or 3 days to pick you up. You don't need to pick me up, just put me in the sea area, where the target soul beast often appears, and then I will give you the balance, and give you an hour to leave. Lei Yin responded, okay. Olja's face showed joy. Give me a day to gather the crew. If that's all, it will be much safer. The next day, the sky in the east just turned white, and the golden light shone on the sea. Lei Yin boarded Olja's sailboat point. Although it is a sailing ship, a soul guide propeller is installed at the stern. If necessary, the mast can be cut off, and the soul guide can be used for fast sailing point before leaving. Olja confirmed again. Are you really looking for a beast that is more than 200,000 years old? You mainland soul master should know better than us how terrifying that thing is. It was only after the beast tied in the stud our great forest threatened you that we discovered that there was such a terrifying existence above the 100,000 year soul beast. I can't be sure that the soul beast I'm taking you to find this time is more than 200,000 years old. I only know that it is a very terrifying soul beast, which is definitely not comparable to ordinary 100,000 year soul beasts. Of course, I can't guarantee the authenticity of the news, nor can I guarantee that I can find the soul beast. I have only heard many related rumors. After all, few people who have seen that ghost thing can survive. If we don't find it, or if we find it, it doesn't meet your requirements, we can take you to other seas to find other rumored soul beasts. Lei Yin nodded. This is reasonable. Olja said in a low voice. Then let me tell you about our first target. This is a sea monster called Steel Sea Dragon. It is a special individual of the Emperor Sea Dragon. It has an indestructible body like steel and the power to summon thunder. According to rumors, it can turn the entire sea into a thunder field. When it is angry, the sky is covered with dark clouds and thunder clouds roll. If the rumors do not exaggerate its power, then this should meet your requirements. Well, you arrange the itinerary and tell me. After arriving at the target sea area, Lei Yin walked towards the cabin point. A sailor ran to Olja and asked, Captain, is this really okay? Judging from his appearance, he may be in his 20s. He went to hunt that kind of monster alone. The sea area where the Steel Sea Dragon lives is one of the absolute forbidden areas on the sea. Olja waved his hand indifferently. What does it matter? The rumored Blood Emperor who stirred up the storm on the mainland is not very old. More importantly, the money he gave is enough. With this money, all of us on the ship can retire and live a stable life for the rest of our lives. Isn't that good? The sailor smiled. That's true. Men who make a living on the sea are never afraid of gambling, because every time they go out to sea, they are risking their lives. Sigurd Island. Sigurd Temple Point Tangson walked to the Sigurd platform in the center and grasped the long handle of the Sigurd trident that was inserted upside down in the center, like a black stick point. At this moment, he felt as if he was holding the entire Sigurd mountain and the entire sea point. An indescribable sense of terrifying pressure filled his heart. He only felt that his arms were so heavy. He wanted to pull out the trident, as if he was pulling up the entire mountain point. The long handle was warm, as if blood was flowing. The divine pattern on Tang San's brows bloomed with brilliance, and a hot power flowed through his body. A faint golden color began to spread from the place where he was holding, and soon, the entire long handle exposed outside the sea god platform was dyed golden. Tang San felt like he was holding a piece of iron, and waves of burning pain came from his palm. But he gritted his teeth and didn't let go. He had a hunch that, if he let go at this time, he would never be qualified to hold it again. A trace of blood overflowed from his palm and flowed onto the long handle. Tangsen had already released his martial soul body, and his soul power as high as the title Douluo level was fully erupted, and his bones creaked. On the side, Ningrangrang released the 9 treasures glazed tower body, trying her best to add all the gains that could be added to Tangsen. Tangsen injected his mental power into the trident brand on his forehead, and the sea god trident on the platform finally showed a slight shake. The trident slowly lifted up, and the more it was pulled up, the heavier it seemed. Tangsen saw the part of the trident exposed above the ground, with a diamond-shaped hole, as if something was missing. A thought exploded in his mind, and he remembered what Jamin had said to him. The vast sea universe cover is the key to the sea god's inheritance. The missing part is the vast sea universe cover. A blue triangle flew out from Tangsen's brows, shot into the sea god trident, and embedded in the hole, just filling it up. He suddenly exerted force, accompanied by a harsh friction sound and a burst of surging power. Tangsen pulled out the entire trident. Chapter 288. For Xiao Wu, I can give up everything. The sea god platform trembled violently, and the sea god temple, sea god mountain, and even the entire sea god island were trembling. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and the whole world was dark. In this gloomy world, the sea god temple was emitting dazzling light. The golden light shot up into the sky, breaking through the dark clouds, and penetrating the darkness. The 7 sea god holy pillars also lit up at the same time, shining brightly. The light lasted for more than 10 seconds, illuminating the dark clouds in the sky into a golden cloud. The clouds changed and formed a figure. It can be vaguely seen that this figure is wearing armor and holding a golden trident that seems to be able to tear the sky and the earth. The 7 holy pillar guarding Douluo in front of the sea god temple looked up at the sky and knelt down on the ground at the same time, worshipping the figure condensed by the cloud. The same scene appeared in every place on the sea god island. All those who saw the vision put down their things and knelt on their knees. Even the baby seemed to be attracted by it, opened his eyes wide, and stared at the sky motionlessly. The pressure of the sea god swept across the sea. At this moment, the wind stopped, and the waves subsided, and all marine creatures felt the great pressure above their heads in the demon whale sea. A whale as big as an island slowly emerged from the sea, with a white circle of its right eye staring at the phantom, revealing an interested look. In the sea dragon sea, a graceful dragon broke through the sea surface. It was covered with metallic scales, and a row of fins extended from the back of the neck to the tail. Its slender snake-like body did not look slender, but gave people a sense of power. It narrowed its eyes, stared at the clouds for a while, snorted coldly, and dived back into the sea. The virtual image of the sea god in the sky gradually became clear, and his face became the same as Tangsen. Xiao-san, that's Xiao-san. Damu Bei shouted. The sea witch looked at that face with a dull expression. She remembered the face of the person who killed her sister, and it was somewhat similar to this face. When Tangsen went to her to take the 5th test, the two sides even fought directly. If Poseidon hadn't stopped them, it would have been a life and death struggle. Damn it, why do you have such a face? The sea witch gnashed her teeth and whispered. At this time, the sea god trident had completely turned golden, emitting brilliant golden light, with complex patterns wandering on the body of the trident, and the diamond-shaped gemstone transformed by the vast sea universe cover also changed from blue to gold, blooming with brilliance. Tangsen raised the trident in his right hand, shining brightly. At this moment, he became the center of the sea god temple, the center of the sea god mountain, the center of the sea god island, and even the center of the entire sea. He was recognized by the sea god's divine weapon, pulled it out, and completed the sea god's 7th test. Tangsen showed a happy smile on his face. The reward for the sea god's 7th test is to increase the sea god's affinity by 15% and obtain the right to use the sea god trident. Outside the sea god temple, the light and shadow in the sky suddenly shrank, turning into a stream of light pouring in from the top of the sea god temple and into the sea god trident. Poseidon's voice came. Congratulations, you have completed the 7th test of the sea god. Among the 9 tests of the sea god, the first 6 tests are just the foundation. Starting from the 7th test, it is the real test from God. Child, you have taken an amazing step. There are 2 tests left. I believe in you, because Tang San's strength at this time is stronger than in the original work. He has reached the title Douluo, so after completing the 7th test, his condition is much better, and he did not fall into a coma point. Although he was a little weak, he was still full of energy, and his mental excitement covered up his physical fatigue point. He concentrated his mind, and checked his 8th test. The 8th test of the Sigurd 9 tests. Cultivate the martial soul to the 9-ring level, gather the soul bones of all 6 parts of the body, revive the loved one, and kill the deep sea demon whale king. Seeing such conditions, Tang San was excited. Especially the resurrection of Xiao Wu, which was something he had always wanted to do, but had not done. Tang San released his blue silver grass martial spirit, and the 9 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, red moved rhythmically. He looked at his 6th soul ring. His eyes were extremely gentle. Xiao Wu, wait for me, I will let you come back soon. As if responding to him, the 6th soul ring shrank slightly, and vaguely, it seemed that the starlight could be seen flowing. Tang San has collected 6 soul bones, namely the wisdom skull of spiritual concentration, the right arm bone of power amplification, the left arm bone of the soft bone rabbit, the right leg bone of flying, the left leg bone of the sky blue bull python, and the trunk bone of the evil demon killer whale. What he needs to do is to add 9 soul rings to the clear sky hammer, kill the deep sea demon whale king, and then revive Xiao Wu. Poseidon's face darkened slightly, and he said softly, your 8th test is terribly difficult. Tang San smiled slightly. The difficulty of this test is to revive Xiao Wu, right? Poseidon shook his head. Not only that, the deep sea demon whale king is also an extremely terrible opponent. It is probably only one step away from breaking through a million years. What? Tang San's face also changed. Senior, are you saying that the age of the deep sea demon whale king is more than 990,000 years? Poseidon nodded. Although the combat effectiveness of the deep sea demon whale may not be as strong as that of the Deshan race, but with the advantage of realm, the comprehensive strength of the deep sea demon whale king will definitely not be inferior, not to mention that it lives in the sea. If you want to kill it, you can only fight it in the sea. Tang San was a little confused. The deep sea demon whale king's momentum was indeed strong, but it didn't seem as terrible as Poseidon said. At least when he fought with it before, he didn't think it was so strong, that it was invincible. You guys have encountered the demonic whale king of the deep sea before, right? Don't underestimate it, just because you think you can escape from it alive. I'm sure it's definitely not serious. To deal with you, the most it can do is just look at the ants on the roadside casually. Just step on it. Bosasi reminded. Tang San was still a little puzzled. It might have been like that at first, but he himself had absorbed a lot of life essence from the deep sea demonic whale king through the 8 spider spears. Did the other party not care about this? But don't be discouraged, you still have it. Bosasi pointed at the Poseidon trident in Tang San's hand that had returned to its dark appearance. This is Lord Poseidon's weapon. It is a true artifact. Even I cannot fathom what kind of power it can exert in the hands of the successor. After a moment of pause, Bosasi looked at the white rabbit that ran out of the Ruai treasure bag and rested on Tang San's shoulder and said, ignoring the deep sea demonic whale king for now, resurrecting her is also difficult. If you resurrect her according to your own method, you will lose your left arm and all the soul rings, and you will have to bear the cost of lowering the soul power level by 10 levels. This is really, is it worth it? You will not be able to pass the next Poseidon test, you will not be able to become Poseidon, and you will not be able to return to the mainland to face that terrifying opponent. I have a way for you to pass the 8th test without resurrecting her. Although your Poseidon affinity will be slightly lower, it is better than losing the chance of becoming a god completely. But I need to remind you that if you use a trick, her soul ring will be completely integrated with you in the final Poseidon ceremony. Even if you become a god, you will not be able to resurrect her. Tang San was silent. The pressure brought by Amon, his responsibility to the teacher, the sect, the academy and his companions, and his love for Xiao Wu conflicted, leaving him in a dilemma point. After thinking for a long time, he said with a helpless smile, I'm sorry, High Priest, I'm afraid I have to live up to your expectations. I would rather give up everything to resurrect Douluo. Bo Sakes' face instantly became very gloomy, and she said coldly, "Are you sure? Are you sure you want to give up the divine test for her and live up to Lord Poseidon's expectations of you?" Tang Sun nodded heavily and emphasized again, "For Douluo, I'm willing to give up everything. What's the point of a world without her?" He turned around and was about to walk outside the Poseidon temple. "Stop." Bosakes stopped him. Tang Sun didn't look back. "Senior, do you have any other instructions? If you want to persuade me to give up Douluo, then there's no need to say anything. I'd rather give up myself." The gloom on Bosakes' face gradually receded, revealing a smile. "I'm moved by your persistence in love. You're so handsome. Your great-grandfather was just like you now. Unfortunately, he fell into the trap of the Rakshasa god." There was a look of regret on her face, and then she said abruptly, "I have a way for you to resurrect your lover, while avoiding most of the costs." "What?" Tang Sun suddenly turned around and looked at Bosakes in astonishment. With a touch of excitement in his eyes, Bosakes smiled and said, "A few years ago, your great-grandfather was seriously injured when he came to Poseidon Island. In order to heal him, I traveled all over the sea and hunted more than a dozen sea soul beasts that were over 100,000 years old. Finally, successfully obtained a right leg bone with powerful healing ability, which can even regenerate broken limbs. Unfortunately, it still can't cure your great-grandfather. Maybe it's fate. This soul bone can be used on you now. You only need to cut off your right leg bone, replace it, and then use Poseidon's light for basic treatment. This right leg bone will establish a connection with you, exert its powerful healing ability, and make your right leg heal. Leg regeneration. Then, use the same method to cut off the left arm, and replace it with another left arm soul bone. I happen to have a 300,000-year-old left arm bone in my hand. Use it to replace your current soft bone rabbit left arm bone. Not only will you not lose your soul power, but you will also be able to improve it. When resurrecting your lover, you don't have to pour all your soul power into her. She can't bear that much power. Return the sixth soul ring to her, and under the light of Poseidon, you can revive her. Resurrection. But this does not guarantee that she will reach the best state before the sacrifice. Actually, the best choice is to pour your 1 to 4 soul rings into her body and then return the 6th soul ring. But if you want to make up for the lost 1 to 4 soul rings, you need the same soul beast. According to the information I have received, something has happened in the Stardow forest. It may be difficult for you to find the same kind of soul beast again, and your current situation makes it inappropriate to return to the mainland, so we can only adopt a compromise method. Tang Sun said with great excitement. "Thank you, High Priest, for making it possible." Bo Sakes' eyes showed some kindness. "You are the person chosen by Lord Poseidon, and you are also his great-grandson. As an elder, I naturally have to take care of you." Tang Sun asked his doubts again. "What about my 6th spirit ring? Do I need to hunt the same kind of spirit beast to replenish it?" There was a trace of worry on his face. He loved Douluo. He didn't want to hurt Douluo's kind. Bosakes' words dispelled his worries. "This one is unnecessary. After all, it is obtained from a sacrifice. There is always something different." Hanhei City, West Wall. A beautiful woman with long red hair, dark red eyes, and a red dress sat on the wall, her slender legs hanging freely in the air. In her hand, she was playing with a shrunken, shiny bone that exuded blue-green light. This was the right leg bone of blue silver grass, obtained from Tang Heo's corpse. The soul bone gradually faded and disappeared in his hand. Yan Jin raised his right hand, pinched the monocle on his right eye, and smiled. Poseidon has a lot of good things in his hand. This is good, so I don't have to send him the right leg bone of the blue silver grass. The 8th test requires the 9 soul rings of the clear sky hammer to be supplemented. Counting the 6th soul ring of the blue silver grass martial spirit, a total of 10 soul rings are needed. Well, I will arrange it now. Chapter 289 Revive, my love. Accepting Poseidon's advice, Tang Sun rested for 2 days and adjusted his condition before preparing to replace his soul bones. Poseidon took out 2 boxes with a serious look. The boxes were made of special materials, which sealed the energy fluctuations caused by the soul bones inside. When she opened the lid, Tang San's pupils shrank when he saw the surging energy. Even the trunk bone of the evil demon killer Whale King was inferior to the energy fluctuations emitted by these two soul bones, especially the left arm bone that was black and had a deep light, which even made him feel a little scared. This left arm bone was actually left by your great grandfather, Poseidon explained with a smile. It's just right for you, great grandfather. Tang San had also talked to Poseidon about Tang Chen and knew that he was the king of slaughter who had met in the slaughter city. Thinking back to the bloody velvet he had cast, he couldn't help but blame himself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't destroyed the slaughter city, my great grandfather wouldn't have left there, wouldn't have met Amon, and wouldn't have died. Poseidon shook his head. Silly child, for a proud man like your great grandfather, being controlled by a soul beast and being in a daze is far more unbearable than death. Are you ready? If you can't do it yourself, I can help you. Tang San smiled, and a resolute look appeared on his face. That's not necessary. The joy of Xiao Wu coming back is enough to offset any pain. As he said, his right hand formed a palm knife, and the soul power condensed on the side of his palm, and then he cut off his right leg from the root of the leg without changing his face. Blood splattered and flowed all over the ground, and Ning Rangrong, who was standing next to him, showed an expression of pity on her face. Third brother, he is so cruel to himself. Bei Chen Xiang's face showed a moving expression. Is this what it means, to risk your life for love? Xiang Xiang, I'm willing to save you. Mahanjan leaned over and said, go away. Do you want me to end up in this situation? Bei Chen Xiang said unhappily. Mahanjan scratched his head and said embarrassedly, oh, that's not what I meant. Mu Bei nodded affirmatively. Xiao-san, good job. This is the responsibility of being a man. Tang San had a slight cold sweat on his forehead. He used his soul power to capture the right leg bone and pressed it against his wound. Then, a golden light bloomed between his eyebrows. This light was transmitted to the sea god trident, which was amplified by it, becoming stronger and warmer. Tang San only felt a warm current flowing through the broken part of his leg, followed by a tingling feeling. The soul bone glowed with a pale blue light, and a few buds of flesh were pulled out from the base of the leg, and then began to spread downwards. While growing downwards, it also grew outwards, growing muscles, meridians, and skin. Soon, his right leg was restored to its original state. Since the quality of this soul bone far exceeded that of the original right leg bone, which was only 50,000 years old, Tang San's soul power did not decrease but increased, reaching level 93. Tang San exhaled lightly. Even though the expectation of resurrecting Xiao Wu made him extremely excited, even though he could endure the pain with a strong will, physiological pain was inevitable. He did not delay for too long, and immediately used the same method to cut off his left arm bone. Then he took the black 300,000 year soul bone and installed it under the powerful recovery power of the right leg bone. Tang San's left arm immediately began to proliferate, based on the black soul bone. After the left arm was completely formed, Tang San moved his left hand without any discomfort, and he even felt better. This arm was stronger and more powerful than before. Then, Tang San released the white rabbit like Xiao Wu from the Beibeo Ruai bag. He gently placed her on the ground. The white rabbit's ignorant eyes seemed a little dazed. It just instinctively wanted to get close to Tang San. Tang San's mind flashed with bits and pieces of his past interactions with Xiao Wu. My name is Xiao Wu, the dance like Wu. From today on, I'm the boss of this dormitory. Brother, help me comb my hair. Tang San murmured. Xiao Wu, we can finally be together again. This time, no one can separate us. Until the end of time, the seas dry up, and the rocks crumble. He took a deep breath, and clenched the sea god trident. The red light spread on the left arm bone of the soft bone rabbit he removed, exuding a palpitating breath. The blue silver grass was released, and 9 soul rings emerged. The blue gold airflow surrounded Tang San's body and kept circling. The 9 soul rings shone almost at the same time, illuminating Tang San. He held up the sea god trident, and the divine pattern on his forehead gushed out golden light, and a majestic, sacred, and warm aura emerged. The golden light was projected onto the trident, and a vast sea universe cover. No, it should be called the heart of the sea god. burst into a strong light. The white rabbit was particularly intimate with Tang San and was not afraid of this abnormality. There seemed to be starlight flowing in his red eyes. Tang San struggled, trying to shake the sixth soul ring out of his body. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. The sixth soul ring suddenly burst into light, frantically extracting Tang San's soul power. As his soul power poured in, two long shadows suddenly flew out of the soul ring. They appeared so fast that even with Tang San and Poseidon's mental power, they couldn't see clearly what they were. They just felt like two snakes, or insects. The two shadows followed each other end to end, forming a circle vertically. The ring rotated slowly, and scales appeared one after another, and a huge ancient mottled shadow was reflected behind Tang San. This shadow is like a clock carved from stone. It is divided into 12 grids. There are only two colors, gray and white. They are mixed with each other and have clear boundaries. When people look at it, they feel like their life is draining away at an accelerated rate. After the phantom of the clock appeared, Tang San's sixth spirit ring successfully left his body. A burst of blood mist erupted from his body, and Tang San couldn't help but change his expression in such extreme pain. Tang San didn't care about the changes or the pain. He cheered up and sent Xiao Wu's soul bone into the air to merge with the shaken sixth soul ring. Red light bloomed, and an illusory shadow slowly emerged under the divine light released by the Poseidon trident. She has long, silky black hair, a delicate and flawless face, fair and attractive skin, and eyes as beautiful as stars. Xiao Wu, my Xiao Wu. Tang San looked at this figure that haunted him, and tears of excitement flowed from his eyes. This was Xiao Wu's soul. She couldn't speak, couldn't open her mouth, and stared at Tang San, her crystal eyes filled with sadness and worry. She seemed to want to convey something, but could do nothing. Tang San looked firmly and persistently into Xiao Wu's eyes, and shouted in a roaring voice, "Resurrection, my love." The Poseidon's light suddenly condensed, forming a golden beam of light that enveloped Xiao Wu's soul and the white rabbit on the ground. In the light, the corners of Xiao Wu's mouth were slightly raised, forming a smile. The vast spiritual power pours into the Poseidon trident like a flood, and is continuously transformed into Poseidon's light, providing assistance for the integration of Xiao Wu's soul and body. Even Tang San's terrifying mental power gradually became exhausted under such consumption. His face began to turn pale and his body began to tremble. But he didn't give up. In order to revive Xiao Wu, he was willing to sacrifice everything. Just when Tang San was about to lose his support, Xiao Wu's voice came from the light pillar. "Brother, I'm resurrected." The pillar of light formed by the Poseidon's light gradually converged, and a pretty person fell out of the light. She opened her arms and rushed towards Tang San with a smile on her face. Tang San's face was filled with a joyful smile, but the huge consumption brought his body to the verge of exhaustion. When the bells that seemed to have transcended time and traveled through history rang out and swayed far away on Poseidon Island. Everything around him slowed down. The thinking of everyone present was still sharp, but their bodies seemed to be out of control and extremely sluggish. Even Xiao Wu's falling speed was slowed down dozens of times. An indescribable invisible torrent emerged, washing over Tang San's body. The hands of the huge clock behind him suddenly began to rotate rapidly. Turn counterclockwise. Suddenly, Tang San felt that his body's fatigue was getting lighter and lighter. His condition was getting better and better, and the spirit ring that was shaken out of his body to resurrect Xiao Wu also reappeared. Time has gone backwards. Both Sakes' eyes widened, looking at this miraculous scene, his face full of disbelief. This is an even more shocking miracle than Xiao Wu's resurrection. After a few turns, the ghost of the clock dissipated, and time resumed its normal flow. Xiao Wu fell into Tang San's arms, and Tang San, who had regained his strength, hugged her very tightly. Feeling the softness in his arms, Tang San wanted to rub her into his body. Except for Tang San, whose mind was filled with the resurrected Xiao Wu, the others had unspeakable shock on their faces. I right? Did time go back just now? Mahanjan's tone was full of suspicion. Damu Bei took a deep breath, calmed down, and affirmed, "You read that right. Time has gone backwards." Xiao San's soul skill restored himself to the state he was in a few minutes ago. Oscar's mouth was so big that it seemed like he could fit a fist into it. This skill is too perverted, right? If you can control it freely, wouldn't you be invincible? There was a hint of excitement in Bo Sakes' eyes. If he could go back in time long enough, could he resurrect Tang Chen, who had been dead for a long time? In the sky, Amon, who was wearing a black classical robe, a pointed soft hat, and a monocle on his right eye, was sitting on a dark cloud. Looking at Poseidon Island below point, he raised his hand and pinched the crystal monocle and said interestingly, "Hey, this skill is really useful. Thank me. I gave you all the skills to use at random." Chapter 290 News from the mainland. After a long time, Tang San finally calmed down from the excitement of Xiao Wu's resurrection. He loosened his arms, took a step back, and cast his eyes on his companions. "Congratulations, Xiao-san. Welcome back, Xiao Wu," Damu Bei said sincerely. "Xiao Wu, you are finally back." Ning Rangrang happily stepped forward and gave her a big hug. "Yes, I'm back." Xiao Wu smiled. Poseidon's voice with strange rhythm sounded, "Child, it is indeed worth being happy to meet again after a long absence, but can you spare some time now to answer some of my questions?" Tang San looked at Poseidon, and his eyes were full of respect and gratitude for this elder who provided great help to Xiao Wu. "Please, tell me, senior." "Tang San will tell me everything he knows," Poseidon asked in a gentle voice. "What's the matter with that soul skill you just used?" Tang San thought for a while and shook his head. "I don't know much either. The sixth soul ring that Xiao Wu sacrificed to me originally had two soul skills. The first soul skill is virtualization. After using it, it can make me immune to physical attacks, and we can soul power attacks by 50%. The second soul skill is random. I can't control this soul skill. The effect is to randomly generate a skill that will help me according to the situation I face. Just now, when I was about to shake the sixth soul ring out of my body, it spontaneously absorbed my soul power and started. I don't know what skill it randomly got just now, but the effect is timed. After the start time is preset, it is activated at that time, which makes my time go back a few minutes ago. Not only did it restore my body and my soul power, but even the sixth soul ring that should have been shaken out of my body and integrated into Xiao Wu was restored. It's just that the effect of the soul ring skill has changed a little. Void has disappeared, leaving only random. This Poseidon looked a little confused. Even though she was knowledgeable, it was the first time she heard of such a strange soul skill. That is to say, you can't control it. Now you can't randomly use the skill that made time go back. Looking at Poseidon's eager expression, Tang San smiled helplessly. It would be great if it could be fixed to that skill. This skill that is so powerful that it can be called a miracle. I'm also very tempted. However, even if it is that miracle, it is probably unlikely to be used to resurrect my great-grandfather. Everyone's will is unique. I have a feeling that the skill just now can't work on this kind of thing that is related to the essence of human beings and has a unique nature. Is that so? That's right. Otherwise whoever has that skill will be more like a god than a god. Poseidon sighed and smiled with relief. However, although your sixth soul skill is not a fixed time skill, it can play an unexpected miraculous effect at certain times, and the effect may be greater. Is this the infinite possibilities brought by love? Tang San's face was full of pride and pride. This is the testimony of my love with Xiao Wu, and it is our common treasure. A thief who was watching here muttered, "Well, yes, this is indeed the infinite possibilities brought by lovers." Just when the Shrek 7 devils were extremely happy about the reunion of their partners, Poseidon slowly spoke. "Although it may seem a bit ruthless to pour cold water on you at this time, it is time for you to know some things. In order to let you practice with peace of mind, I didn't tell you before." Then, she briefly told everyone what happened on the mainland in the past 3 years. These major events shocked them. The Haitian sect was destroyed. Zuking married Bibidong. The Xiandao Empire was renamed the Wuhan Empire, and the two empires went into full-scale war. Is this true? Ning Rangrang couldn't help but worry about her father and the Seven Treasures Glazed sect. It's true. This war is not an ordinary war. Even Kyandaoliu has set foot on the battlefield. Bibidong has also demonstrated the power of the ultimate Douluo, and the general of the Tudou Empire has fought against many titled Daoluos of the spirit all alone. These are what Yan Douluo personally went to the mainland to explore, and even I find it a little unbelievable. Poseidon looked solemn. She had fought with Yan Douluo before, and knew his strength. And Yan Jin was able to fight against 2 ultimate Douluos, including Yan Douluo and the rest of the title Douluos by himself, which means that the other party has stepped into the realm of God in some aspects through some means. My God, is that red-haired guy so powerful? Yan Jin smacked his lips. Zhu King's body trembled unconsciously after hearing the news about Yan Jin. The memories of the past began to awaken again, and the despair and pain of having his appearance destroyed never disappeared. Damube had a gloomy face, and the strength of his opponent made him feel hopeless about revenge. Haoshan sect. How was Haoshan sect destroyed? Tang San's eyes were filled with a hint of ferocity. It is said that at the beginning of the war, the Imperial Master Uzziah Gang promised to help the Spirit Hall to eliminate the Haoshan sect, in order to ask for help from the Spirit Hall and let them help the Heaven Dao Empire. But he didn't expect to let the wolf into the house, and finally the Spirit Hall took over the Heaven Dao regime with the help of the former Crown Prince Zhu King. Poseidon replied. Then, she continued, I didn't expect that the Pope of Wuhan Palace would be willing to sacrifice his own happiness for power and marry someone with whom he has nothing to do. What? Teacher? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Tangsun couldn't believe it. Bosexi was unmoved and said softly, we don't know what the truth is. It's just that Sea Dragon Douluo got this information when he went to inquire about the information. Sister Bosexi, what about Shrek Academy? Has Senior Hailong heard about this? Yan Jin asked with a smile. A smooth-tongued boy. Bosexi glanced at him and replied, Sea Dragon Douluo has only collected the basic situation of the mainland. His main focus is on the big forces that can determine the future direction of the mainland. He doesn't have that much energy to pay attention to one academy. A trace of worry appeared on Yan Jin's face. Bosexi looked towards the direction of the mainland and said in a deep voice, I don't know how long this war will last, but you don't have much time. This is a war involving faith and divine examination. Perhaps, after both of them get what they want, a real god will be born. As for the previous fluctuation, I don't know what happened. It may be that someone succeeded in becoming a god, or it may have failed. Already, the situation on the mainland is very confusing, but there is only one thing that is certain. Even the ultimate Douluo cannot play a decisive role in the war. If you want to become the leader in this chaos, you must become the Poseidon. You have to know that Lord Poseidon is at the forefront even among the gods. His inheritance is naturally first rate. I understand. Tangsun nodded heavily. Senior, can you prepare a sea ship for us? I want to hunt sea spirit beasts, add spirit rings to my clear sky hammer, and complete the 8th test as soon as possible. Your current condition is not suitable for fighting. Why don't you rest for 2 days before going? Although time is tight, it is not bad at all. Bosexi asked. Although Tangsun recovered a lot under the influence of the time counter current, activating the time counter flow also had a cost. Even if Amon secretly shouldered most of it for him, the remaining consumption was enough to drain a titled Douluo. His mental fatigue did not go away. No need. Tangsun shook his head and refused. Just rest on the boat for a day or 2. This won't delay our search for the sea soul beast. Bosexi agreed and reminded, since you insist on this, let's make this arrangement. By the way, don't waste the soul ring and soul bones of the deep sea demon Whale King. You can attach his soul ring to Haoshan Hammer's last soul ring. In addition, your right arm bone is relatively weak. If you have a chance, you can cut off your right arm when you are about to kill the deep sea demonic Whale King. The 100,000-year soul beast will definitely explode to kill it. The soul bone that a soul master lacks. If there is a chance, I will do this. Tangsun responded decisively. On the Blue Avenger, rough and heroic, but completely out of tune singing echoed. Push, rush, rush, OC, rushing against the grey and cold rocks. Push, rush, rush, OC, break at the foot of the rocks. This song is completely contrary to normal human cognition, with a noisy metallic roar that makes people irritated and disgusting. Lei Yin walked out of the cabin with his forehead twitching and looked at Alger expressionlessly. He opened his mouth and tried his best to restrain his dissatisfaction. I feel a little dizzy. Olja pretended to be concerned and asked, "Are you seasick?" "Oh, the ship's infirmary always has medicine to treat seasickness. You can go get some." 4. Soul masters from the mainland, they often cannot adapt to life on the ship quickly. This is normal and there is no need to show off. Lei Yan glanced at his crew members who had their ears blocked and thought to himself that your sailors are not adapting well either. He stopped being tactful and said in a cold tone that was not easy to question, "I mean, stop your damn murderous singing. You can't deprive a captain of his dream of becoming a singer." Olja tried his best to retort, "Commissions are up 10%, deal." Olja replied decisively, "Sometimes, dreams have to make some compromises with reality. Remember, if I hear you disturbing my rest with this damn noise again, I will let you and your ship sink into the sea." Lei Yan threatened in a low voice. Olja clapped his chest and promised, "Now that I have received the money, I will never sing again." Lei Yan opened his mouth, a little speechless. He had only heard of paying people to listen to singing and paying people not to sing. This was the first time. After Lei Yan turned around, Olja raised his hand and pinched his eyes. A smile of successful mischief appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Steel Sea Dragon. On the endless sea, a blue sailboat shuttled between the waves like a ghost. There were dark clouds in the sky, huge waves undulating on the sea, and the whole world was dark. The sails were swollen by the wind, and the ropes and masts trembled slightly, making creaking sounds. The sailors on the ship performed their duties and tried their best to stabilize the ship. Dear guest, don't worry. Men who make a living on the sea have encountered such small winds and waves. They will get used to it after a few visits. Captain Olja was still joking, and there was no trace of worry on his face. Your crew members don't think so? Lei Yan glanced at him, looked at the nervous looking ordinary sailors, and asked, "How far is it from the Heilong Sea area?" 50 kilometers from here. Even if we reach the sea area, the activity area of the Steel Sea Dragon is very large and not fixed, and sometimes it will appear in other places. Olja replied, "I heard that the Blue Avenger was once a pirate ship and was equipped with a soul-guided device driven by soul power. Yes, this is my treasure. I spent a lot of money to get this thing." When Olja mentioned this, a look of pride appeared on his face. "I hope that thing of yours can make your boat go fast enough for you to use it," Lei Yan reminded. "Huh? What do you mean?" Olja frowned, a little confused on his face. Lei Yan smiled, with a look of expectation on his face. He took off the ring on his finger and handed it to Olja. "I've given it to you. I'm very satisfied with this prey. One thing you said is right. The Steel Sea Dragon is indeed like a ghost, elusive and appearing in other sea areas from time to time." As he finished speaking, the already turbulent waves suddenly became more turbulent. There was thunder and lightning in the dark sky, and a silvery lightning suddenly fell down, illuminating the darkness instantly. And in front of the silver light that penetrated the sky and the earth, the Yeo dragon broke out of the water and leaped into the sky. The roar of thunder and lightning came at the same time as the sound of the slender dragon breaking through the water. The sailors on the ship looked at the giant dragon about 100 meters long with horrified eyes. "Steel Sea Dragon. Why does it appear here?" The long snake-like dragon stayed in midair for a few seconds, and its cold and violent eyes glanced at the sailboat swaying in the storm. Under the influence of gravity, the huge dragon body fell into the water, making a loud roar. It stretched out a 10-meter long part of its body from the sea, facing the sailboat. A chill rose in the hearts of the sailors, and each of them showed fear and despair. Lei Yan jumped into the sky with a smile, and suddenly turned into a bolt of lightning, and moved in front of the giant beast in the sea, sizing up the soul beast. The body is covered with metallic scales, showing an iron gray color. A row of fins grows on the back, There is a pair of straight pointed horns pointing backward on the head, and there is a sharp knife-like protrusion on the tip of the nose point. Seeing Lei Yan suddenly coming to him, a look of doubt appeared on the steel sea dragon's face. It had not encountered a human who dared to approach it for a long time. Seeing that Lei Yan did not show much soul power fluctuations while flying, it understood that this was a strong person among humans. But that's all. There are not many people in this world who can make it look squarely at point. A stream of water turned into a water blade and shot out, slicing Lei Yan's chest and cutting him in half. Lei Yan's expression didn't change at all. Thunder and lightning swam around the wound, and with a flash of blue-white light, he recovered as before. This method made the steel sea dragon become a little more serious, and it made a deep voice. Thunder, well, this is my martial spirit, so I need a spirit beast with thunder and lightning power as the 9th spirit ring. Lei Yan said softly, so, you're planning on me? A brat who's not even a titled Douluo? Ha ha ha. The steel sea dragon laughed so loudly that even the loud noise caused by the collision of the surrounding waves could not be overshadowed. No matter how ignorant you are, there should be a limit. You guys who don't know the heights of the world. Judging from the smell on your body, you are a soul master from land, right? This is the sea. I've killed 50 guys like you this year alone. The terrifying soul power spread, and the wind and waves became more violent. Huge waves tens of meters high came one after another and collided, forming a wall of water like a hill. The wind also became stronger, the clouds gathered, and the dark clouds seemed to be touched by reaching out. Thunder snakes shuttled between the clouds. Lei Yan roughly felt its soul power. It was probably around level 97. It was a powerful enemy, especially on the opponent's home court. He didn't have much confidence in winning it. But I have to try. When he lent his body to Amon in the past, his consciousness was mostly clear. Amon's words and deeds taught him many practical tips. The steel sea dragon took the lead in launching an attack, and the disc-shaped seawater mixed with the wind, like flying discs, scattered and gathered again, all flying towards Lei Yan. Lei Yan waved his right hand and burst out a bolt of thunder, scattering all the flying discs. He wanted to fight back, but found that the steel sea dragon was no longer where he was the moment the opponent launched the attack. He dived underwater. Lei Yan activated the heart net and his expression changed slightly. He captured the position of the steel sea dragon, which was rushing upwards from under the water. Boom. The giant dragon opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and rushed out of the sea. Lei Yan only had time to turn into a streak of lightning and leave the spot. However, the iron sea dragon seemed to have anticipated his response long ago, and its tail was wrapped with a circle of black lightning, whipping like a whip. Lei Yan was unable to dodge, and was whipped away in an instant, bounced a few times on the sea surface, and sank into the water. He quickly flew up from the sea and rose to a high altitude. Lei Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, secretly thanking himself for refining the left leg bone left by the Titan Snow Demon King. This soul bone provided him with a defensive soul bone skill. Otherwise, according to his original fragility, the previous blow would have made him lose most of his combat power after just a moment of fighting. Lei Yan had already discovered the difficulty of the Iron Sea Dragon. The opponent's speed was very fast, and was not dragged down by the huge body at all. Because he had previously possessed the soul bone skill of Thunder Magnetic Gun. Lei Yan also discovered the secret of the Iron Sea Dragon's movement. It uses electric current to propel its steel body, which is equivalent to firing itself as a Thunder Magnetic Gun. Since the surface of the Iron Sea Dragon is always wrapped with a layer of electric current, Lei Yan's heart net can only lock the opponent's position due to the interference of these electric currents, but cannot judge its next action through the biological current in its body. It's really troublesome. Lei Yan thought about the countermeasures, and he found that he didn't have a very good way to deal with the sea dragon. The opponent is a soul beast that uses thunder, and the soul skill electromagnetic pulse, provided by the evil eye tyrant ruler, which can be called a killer, has completely lost its effect. Ordinary thunder attacks will not have much effect, and the Iron Sea Dragon's resistance to thunder has reached an extremely high level. As For physical attacks, this is not Lei Yin's strong point, and looking at the heavy metal scales on the opponent's body, it can be seen that it is not something that ordinary attacks can break. Lei Yin felt the suppression from a higher level opponent of the same attribute. He couldn't help but wonder if it was the right choice to take the fierce beast of thunder attribute as a hunting target. A little careless, Lei Yin muttered in his heart, reflecting on his mistakes for a long time. He had fought against those powerful super Douluo without losing the wind, which made him misjudge his own strength. When fighting with soul masters, he often has the upper hand due to his speed advantage in the electromagnetic pulse trick, but when the killer fails, he is beaten back to his original form in an instant. Hehe, little ghost, is this all you can do? The body of the Iron Sea Dragon was generally hidden in the sea water, making a low mockery. Lei Yin raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and decided to try again. If it doesn't work, he will decisively change the target. Dazzling lightning burst out from his body, and 8 soul rings emerged, moving up and down. Large groups of lightning spread around him, and the electric snakes wandering between the clouds and the sky also fell down and merged into the current emitted by Lei Yin. The second soul bone skill of the evil eye tyrant overlord, gathering thunder. This allows Lei Yin to bring all these ownerless currents under his control. The Iron Sea Dragon's eyes narrowed slightly. It also had the ability to control lightning and the clouds and use the power of nature, but at this moment, the other party actually took away the control of this part of lightning from it. This made it more vigilant. A huge lightning field spread out with Lei Yin as the center, covering the Iron Sea Dragon. Lightning bolts shuttled through the lightning field and hit the scales of the Iron Sea Dragon, but did not cause any damage to it, but made the scales more shiny. Useless. Idiot. The Iron Sea Dragon sneered. It opened its mouth and thunder gathered in its mouth. A blazing white beam of light spewed out of its mouth and attacked Lei Yin. Lei Yin did not dodge drastically, but just elementalized the body within the range of the beam. In advance. The beam pierced through his body, and Lei Yin smiled. My lightning is useless to you, but similarly, your lightning attack is useless to me. This is a lie. The lightning strike of the Iron Sea Dragon is enough to hurt Lei Yin, but he evaded it by transforming into an element in advance, creating the illusion that he is not afraid of the opponent's lightning attack. Since the light of the lightning attack is similar to the light and shadow changes of Lei Yin's elementalization, the Iron Sea Dragon did not notice the abnormality. Lightning is useless. Then use other attack methods. It suddenly took off, twisted its body, and circled. Although its speed is the fastest in the sea, it is not slow in the air. Lei Yin looked serious. Whether he can defeat the opponent depends on the next moment. Chapter 292 Lei Yin and -039, S9th Soul Ring. While the opponent was flying into the sky, Lei Yin flashed and came to the sea surface. He took out dozens of spears made of iron essence from the soul bone space and pointed the spears upward. He activated the skill of the right leg bone, leaving a magnetic field that could be temporarily controlled without consuming the mind, and confined the spears to this area. The Iron Sea Dragon in the air was about to adjust its direction, and Lei Yin flashed again and returned to the sky. Troublesome way to move. The Iron Sea Dragon muttered to himself in a low voice. It mobilized the water element in the air to form an area with dense element. Lei Yin found that it was extremely difficult for him to transform into thunder to move again. Although it was not completely unusable, he would be hindered by the water element during the movement, and his speed became very slow. His face did not change. This limitation was limited. If he was defeated, he could just retreat directly, so he still did not have much psychological pressure. He used a large amount of electric current to create a lightning field, and then passed these electric currents to affect the surrounding magnetic field. The Iron Sea Dragon moves at high speed by using its own magnetic field to propel itself. Lei Yin's magnetic field superimposed on its own magnetic field, making its speed suddenly reach a level that it could not control. Just when it wanted to adjust its own magnetic field to slow down, a lightning flash exploded on its back. Lei Yin used the thunder he swung to disperse the water element on the path. he turned into lightning and moved to the back of the Iron Sea Dragon, and then activated the soul bone skill of the soul bone attached to ZG's wings. Devouring domain point, the dark blue light ball quickly spread around with Lei Yan as the center. Devouring the lightning around the Iron Sea Dragon point, he emptied the current in the thunder pool of his torso bone in the previous discharge. At this moment, he could directly guide these violent lightning into the thunder pool without worrying about hurting himself. The Iron Sea Dragon was horrified to find that he could no longer control the magnetic field and could only let the magnetic field created by Lei Yan push him forward. At this moment, the heavy and indestructible metal scales on his body became a burden, causing it to fly higher uncontrollably. He wanted to use soul power to fly to fight, but he couldn't resist the strong thrust of the magnetic field at all. Lei Yan took it flying higher and higher, and when it reached a certain limit, it suddenly changed the direction of the magnetic field. Under the action of gravity and the thrust of the magnetic field, the man and the sea dragon fell down at a terrifying acceleration. It was the first time that the Iron Sea Dragon encountered this kind of fighting method. And it was also the first time that he encountered an opponent who could interfere with his actions in this way. He couldn't find a way to deal with it for a while. The rate at which the swallowing field of ZG's external soul bone swallowed lightning was limited. Lei Yan was most worried that the Iron Sea Dragon would increase the current output, and after exceeding a certain limit, it would affect the surrounding magnetic field, making his control over it less precise. But the panicked Iron Sea Dragon fell into the psychological trap that Lei Yan had created for it before. He really thought that he was completely immune to thunder and could swallow thunder without limit. Therefore, he did not discharge with all his strength, but mobilized wind, water and other element to wrap around him to attack. Lei Yan activated the soul skill brought by the right arm bone of the Ice Bear King to form a wind and snow shield to resist. The Iron Sea Dragon's heart was shocked, and he wanted to retreat. It made up its mind to escape immediately after entering the sea, and not to fight to the death with this tricky human. With its defensive power, it would only be severely injured, but not die, if it fell into the sea in this way. As the altitude continued to decrease, the Iron Sea Dragon's fierce dragon pupils suddenly shrank. It found that, if it fell in this direction, they would hit the dozen spears that Lei Yan had restrained on the sea surface. It struggled hard, although it was not realistic to use soul power to fly to resist the thrust of the magnetic field on itself. It could fly sideways to adjust the landing point and let itself hit the sea surface instead of those spears flashing with cold light. Lei Yan's 8th soul ring suddenly lit up, and a strong electromagnetic pulse was released instantly. The Iron Sea Dragon's body stagnated and stopped all movements. After dissolving the outermost layer of electric current, the electromagnetic pulse, the killer in Lei Yan's hand, finally played a certain role. Although the effect was extremely limited, as long as there was a momentary impact, it could determine the outcome. The man and the dragon collided with a dozen iron spears like falling meteorites. Lei Yan's body was torn apart and turned into electric currents. Although he was immune to physical attacks, he could not control his entire body for a while under such a strong impact. The Iron Sea Dragon was even more miserable. The hard metal scales were like paper under such a terrifying force. They were easily pierced and crushed by the spears. The body also broke apart inch by inch. Only the first third of the spear was barely twisted at the last moment. Although it avoided the spear, the injury caused by falling on the sea at such a high speed was also not light. The scales were almost all broken, and the blood kept flowing, dyeing the sea red. Lei Yan gathered his body and did not give it time to escape. He condensed a thunder spear and pierced the head of the Iron Sea Dragon. The fierce dark yellow dragon pupil dimmed, and on the blood-stained sea, a huge soul ring with 4 golden patterns slowly emerged. He used the heart net to mix his mental power into the electric current and spread it out. He sensed the surroundings and locked onto the part of the broken body of the Steel Sea Dragon that was emitting strange soul power fluctuations. He used lightning to penetrate the seawater, and in an instant, he put the body containing the soul bone into the soul bone space and returned to the sea again. After the huge waves formed by the Steel Sea Dragon hitting the sea subsided for a while, Lei Yan took out a spherical soul guide from the soul bone space. After inputting soul power, it can form a continuous shield on the surface, float on the water, and keep the cabin stable. It was originally used as a rescue capsule after a shipwreck at sea. Lei Yan spent a lot of money to buy it in order to have a place where he could quietly absorb the soul ring. After hunting point, he input his soul power, and the sphere quickly grew in size, extending to 2 meters in diameter. Lei Yan opened the hatch, walked into it, then stretched out his hand, and began to pull the huge soul ring that was quietly suspended in midair. The soul ring moved slowly along with the pull of the soul power, and continued to shrink at the same time. Finally, it shrank suddenly, and was wrapped around the silver white lightning martial spirit jumping in Lei Yan's hand point. The turbulent energy flows along the martial soul, surging through the meridians like a river bursting its banks. Lei Yan's expression changed slightly. He put on the hatch cover, and sat cross-legged in the rescue cabin, to absorb the soul ring. A thin layer of light blue passport emerged on the silver sphere, absorbing all the impact of the seawater. Although the sphere kept rising and falling with the seawater, it was calm inside. Point, an Earthsea ship with a trident on its sail, sailed smoothly on the rippling blue sea. Point, this is Tangsen and his party who set off from Poseidon Island and headed to the sea to hunt sea spirit beasts. On the deck, Shrek and his group were doing their own thing. This time, no one got seasick and everyone seemed very comfortable. Point, Ning Rang Grang leaned into Oscar's arms, feeling the strong chest behind him, and felt extremely at ease. Point, Zhu Zuking and Amu Bei both kept their hands folded across their chests, staring into the distance. They didn't say a word, but stood very close to each other. Point, Ma Hangjin followed Bei Chengxiang with a plate of fruit. Point, Zhao Wu sat on the side of the boat, her head leaning on Tang San's shoulder, with a peaceful smile on her face. Third brother, do you still remember the agreement we made? What agreement? That's the day I sacrificed. Stop talking about this. That day was the most painful time in my life. As for the agreement, of course I will not forget it. Zhao Wu, after I deal with the chaos on the mainland, you will marry me, okay? Well, if you want, third brother, you can do it anytime. A happy and sweet smile appeared on Zhao Wu's face. Point, Tangsen stretched out his right hand and hugged her very tightly. Point, a man wearing grey clothes with his chest exposed, his skin tanned, 2 meters tall, and his muscles like armor walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. He has dark blue shoulder-length hair, a simple face, and looks very serious. This is the most powerful sea dragon Douluo among the 7 sacred pillar guardians of Poseidon Island. In order to help Tangsen hunt for the spirit ring as soon as possible, he personally led them. Point, Sea Dragon Douluo said in a steady voice, although I don't want to disturb you, the leisurely time is over. We may encounter danger next, so everyone must be vigilant. Hearing what he said, the 4 pairs of lovers turned their heads and looked at him. With you, Senior Heilong, and third brother here, there is no soul beast that we can't defeat, Mahanjan said carelessly, except the deep sea demonic whale king. He added. Point, Sea Dragon Douluo said seriously, don't underestimate the sea. The sea's area far exceeds that of the land, and it is inaccessible. Soul beasts are rarely hunted by soul masters, so there are countless powerful beings lurking in the sea. In addition to the deep sea demonic whale king, the absolute overlord who once fought against Poseidon, there are many terrifying beings. Ahead of us is the sea dragon sea area, where there lives a mutated imperial sea dragon that is over 400,000 years old, the steel sea dragon, because it is too aggressive and has a wide range of activities which seriously threatens the safety of passing ships. Mr. Pasasi once thought about getting rid of it, but failed several times. This is an extremely cunning soul beast. It will turn around and run away if something goes wrong. It also likes to launch sneak attacks from the bottom of the sea. Upon hearing that it was a 400,000-year-old spirit beast, Tang San's expression became solemn. The strongest soul bone in his body is just the 300,000-year-old left arm bone left behind by his great-grandfather. So, our first goal is to hunt that steel sea dragon? Tangsen asked. No, this probability is not high. Our target is farther away, but we need to pass through the sea dragon sea area, otherwise the journey will be greatly increased. Of course, if possible, we can also try to take action against the steel sea dragon. Sea Dragon Douluo explain. Chapter 293. The corpse of the ice and fire dragon king. In the sunset forest, between the mountains, there is a valley surrounded by poisonous fog. Because no one had repaired it for many years, the poisonous miasma had become so thin that it had almost disappeared. A gorgeous woman in red stood at the foot of the mountain, looked up, and casually burned a spider-shaped soul beast that tried to attack her to ashes. She pinched her monocle and formed a smile on her lips. Well, since the soul beasts here are so enthusiastic, then they should all join our big family. A ray of starlight lit up, transforming into a young man wearing a black classical robe and a pointed soft hat of the same color. Go and clear out all the spirit beasts in the forest. Leave it to me. The salmon took out a pair of monocles from the void and embedded it in the socket of his right eye. Yan Jin continued to walk forward. She took a step forward, the light and shadow changed, and she passed directly through the mountains and came to the valley surrounded by the center. At the bottom of the valley, an oval pool exudes a strange sheen. On one side is the blazing red pool water, as if there is a burning flame, and on the other side is the extremely cold milky white pool water, like ice that has not changed for thousands of years. Around the spring, the land on one side was burned red, while ice crystals condensed on the other side. The unique place of creation for the eye of ice and fire may be the birth of the bell spirit that gathers heaven and earth, or it may be that there is something buried at the bottom of the pool that contains the ultimate power of ice and fire. For example, the bones of the water dragon king and the fire dragon king. A smile formed on the corner of Yan Jin's mouth. She took a step forward, squatted down, and put her right hand into the dividing line in the middle of the Liangai pool point. After feeling the heat and extreme cold in the shallow depths of the pool, and confirming that it was within the tolerance of her body, she jumped into it. Swimming towards the depths of the pool. The further down you go, the stronger the power of extreme cold and heat becomes. When he got close to the bottom of the pool, even the body of Yan Jin, who had the ultimate ice and fire attributes, could not bear the severe cold and heat, and cracks began to appear on his body. Blood streaks flowed from these cracks. She raised her arm, looked at the cracks on her arm, and then stroked her monocle. Emerald green brilliance burst out from the monocle, and a surge of life force surged out of the body, allowing the cracks on the body to heal quickly. But the surrounding ice and fire energy immediately tore the skin, causing the cracks to reappear. This energy flows into the body along the cracks, constantly destroying body tissues, melting muscles, and eroding bones. Life energy promotes the recovery of physical injuries, forming a dynamic balance with the destruction of the violent ice and fire energy. Yan Jing's body's ability to tolerate ice and fire energy is also improving bit by bit. She muttered, "Hey, it's a bit slow. How long will it take to absorb this?" As she spoke, she reached out and grabbed a young man wearing a black classical robe to the side. With the depth they were in now, even if a title Douluo came, they would be eroded by the rich power of ice and fire and in an instant. Amon, who was wearing a classical robe, didn't care at all, with a gentle smile on his face. If you look carefully, you can see that the ice and fire pond water has not touched him at all and is separated by a thin layer of white brilliance. This brilliance seems to contain infinitely distant space. "Amon, give me a buff," Yan Jin said with a smile. Amon raised his right arm and touched the bottom edge of the monocle with his index finger, and a layer of silvery white light burst out. 2 small insects with 12 links flew out of the light, one after another, forming an ancient mottled shadow of a clock. This shadow is like the surface of a wall clock carved from stone, with 12 scales evenly distributed. The 3 hands of hours, minutes, and seconds, with different lengths and thicknesses, overlap and stay at the 12 mark. Then, the longest and thinnest second hand started to rotate rapidly, and everything around it seemed to be accelerated. The cracks on Yan Jin's body healed, and tore several times in the blink of an eye. She began to swim downward. Washed away by an indescribable torrent of time, rock ember hardly stayed. Every time it reached a new depth, it would immediately adapt to the ice and fire energy of the current depth, and then continue to dive. After diving to a certain depth, she seemed to be able to vaguely see 2 behemoths existing below. At this moment, Amon put his hand on her shoulder and shook his head at her. "What's wrong?" Yan Jin looked confused. "The soul power is used up." Amon shrugged. Holding her, the light and shadow changed, and the two returned to the valley above. At this moment, in the utopia of the Church of Bones, almost all Amons were lying on the ground without any image. The continuous acceleration of time had almost drained their soul power, and they were too tired to move at this moment. Amon had wrinkles on his face and his hair turned grey. In order for Yan Jin to quickly adapt and absorb the energy in the ice and fire eyes, he paid a high price point when using time acceleration. In addition to consuming soul power, you also have to spend time. The extra time spent by the accelerated target requires Amon to pay back the price 100 times, or 1000 times, 10,000 times, or even higher. Rock. Ash came to Sunset Forest in the morning, and now it's late at night. Although less than a day has passed, Yan Jin has been in the pond for a year. In addition to the huge consumption of time and soul power, the loss of vitality is also huge. If you want to use this stupid method to forcibly absorb the power of the Ice and Fire Dragon King, you will have to pay a huge price. Amon is ready to convert a large amount of resources at a loss anyway. For him, these low-level resources cost only a little time cost. If they are gone, he can just steal them again. Amon came to the forest outside the valley, stretched out his right hand, thought about it, and put it down again. He originally wanted to steal the vitality of the plants in the Sunset Forest directly, but such a movement was a bit loud, and it might attract the attention of something. So he decided to change places, and came to the Stardow Great Forest. Then, he made a grabbing motion towards the void in front of him. Soon, large areas of plants withered and died, and 1/6 of the entire Stardow Great Forest became barren. Large groups of emerald green light surged, like a torrent, sinking into Amon's body. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, outlining a smile. After a night of rest, when Amon and the other soul power recovered, Yan Jin began to dive again. During this process, her body, which was already as strong as that of a soul beast, became more and more tough, with faint golden spots, which was a sign that her body began to transform into a divine body. On this day, Yan Jin also failed to dive to the bottom of the pool. When she was just able to see the outlines of the bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, Amon could no longer bear the huge consumption. TSK. Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King, should I say that they are really comparable to the existence of the first level gods? Just the energy overflowed after death can make the body of an extreme Douluo so injured. It's a bit troublesome. Amon pinched the upper and lower bottom edges of the monocle with his index finger and thumb, and his eyes were deep. Although he said it was troublesome, he did not show any negative emotions. TSK. It's not troublesome. You can absorb it in a way that consumes less, but it will just take more time. Yan Jin spread his hands and responded. After a pause, she continued, I feel that if I do it again tomorrow, I will not be afraid of the violent energy and the yin yang of ice and fire, and enter the bottom of the pool without injury. Well, that's not bad. The stupid method is indeed the simplest and most effective way in some situations. Amon smiled and nodded. The next morning, after confirming that the Amon's conditions had almost recovered, Yan Jin jumped into the yin yang of ice and fire again. She dived quickly and soon came to the place where she stopped yesterday. At this time, she had almost adapted to this god level ice and fire energy, and large patches of golden spots appeared on the surface of her body, a bit like the performance when the invincible golden body was activated. The golden spots formed a sharp contrast with her originally fair skin, which looked a bit ugly. The ancient mottled shadow of the clock appeared again, and Yan Jin plunged down suddenly. Her body burst into bursts of blood mist, and there was a hint of golden brilliance in these blood mists. Divine blood. Yan Jin's body has been mixed with nearly half of the divine blood. As the 3 pointers on the mottled clock shadow kept turning, Yan Jin was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the pool. Finally, when the clock shadow was about to dissipate, her feet stepped on the gravel at the bottom of the pool. The bottom of the pool was much larger than the outside, half blue and half red. Even the gravel under her feet became somewhat extraordinary, because it was soaked in the special energy of ice and fire. Under the red waters, the gravel was also red, giving people a sense of heat, and each grain contained extremely abundant fire attribute power. On the other hand, the blue waters were just the opposite. The gravel was blue and full of ice power. Just the surrounding pool water and the gravel under her feet were rare treasures for soul masters and soul beasts of the same attribute. After taking a brief look at the surrounding environment, Yan Jin was attracted by the 2 huge corpses lying under the pool. These were 2 giant dragons, one red and one blue. Even though they had been dead for an unknown period of time, they still exuded a suffocating pressure point. Even Yan Jin, a level 99 ultimate Douluo, felt a shudder in his soul point. Every scale on their bodies shone like a gem and gave people a sense of toughness like gold and iron, and heaviness like rocks. There were many wounds on the corpses, which showed how fierce the fights they had experienced before they died. Yan Jin stroked the monocle on his right eye and smiled. I have paid so much for you, and I believe the harvest will not disappoint me. Chapter 294 God 039 S-Bone. Yan Jin stood between the corpses of the two giant beasts for a while, and then began her own actions. She originally wanted to split the two corpses directly, but she was embarrassed to find that the long sword condensed by her soul power could not cut the gem-like scales. Even if they had been dead for a long time, their corpses were still the corpses of gods, and their defense was comparable to or even better than Xiao Wu. After she opened the invincible golden body point holding her chin, and thinking for a moment, she thought of a way. Amon, come and help me cut this. Beside her, the illusory shadow gradually became clear. The simple lines condensed little by little, and Amon's figure emerged. He looked at Yan Jin, was silent for a while, and opened his mouth. Have you noticed that your personality has changed a lot? I remember that when you separated, you and my original body Amon were similar in personality. Yan Jin shrugged and smiled. You mean I'm more like Yan Jin? Isn't this natural? When we parasitize someone or an animal, we will inevitably be affected by the host in reverse. Isn't the demigod Mao's master of Hazel and the mystery the best example? It's just that Yan Jin's body is more intense in this regard. Generally speaking, parasitic animals will have more impact because their body structure is more different from that of humans. But I doubt that. Even if I parasitize a curly-haired baboon, my mental decline will not be more serious than parasitizing Yan Jin. Amon made a TSK sound and said nothing. 9 soul rings emerged from his body, and the 9th soul ring lit up, emitting extremely dazzling and brilliant starlight. If he wanted to cause damage to the god, Amon had to go all out. He stretched out his right hand, and a silver light shone in the center of his palm. With a solemn expression, he sensed the part of the Fire Dragon King's corpse where the energy fluctuations were most intense, and Amon aimed his palm at the middle of its right wing. The silver light broke away from Amon's palm and slowly flew forward. During the flight, its length continued to extend until it was slightly longer than the width of the Fire Dragon King's right wing. When the silver light touched the dragon's wing, the wing membrane, which was tougher than ordinary dragon scales, was easily torn apart. As if it were a fragile piece of paper, the dragon's wing fell to the bottom of the pool, making a loud rumbling sound, and the whole pool seemed to tremble. The silver light slowly shortened and dissipated into nothingness. Yan Jin walked to the fallen dragon wing and picked up a piece of fiery red wing-shaped bone emitting majestic energy from the broken part. Amon repeated the same trick and cut off the left wing of the Ice Dragon King, and also got a wing-shaped soul bone. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the bodies of the 2 Dragon Kings. His face was solemn, and the veins on his hands bulged, as if he was holding something extremely heavy. The bodies of the 2 Dragon Kings gradually became illusory and finally disappeared, leaving only 2 deep pits at the bottom of the pool. Yan Jin said to Amon, I'm now refining these 2 external soul bones. You watch over to avoid accidents. Amon nodded slightly. Yan Jin looked at the 2 soul bones in his hand with a serious expression. The left wing bone from the Ice Dragon King was ice blue, emitting extreme coldness, and the right wing bone from the Fire Dragon King was fiery red, emitting extreme heat. Even with her body now completely immune to the erosion of the ice and fire energy at the bottom of the pool, she felt a chill and burning heat. When she touched the 2 soul bones, her left arm was completely frozen, and her right arm was scorched black. Yan Jin took a deep breath and integrated the 2 soul bones into her own body. 2 energies, 1 ice and 1 fire, intertwined in her body, constantly colliding and merging. Her body seemed to have turned into a whirlpool, and the ice and fire energies that escaped into the pool of water also quietly gathered towards her. Cracks appeared on her body, just like rocks that shattered in the constant alternation of cold and heat, and red and gold blood slowly flowed out. These cracks became larger and larger, as if they were going to break her whole body into pieces. At this time, Amon took action. Amon grabbed the Stardao Great Forest without hesitation and stole the vitality of all the remaining plants. Take. The entire Xingdao Great Forest turned into a barren land. The vast torrent of vitality turned into a long green river, constantly rushing. The monocle on Amon's right eye burst into light, reflecting the long river of vitality. It seemed that endless vitality emerged, washing over the body of Yan Jin, slowly healing the cracks on her body. In this process, the traces of golden stripes on Yan Jin's body became more and more, filling her whole body, and her blood also completely turned golden. Her body completely transformed into the body of a god. The terrifying power gathered, and the ice intertwined with the flames. The power that was enough to annihilate everything suddenly bloomed. The valley disappeared, and the center of the entire sunset forest seemed to have been dug out by something. Dark cracks filled the space around Yan Jin. These fragments of space, the scars of the world. Amon stood beside her, with starlight flowing around her. The space cracks that could easily split the divine body seemed to be non-existent in front of him, and could never break through the thin layer of white light on his body. The ancient mottled shadow of a huge clock appeared behind him, and was synchronously reflected in Yan Jin's soul space. In the void, a girl with long red hair, a beautiful face, and a heroic appearance was sleeping with her eyes closed. Around her, hundreds and thousands of small insects with 12 links and exuding starry colors were swimming around, forming a sphere surrounding her. Golden energy seeped out from the endless void and floated toward the girl. An ancient mottled clock composed of worms of time appeared, and the second hand on it moved slowly at an abnormal speed, almost imperceptibly slow. And the speed of the golden energy seeping out also slowed down, and time seemed to be frozen. The golden color on the surface of Yan Jin's body receded and turned white again. She opened her eyes, clenched her fists, and felt the power of this body, with a smile on her face. Hey, he has become a god. His body is already a god's body, and his soul power is also transforming into a god. Amon nodded with a smile. Well, in this case, our next actions can be bolder and the goal bigger, but what about the soul? Although I reduced the flow of time for her soul and lengthened the time for her transformation, after all, it involves the realm of God, so I need to confirm it again. Yan Jin replied with a smile. Don't worry, it's all expected. The transformation of the soul has been greatly delayed, and I can still suppress her consciousness. In addition, she herself seems to be cooperating with us and suppressing her instinct to wake up. She doesn't want to wake up. Amon glanced at her. The smile on his face gradually faded. He was silent for a while and said softly, "What a fool." In the vast sea, the waves were undulating. In a white spherical rescue capsule, Yan slowly opened his eyes. He successfully absorbed the soul ring of the steel sea dragon. He had previously absorbed the soul power accumulated from the Ice Bear King's right arm bone, the soul bone attached to Ziji's wings, and the Titan Snow Demon King's left leg bone. Together with this time, he absorbed the 400,000-year-old soul ring. The improvement burst out together. His soul power level quickly increased to level 94. Since he had just broken through and was still unable to perfectly control his soul power, the titled Douluo level pressure spread, and the creatures in the sea were horrified and moved away. Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself, level 94 is still a bit far away. Only when you have to reach level 99 can you use faith. It depends on what Amon has planned next. He thought in his mind. Amon's plans are never isolated. Since I have chosen to seize the throne and participate in the world's disputes, I will definitely become a part of Amon's plans. To him now, an ordinary titled Douluo has little value, so there must be a follow-up point. Replacing the soul bone before was an obvious sign. Although the skill of the Ice Bear King's right arm bone is powerful, it is not compatible with me. The bonus to combat effectiveness is far less than that of the Thunder Magnetic Gun right arm bone. The advantage of replacing the right arm bone is that it has a higher lifespan and can quickly increase soul power, so he will probably help me quickly increase my soul power to level 99 so that I can try to become a god. For him, only gods are worth caring about. Yan calmed down his thoughts and stared at the sea. He didn't want to just go back to the north to live in seclusion. In addition to being unwilling to feel lonely, the more important reason was that he suspected that Amon had done something to his sister's death. At that time, the god of fire was brought to the door by himself, which shows how well Yan Jin fits it. Lei Yan didn't believe that his sister could still fail in that situation. He wanted to know the truth point, so he decided to do it, even though he knew that this choice was very dangerous and probably a path of no return. Sea ships with sails bearing the Poseidon Trident logo sailed slowly on the sea. Sea Dragon Douluo's face was a little solemn, and he said, "Something's wrong. That steel sea dragon is not such a peaceful guy. We are sailing in its territory, and it is indifferent. This is very abnormal, Ma." Yan Jin thought for a moment and said, "Could it be that it didn't notice it? Or it happened to be sleeping?" Tang San shook his head. "Fat man, Senior Hailong would say this. He must have discovered other abnormalities." See? Dragon Douluo nodded. "Yes, the soul beasts under the sea are running away, which means there must be something around them that scares them." Tang San spread his mental power. His mental strength was no less than that of ultimate Douluo, and on the sea, because of his compatibility with the god of the sea, he had more blessings, and could spread further. He could sense that under the surface of the sea, many sea soul beasts were running away in panic. The reason that caused them to flee was right in front of the ship's route. Sea Dragon Douluo took a deep breath and said, "Be careful. The calmer it is now, the more terrifying the danger will be later." Chapter 295 Battle at Sea. "There is someone, a titled Douluo, and his spirit power gives me a familiar feeling." Tang San suddenly said. The spiritual power he released captured the spirit power fluctuations that Lei Yan had just broken through and had not yet converged. Titled Douluo? In this kind of place? Damu Bei's face was slightly solemn. Could it be that this titled Douluo had a battle with the Iron Sea Dragon, so the spirit beasts on the seabed fled? It's possible. Tang San nodded. The Sea Dragon Douluo looked at Tang San in surprise. The other party's spirit power was only level 93, which was lower than his own, but he didn't expect his spirit power to be so strong. At the same time, Lei Yan also turned his head and looked at the direction of Tang San and others with a serious look. His heart net was not much worse. Although his spirit power might not be as good as Tang San's, his perception range would only be wider at this moment. He heard the conversation of Tang San and others clearly. Tang San. The people from Shrek Academy. I remember that Amon seemed to pay some attention to them. He thought in his heart. He noticed that Tang San had reached the level of title Douluo at this moment. Then he took it for granted that Amon had set up a plan for him. Lei Yan had never seen such a young title Douluo, except those who were related to Amon. So was it a coincidence that I met him here? Or was it someone's deliberate arrangement? Lei Yan's eyebrows moved, guessing Amon's plan. In the past, he was absolutely loyal to Amon, but only to his own life, not including his sister. It exceeded the scope of loyalty he was willing to bear. Although it was not completely hostile, there was still a grudge in his heart. He was now extremely wary of Amon, no longer obedient and trusting as in the past. After a little thought, Lei Yan decided to meet Tang San and see the situation. Putting the lifeboat into the soul bone space, Lei Yan turned into a lightning and shot towards Shrek and his party. Tang San's face suddenly changed, and he said sternly, "Be careful. It's coming. It's coming." "What's coming?" Yan Jin was stunned. Then he saw a burst of blue-white light shining on the bow, accompanied by the sound of electricity. The light gradually changed into a figure. The light gradually became elegant, and Lei Yan's figure appeared. Damu Bei and Zhu Zuking's faces sank. They had met Lei Yan in the war and knew how powerful he was. Yan Jin, Oscar and others were a little confused. They thought for a while before connecting the man in the blue-black military uniform in front of them with Lei Yan in the Soul Master competition. "Thunder. Douluo. Why are you here?" Tang San was alert to Lei Yan. Although he himself is no longer the same as before, he is not very sure to defeat Tang Heo, who is level 97, but the man in front of him was able to defeat his father a few years ago. Of course, he came to hunt soul rings. Since the change in the Stardow Great Forest, hunting soul rings at sea has become the first choice of many soul masters. "Isn't it you?" Lei Yan was puzzled. Immediately, he looked at Sea Dragon Douluo, his eyes slightly condensed. "Sea Soul Master? As far as I know, powerful Sea Soul Masters are basically on Sea God Island. You joined Sea God Island? So that's the case. I understand. thought suddenly exploded in Lei Yin's mind, and he found the pattern of Amon's plan. Whether it is Yan Jin, Tang San, or himself, Amon seems to be pushing others to become gods. I'm afraid it's the same reason why he asked me to save Kai and Rinksu before. Combined with his sister's experience, he might be able to get something when others are about to become gods, and his behavior of taking benefits will lead to the death of the target. As for whether this guess is right or not, whether my sister was killed by Amon, the answer will be revealed when I become a god. Lei Yin thought in his heart. Understand what? Tang San looked at Lei Yin, who showed a look of realization, and frowned slightly. He stepped forward and pointed the seaguard trident at Lei Yin. Although there is no way to get rid of Amon now, at least I can collect some interest first. If he loses a subordinate like you, it should be a big loss for him. After thinking about it, he decided to kill Lei Yin here. If he can't even get rid of one of Amon's subordinates, how can he deal with the real boss? Lei Yin looked at the murderous Tang San with a slightly cold expression. Huh, just you. If Tang San is one of the targets chosen by Amon, then if I kill him here, will it cause Amon's dissatisfaction? No. If he is really Amon's target, then I probably can't kill him, and I will definitely be blocked at the critical moment. Lei Yin intends to use Tang San's life to verify some of his guesses. He condensed a lightning spear in his hand, and his eyes showed a fierce light. Then try it. Let me see what progress you have made. Tang San took a step forward and attacked. He raised the seaguard trident and simply chopped it down. Lei Yin tried to block it, but found that the opponent's weapon was unimaginably heavy, so he quickly turned into lightning and distanced himself. What weapon is that? He asked solemnly. Tang San didn't say anything, just looked at Lei Yin with cold eyes, and flew forward. Lei Yin raised his hand, and a metal sphere shot out under the push of magnetism. He had already mastered the principle of the thunder magnetic gun spirit bone skill, and could do similar things by himself, but it was not so convenient. If he wanted to give the metal more kinetic energy, he needed more preparation time. A mother and son of the same heart flew out of Tang San's hand and collided with the metal sphere in midair, changing its flight trajectory. At the moment of collision, the outer bladder of the son and mother together gallbladder exploded, and countless tiny flying needles continued to move forward. He showed a sneer. Play with hidden weapons with me. Lei Yin continued to retreat and distanced himself. He suddenly flew high into the sky and then activated the soul bone skill of his right leg bone, converting the current into a stable magnetic field. A burst of space ripples appeared behind him, and hundreds of metal spears were quietly suspended in the air, entwined with thunder. These metal spears are different from the ones he used to fight the Iron Sea Dragon. They are just ordinary metals, not special iron spears, but they are enough to deal with people with low defense. Lei Yin opened his arms, and the spears fell like raindrops, each one carrying incomparable power. Tang San's expression changed slightly. His 8th spirit ring lit up, condensing a mirror in front of him. Destruction of the blue silver evil mirror. This is his 8th soul ring, one of the 2 soul skills provided by the 100,000-year-old evil killer Whale King's soul ring. It can condense crystals for defense or attack. Lei Yin showed a smile. His attack was not just aimed at Tang San. Some of the spears landed on the mirror in front of Tang San, making a banging sound, and some of the spears flew towards the ships on the sea. Tang San showed a look of panic. With the power of these spears, any one of them could smash the ship into pieces at this moment. Sea Dragon Douluo moved. He summoned his martial spirit, and a strong blue light bloomed. With violent energy emerging, he tore off his clothes and threw them aside, revealing his muscular body. Pieces of blue scales quickly covered his body, and his already tall body expanded a bit again. A dark blue crystal similar to an eye appeared on his chest, and a blue dragon vaguely appeared behind him. He shouted loudly, and the 8th soul ring and the 5th soul ring lit up at the same time. A large amount of seawater condensed in front, forming a giant dragon. The scales on its body changed rapidly, and after shaking off, it formed a shield in front. The shield flew forward and continued to expand until it protected the entire ship. The giant dragon formed from the seawater was entrenched in front, greatly weakening the power of the falling spear. The spear landed on the blue scales behind it, making a tinkling sound and sparks bursting out, but it still failed to break the shield. Leave it to me on board. You can just concentrate on dealing with him. Sea Dragon Douluo shouted. Tangsun breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lei Yan with an even colder gaze. You actually used such despicable means to distract me. You already have a way to die, ha. A slightly disdainful smile appeared on Lei Yan's face. You think he can block my attack? If I read it correctly, his martial spirit is the Emperor Heilang. So how about giving this a try? Lei Yan raised his height again, and the 9th soul ring he had just received lit up. A halo of red with 4 golden lines shone, and behind him, the shadow of a steel sea dragon appeared. Sea Dragon Douluo's expression on the ship suddenly changed, and he shouted loudly, "Be careful, this is the soul ring of the steel sea dragon. He hunted that 400,000-year-old ferocious beast." The sky instantly became gloomy. Large swaths of dark clouds gathered, and countless electric snakes swam among the clouds. The first skill provided by Steel Sea Dragon to Lei Yan is Thundercloud. After paying a certain amount of soul power, it can create thunder clouds in the sky. Thunder clouds can absorb the free thunder element in nature and grow rapidly until they absorb all the thunder element in the surrounding area. Its area depends on the soul power expended when activating the soul skill and the intensity of the thunder element in the surrounding environment. Tangsun stared at Lei Yan, becoming more solemn. The soul ring provided by the 400,000-year-old Steel Sea Dragon is a red soul ring with 4 golden lines, so there are 7 golden patterns on his 8th soul ring. Could it be that he got it from hunting soul beasts for 700,000 years? He couldn't help but gasp. Tangsun restrained himself a little from the complacency brought about by his progress over the years, and felt that he might have been a little impulsive in attacking Lei Yan rashly. Lei Yan raised his right hand high and swung it down suddenly. Lei Tangsun's pupils shrank, and he saw a huge black sphere appearing in the clouds in the sky. Countless electric snakes were swimming in the sphere, and there was a faint sound of thunder. Even from a long distance, he could still feel it. To the huge energy contained in the black ball. The black sphere slowly fell, carrying an irresistible power that seemed to destroy everything. Tangsun took a deep breath and held the Poseidon trident in front of him, holding the long handle in his right hand and holding it in the shape of a palm with his left hand at the heart of the Poseidon. The 9th soul ring began to shine. Chapter 296 God's Descent. The red soul ring with 2 golden lines suddenly brightened, exuding a golden red brilliance. This is the God-given soul ring that Tangsun obtained. Since when he obtained this soul ring, he already had a complete set of soul bones throughout his body, and the lifespan that he could withstand was greatly increased. So he directly received 200,000. The sea suddenly began to surge, and countless sea water gathered to form a huge sphere, covering Tangsun and the sailboat behind him. The Poseidon trident suddenly burst into light, echoing the divine pattern between Tangsun's eyebrows and the 9th divine spirit ring. Tangsun shouted, "Poseidon protects me." This is the ability of his 9th soul ring, a super defensive soul skill that can use condensed water to form a barrier that can be blessed by the Poseidon's light, emitted by the Poseidon trident. The effect is particularly significant on the sea. The falling black sphere with countless electric snakes collided with the shield formed by the blue water on the sea, making a deafening sound. Mobilize the power of the sea. Lei Yan felt the control of the sea by the weapon in Tangsun's hand and whispered to himself, "Poseidon's inherited weapon." His body jumped upwards and disappeared into the dark clouds. Tangsun looked up at the sky, feeling doubly troubled. There was a force in those thunder clouds that blocked the detection of mental power, making it impossible for him to determine the location of his opponent. His expression changed, and a sphere in the sky that was the same as before was condensing again. Yan Jin on the boat opened his mouth wide and shouted in horror, "Is that guy's soul power infinite? Can he launch such attacks continuously?" Nube said in a low voice, "In addition to the Thunder Douluo, that guy is also known as the Thunder God on the battlefield. This kind of power is really like a god." Lei Yan's soul power is no more than that of an ordinary titled Douluo, but his soul skills do not rely on himself. His martial soul and soul power only play a role in pulling together natural element, and he uses only a small amount of soul power. Harness the power of nature for your own use. The battle between these two people made Sea Dragon Douluo feel like he was looking at both sexy. He sighed, "What a terrible young man." Tangsun took a deep breath, raised the Poseidon trident high, and instantly burst out countless tiny golden blades of light, flying towards the clouds. Kill the killer whale with broken teeth. This is a soul bone skill of the evil killer whale king's torso bone. Under the power of the Poseidon trident, it explodes with a stronger attack point. The light blade disturbed the clouds, allowing Tang San to seize the opportunity to lock Lei Yin's position point. He immediately activated the ability brought by the Azure Bull Python's left leg bone, the Azure Slow Divine Claw, that he had prepared for a long time. It can slow down the person's perception and movement abilities tenfold. The huge Cyan-Paw shadow seemed to have traveled through time and space and suddenly appeared beside Lei Yin, shaking his hand. Lei Yin only felt that all his senses had become dull and the whole world was separated by a frosted glass-like barrier. He wanted to control his body, but his reaction was extremely slow. He did not hesitate and responded immediately, transforming himself into element and scattering them throughout the thunder clouds. Even if his senses become dull, the speed at which he activates his skills will not slow down. Even if his body's mobility becomes slow, Lei's speed will still not change much. Tang San lost his perception of Lei Yin's specific location again and felt that he was everywhere in the clouds. His heart gradually sank. If he didn't even know where the enemy was, then this battle would be lost. Taking a deep breath, his face became extremely solemn. He slowly raised his left arm, and earth yellow light surged. This is the strongest attack skill he currently uses, an ability that comes with the 300,000-year-old left arm bone. A shadow of a huge ape rose behind him. Terrifying energy fluctuations spread, and a bright light appeared on the sea that was shrouded in dark clouds and seemed gloomy and dark. This is a monkey with golden hair all over its body and a stick in its hand. It has its feet on the sea and its body is tall and majestic. The demon ape roars to the sky. The monkey's shadow opened its mouth, and the soul power in the mouth gathered, forming a beam of light that shot towards the sky. With a loud rumbling sound, the clouds suddenly exploded, the sky cleared, and the sun covered by dark clouds once again cast its light. Lei Yin got rid of the control of Shine King's slow divine claw. Although the damage he received in the elemental state will be greatly reduced, and his body is in an extremely dispersed state, he was still seriously injured by this move, and blood spilled from his mouth. The body is covered with bloodstains. He activated the thunder gathering ability of the evil eye tyrant to dominate the soul bones on his head to gather the thunder and lightning in the surrounding nature, and then activated the swallow domain of ZG's soul bones attached to her wings to swallow all these lightning. He used these devoured thunder and lightning to fill his body and repair the defects in his body. This treatment is only temporary. It can prevent blood loss, maintain the normal operation of damaged organs, prevent the injury from worsening, and keep your combat effectiveness from being affected in a short period of time. However, real treatment must be carried out as soon as possible after the battle. Otherwise, if time goes by, or his soul power or spirit is too much consumed during the battle, and he is unable to maintain this kind of repair, he may die suddenly due to excessive accumulated injuries. Lei Yin took advantage of Tang San's exhaustion before he could recover, and the 8th spirit ring suddenly lit up, and he used his trump card, electromagnetic pulse. With his floor exposed, Tang San's body became stiff after an invisible wave swept over him. A thunderball the size of a house fell from the sky, engulfing Tang San in an instant. Lei Yin's attack did not stop. He was holding a great killing intention towards Tang San at this moment, and took out the metal spear made of iron essence again. Driven by the magnetic force, the spear surrounded by electric current fell like a meteor. The spear rubbed against the air, the front end was burned red, and the tail flame was dragged behind, as if it was a divine punishment falling from the sky. Third brother, little San, the people of Shrek shouted silently in their hearts, but they could do nothing. They were also affected by the electromagnetic pulse, and could not move at this moment. They could only watch the spear, that looked like a divine punishment, falling. At this critical moment, Tang San's body suddenly moved. He raised the sea god trident, drew an arc in the air, and easily pushed away the falling spear. The heart of sea god in the sea god trident bloomed with an extremely bright light. Golden light rose from Tang San's body like a flame, and a golden shadow appeared behind Tang San. The shadow seemed to be a human in armor, covered with armor all over his body, and the golden light on his body was filled with a magnificent aura, oppressive, vast, and sacred. The spear fell into the sea, and the terrifying power stirred up huge waves. But before the huge waves spread, the golden shadow pressed down with one hand. The huge waves were calmed in an instant, and did not spread, as if a palm gently smoothed the wrinkles on the sea. The shadow took a step forward, and overlapped with Tang San, and the light was transferred to Tang San's body. The blooming light of the sea god was far more dazzling and sacred than what Tang San had used before, surging with a divine aura. This is the sea god. The sea god descended through Tang San's body. It's that third brother, Yan Jin, who had recovered from the effects of the electromagnetic pulse, opened his mouth wide, looking at the great and holy figure in the air in disbelief, with a look of shock and astonishment on his face. Xiao Wu hugged her hands in front of her chest, and suddenly raised her right hand, pinching her right eye socket imperceptibly, with a smile on her lips. It's him, and it's not him. See? Dragon Douluo felt the breath he had felt in the sea god temple, knelt on the ground, and bowed to the current Tang San. With a look of piety on his face, he responded, "This is the Lord of the Sea." A deep, vigorous, and majestic voice sounded in Tang San's mind. "I have been in the Douluo water world for more than 1,000 years, stepping on every inch of the ocean, conquering thousands of aquatic creatures, and finally becoming the sea god. I created the 13 golden tridents, sweeping across the universe and being invincible. Now I pass on the first 3 halberds to you. Watch out, I will only use them once." Lei Yan's hair stood on end, and an extreme sense of crisis filled his heart. He retreated instantly, gathering thunderclouds in the air again, and disappeared into them. Tang San took a step forward, and a circle of golden ripples spread from his feet. The sea god trident lightly swung a golden halo in the air. First move, unstable wind waves. The halo spread in an instant, forming a huge halo that enveloped the entire cloud. The entire cloud seemed to be solidified, and the electric snakes wandering in the thunderclouds were also fixed, falling into a state of stillness. Tang San's consciousness was dumbfounded. This move could actually freeze such a large range of thunder. The majestic voice of the sea god sounded in his mind again. Unfixed wind wave, attack, and defense in one, is the only restrictive skill among the golden 13 halberds. Tang San tried his best to expand his mental power, and felt every movement made by the sea god with his body. When making these movements, every bit of energy in his body flowed. Hundreds of lightning-filled spears suddenly fell from the clouds. Tang San repeated the same action, drawing an arc in the air with the trident, and the spears were also fixed. Just as everyone was shocked by this scene, Tang San took another step forward. Golden 13 halberds, the 20th move, 1,000 years of empty space. He chopped down with a halberd, and countless lights and shadows emerged. The halberd shadows in the sky seemed to have crossed time and space, as if someone had been swinging the halberd for 1,000 years, and every swing was revealed at this moment. The thunderclouds in the sky were split apart by the countless halberd shadows, revealing Lei Yan, who was extremely shocked. At this moment, his mind was in chaos. Tang San at this moment was obviously not Tang San, but he was definitely not Amon either. He did not feel Amon's evil and weirdness. That kind of grandeur, majesty, and sacredness suddenly reminded him of a word. God. Chapter 297 Lei Yin and -039. Doubts. Lei Yan knew that the Sea God Island enshrined the Sea God. Tang San was with the people of the Sea God Island, holding a golden trident that looked like a divine weapon, and now a god was using his body to attack personally. This god must be the Sea God. There is no doubt that Tang San is the successor of the Sea God, but can a god use the body of an heir to attack personally? This made Lei Yan's mind a little confused. His original guess was that Amon trained Tang San, sent him to the Sea God Island to inherit the throne, and then prepared to do something in the process of inheriting the throne. But this time, the god's descent disrupted his guess. If the gods can attack personally, and will always pay attention to their inheritors, then can Amon still succeed? In Lei Yan's impression, Amon is weird, mysterious, and powerful, but after all, he is still in the category of human. He doesn't think Amon can deal with God. The gods will pay attention to Tang San even at ordinary times like now, so they must be watching personally during the inheritance. Even Amon can't do anything, right? Could it be that Amon had nothing to do with his sister's death, and he hadn't made any moves in the inheritance? Or was Amon really so powerful that he could do something to their inheritors under the eyes of the gods? Or, the inheritance between gods is different. Was Tangsen really trained by Amon? Could it be that he was chosen by the sea god and became the successor of the sea god so he could grow so fast, and it had nothing to do with Amon? At this moment, thousands of thoughts flashed through Lei Yin's mind, and all kinds of thoughts rose and suppressed, and his heart was in chaos. Tangsen glanced at Lei Yin and whispered, "It's not a good habit to be distracted in battle, young man." Lei Yin's pupils shrank, and the next attack of the sea god came again. Golden 13 tridents, the third style, never to return. The trident in the hand of Tangsen rotated a circle in the air, bringing a burst of golden light, and shot out. In the illusory and distorted light and shadow, it instantly bombarded Lei Yin. A desperate explosive skill. A large amount of information emerged in Tangsen's consciousness, and he kept imprinting it in his mind through his mental power, fearing that he would miss even a little bit. Amidst a loud roar, Lei Yin's body suddenly exploded and turned into countless lightning rays. A strong golden light burst out in the air, and the sky became clear. Countless points of light floated in the air, gradually faded, and then disappeared. The golden light converged, and the trident reappeared in Tangsen's hand, turning back to black. The glory of the sea god gradually faded, and the majestic, but gradually weak voice sounded in Tangsen's mind. "Do you remember? Learn these 3 moves well, and you will have no rivals below the god level." Tangsen asked in his heart, "When can I learn the next 10 moves?" "Don't be too greedy. Wait until you become a god." In addition, the man just now didn't die, and what was destroyed was just a clone. The voice of the sea god slowly faded away. "What? Clone?" Tangsen asked anxiously. "Then where is his real body?" The sea god did not answer him again. In the distant sky, Lei Yin looked at the direction where the golden light dissipated with lingering fear under the influence of Amon. He naturally had a great interest in the skill of clone. Just now, it was his self-created soul skill, Thunder Clone. When Poseidon took over Tangsen's body and retreated into the thunder cloud, he had quietly gone away, leaving only a thunder clone that condensed a large amount of electric current and then used the heart network to remotely control it. Because Lei Yin's thunder clone was condensed by lightning, it was basically the same as him after using the weapon Soul True Body elementalization. And it was difficult to distinguish. Therefore, even Poseidon was deceived for a while, and he didn't find out until he finally dispersed the clone. Lei Yin saw clearly the soul skills that Poseidon used with Tangsen's body, and the terrible power made him feel frightened. He let out a long breath and whispered, "Fortunately I was careful. If I had stayed and fought hard, I would have died. The clone is really useful." Lei Yin did not stay for long, and turned into a lightning, shooting towards the direction of Night City. Although he used the clone to avoid the damage in the end, the injuries he suffered in the previous battle with Tangsen were real, and he needed to go back and receive treatment quickly. Tangsen slowly landed on the boat, and Xiao Wu opened her arms and gave him a hug. "Wow, third brother, you are so awesome. You actually killed that Lei Yin." Mahanjan praised with a smile. Damu Bei said, "Xiao-san, good job. Now there is one less enemy." Tang-san patted Xiao Wu's head, left her arms, and said with a heavy face, "He is not dead yet. That was not a clone, and it was not me who defeated him, but the sea god. The sea god used my body to attack, but if I meet him again, I'm more than 70% sure that I can defeat him by myself." In the end, the sea god taught me 3 magical skills, which can be used for attack and defense, and are extremely powerful. He is not dead yet? Ningrangran showed disappointment on her face, and there were still soul fluctuations on her body. She was the only one of the other 6 people of the Shrek 7 Devils, except Tangsen, who contributed to this battle, and she had been blessing Tangsen and Sea Dragon Douluo. Damu Bei, Zhu Zuking, and Mahanjan had low soul levels, so it was difficult for them to intervene in this level of battle. As for Oscar, because the battle happened a little suddenly, he didn't have time to stuff his big sausage into Tangsen's mouth. Xiao Wu watched the show the whole time, since The Iron Sea Dragon has been hunted. We can be more daring in our next trip. We can also hunt some sea soul beasts that were not originally in the plan. Sea Dragon Douluo said to Tangson with some respect. What do you mean? Oscar asked with some confusion. Sea Dragon Douluo picked up clothes from the deck, put them on, and said in a steady tone, unlike the deep sea demon whale king who is alone, the Iron Sea Dragon actually rules many sea areas. In addition to its own habitat, there is also a group of emperor sea dragons, and 2 or 3 other kinds of 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts live, which is also its territory. These sea soul beasts headed by the Iron Sea Dragon form a sea soul beast force. If we attack other sea soul beasts, with the speed and perception of the Iron Sea Dragon, it will soon be able to rush to support. So, if you want to attack them, the best way is to ambush and kill the Iron Sea Dragon directly, because other sea soul beasts don't have such strong perception, and may not be able to support it in time. Liu Bei was a little confused. What's the point of its rule? As a leader, it seems that it has not enjoyed the benefits of rule at all. Even if it is attacked, no one comes to rescue it. The Sea Dragon Douluo said with a strange look on his face. The other 100,000-year-old sea soul beasts are its, well, partners. Oh, that's it. Liu Bei, Oscar, and Yan Jin looked at each other, and all showed a wanton smile on their faces. Ning Rangrang stepped on Oscar, and her tone revealed a bit of danger. You are not allowed to have any extra ideas. If you dare to learn something bad, I will cut your big sausage. Oscar's expression stagnated, and he said embarrassedly, Rangrang, how could I have extra ideas? I'm devoted to you. It's better. Ning Rangrang nodded. Yan Jin and Liu Bei gathered together, laughing even more wantonly, until Bei Chengxiang and Zhu Zuking looked at them, and then they restrained their expressions one by one, and put on a serious look. Wuhan City, on the street. More than 3 years have passed since the Soul Beast War, and with the control of the Xiandao Empire, Wuhan City has also recovered a little. Although it is still not as prosperous as before, it is no longer deserted. A crow with a circle of white circles on its right eye flapped its wings, fell from the sky, and landed on the shoulder of a beautiful woman. Ulina reached out and teased the crow. The crow didn't seem to like it very much, and cast a slightly contemptuous look. This cold and arrogant look is really like your master. Ulina showed a trace of nostalgia on her face. Even though 4 years have passed, she still can't forget the man who protected her in the killing city. She did not participate in the action of Xiandao City, so she didn't know that German was still alive, and Bibi Dong didn't tell her the news. Yan and Ziyu followed behind Hulina. Yan had a gloomy look on his face. Nana is still thinking about that man. How can I replace him in Nana's heart? You shook his head. The light in the darkness is always beautiful, not to mention that it is the only nostalgia for that hellish place. Yan's face fell and he sighed. Maybe I should have gone in with her at that time. You smiled. If that happened, the ending would probably be different. Do you think so too? No, I mean, if you followed him, then the result now is that you are dead and he is alive. Maybe Nana can't come out alive. Yu's answer hit Yan hard. A blonde, cold, angular, and heroic woman came towards them. Ziyu and Yan's expressions changed, and a hint of hostility appeared in their eyes. It was Kan Ringsu, the granddaughter of the great priest, who came over. It was almost certain that Ulina, who had been listed as a saint, would become the next pope, but her sudden appearance changed the situation. Her talent for cultivation was so terrifying that she had reached the level of a titled Douluo. In just a few years there were already many rumors in the spirit hall that she would inherit the spirit empire. You three are here. Big sister asked you to go to Xiandao City to help with some government affairs, Kan Ringsu said after approaching. What about you? Yan said in a somewhat cold tone. Kan Ringsu smiled faintly. I don't care about these. There's no need to look at me with such hostile eyes. You can rest assured that the position of the next pope of the Wuhan Empire belongs to Hulina. Yu's eyebrows moved. Do you think we will believe it? The pope and the throne are 2 in 1, and who would not be tempted? If that position is left to Nana, then what about you? Kan Ringsu smiled and did not answer. Naturally, it is to become the god you believe in who has great power in himself, she thought to herself in her heart. Ulina smiled and said, is this what the teacher meant? Then we will set off to Xiandao City now. She walked past Kan Ringsu, paused for a moment, and turned around to remind Ziyu and Yan, who were still standing there. You two, what are you still hesitating about? Don't let the teacher wait too long. Yan and Ziyu hurriedly followed point. After getting away from Kan Ringsu, Yan asked in confusion, Nah, you don't seem to care about this. Who? Lena smiled. I'm very satisfied with today. The teacher has given us enough. No matter what decision she makes, I will not complain, and will obey it. No matter what, I will dedicate my life to the spirit hall. This is something I have decided long ago. Why, don't you think so? Yan, no, I don't mean that. It's just a pity that something that was clearly determined ended up with twists and turns. Yan scratched his head. Don't think about it, just do what you should do. Hulina responded. The crow standing on Hulina's shoulder turned its head, and the shadow of Kan Ringsu, who had already moved away, was reflected in its dark pupils just now. It felt a trace of divine power fluctuations from Kan Ringsu. Although it was very weak, it was indeed pure divine power. It raised its wings and stroked the right eye socket with feathers, with an inexplicable light in its eyes. Interesting. Kan Ringsu frowned slightly. She seemed to have sensed some malicious intent just now. Looking around, she found nothing suspicious, so she thought it was her own illusion and put it behind her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298 Bloodfang Lamprey. In an empty wilderness, Amon, wearing a black classical robe, sat on a rock. He raised his hand and pinched his monocle, showing a slight smile. Kan Ringsu's body already has the aura of divine power. Bibi Dong did not continue to provoke a war, which shows that the speed of her faith collection is pretty good, which is in line with her expectations. Poseidon personally came to help Tang San. The 8th test won't take too long. Lian's side is a little slower. The road to belief in becoming a god is not easy. Although a group of firm and loyal beliefs have been gathered in the form of war, they have been enriched a lot by the military god. I think I'm afraid it's still a bit far from achieving the position of thunder god. Well, according to the legend of Douluo continent, the ancient god of thunder also died here. I don't know whether it is true or not, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, he is very low in the ranking, and there are so many choices ahead. Everything is running on the predetermined track, and the opportunity I'm waiting for should not be far away. Beside him, there was a woman in red clothes and red hair who was busy. Yan Jin dragged a wild boar and put it on the barbecue grill and smiled. Look, the flame eyelet with my divine power is extremely efficient when used to grill meat. Looking at the clone who had let go of his personality and ran wildly in some unknown direction, Amon was silent for 2 seconds, opened his mouth and said, why don't you just cheat the rules and say it's cooked? You should be level 89, right? Except for the 2 skills Insect of Time and Insect of Star which cannot be used. You can also know the other skills that I know. Yan Jin showed a look of surprise. Yes, it can still be like this. Amon, do you really believe it? Cheating the rules is not sustainable. Meat matured in this way will change back after a while. So by doing this, you are actually deceiving yourself. A bolt of lightning rushed into Rommel's mansion, transforming into a young man wearing a blue-black military uniform with dark blue hair. His face and lips were a little pale, and his face was bloodless. Lei Yin said to Rommel, who was yawning and looking lazy, hurry up and get the healing soul master over. Rommel raised his eyebrows. You were injured so badly? Is that soul beast so powerful? Soul master wearing a maid outfit, with hair dyed white, and whose martial soul was a dandelion with strong vitality came over. She summoned the martial spirit, and the 3rd spirit ring lit up. Dots of fluorescent light emitted and penetrated into Lei Yin's body. Lei Yin's trembling body stabilized, and he let out a long breath. It's not a spirit beast. It fought with Tang San. Tang San. Rommel thought for a while, then remembered who this was, and frowned. You can't even beat that little brat. Lei Yin responded. One thing can be confirmed. In unknown places, there are indeed gods. Poseidon took action with the help of his body. God. Rommel's expression was slightly serious. Yan turned to look at the maid. Why do you still have a healing soul master in your maid group? Don't you think it's too humiliating? She is not from my maid group. Who is she? Rommel replied, you are Alana. Yan recognized this former classmate who had been away for a long time. Alana smiled and nodded. Long time no see. Yan, why are you dressed like this? Because it looks good. The sailboat sailed on the sea, passed through the Halong Sea area, and stopped in front of a small island. The island in front is very small. The longest point is no more than 200 meters, and it is shaped like an arc. There is 100,000-year-old bloodfang lamprey living here. By the way, it is one of the mates of that steel sea dragon. Sea Dragon Douluo said calmly. Tangsen activated his purple demon eyes, looked through the dense mist on the sea, and saw a snake-like creature on the edge of the island in front of him. The creature seemed to have discovered Shrek and his group, and got into the water. After a while, a whirlpool appeared in front of the ship, and the mysterious soul beast also appeared in front of everyone. Seeing its appearance, Ningrangran felt a chill and couldn't help but take a step back. It's so ugly. Zhu. Zuking and Baichengxiang nodded in agreement. The creature in front of them had an elongated body, pink in color, and densely covered with white oval spots that looked like insect eggs. The skin surface is smooth and contains mucus. When the mucus accumulates thickly, it appears milky white. But the most striking thing is its circular mouthparts arranged in circles. The inside of the mouthparts is filled with sharp red teeth, which looks like a terrifying sucker. Its eyes are small, revealing a strange light, and there are 7 gill holes on both sides of its head. Hey, don't think I didn't hear you. It's very rude to say that to a lady. A sharp harsh sound mixed with some noise came from its mouth. This voice reminded Mahanjan of a shrew who was about to curse. Sure enough, a lot of swear words spit out from the mouth of the blood-toothed lamprey. You damn bedbugs, cockroaches, bastards, sea slugs, stupid sea dragons. It turns out that stupid sea dragon is a curse word in her eyes. Oscar muttered to himself and glanced at Sea Dragon Douluo. I'm going to drag you all into the water, from your legs upwards, and grind you into flesh inch by inch. The bloodfang lamprey's tone became sinister and vicious. The small eyes emitting strange light narrowed even more, almost invisible. Looking at the disc-shaped mouthparts and the sharp teeth in the mouthparts that seemed to be stained with blood, Mahanjan had strange associations for no reason, clamped his legs together, and shuddered. The blood-fanged lamprey sank into the water, and circles of ripples spread under the boat, forming a vortex. Oops, it wants to destroy the hull directly. Damu Bei shouted, leave it to me. 9 soul rings appeared on the body of Sea Dragon Douluo, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, following the best ratio of ordinary people without considering 100,000 soul rings studied by the master. His 7th black soul ring lit up, and the martial soul was revealed. Sea Dragon Douluo turned into a blue royal sea dragon, and jumped into the sea, ready to fight a naval battle with the opponent, Stinky Sea Dragon. The bloodfang lamprey seemed to be stimulated by something. Seeing the Sea Dragon Douluo in this form, the killing intent suddenly increased. Its soul power spread into the sea, and the sea water began to flow abnormally. A bunch of water blades formed in the water flow, following the vortex, and constantly circling around the Sea Dragon Douluo. The fine water blades were like countless sharp knives, constantly cutting the scales of the Sea Dragon Douluo, cutting a series of cuts on his body. Blood flowed out from the wounds on the surface of the body. The Sea Dragon Douluo looked calm, dived suddenly, got rid of the abnormal vortex, twisted his body, and rushed towards the bloodfang lamprey at a very high speed. The latter's body suddenly softened like a ribbon, avoiding the collision of the Sea Dragon Douluo, and then wrapped around his body like a python. The Sea Dragon Douluo could feel the mucus on the bloodfang lamprey, which seemed to have a paralyzing function, causing his muscles to relax. The sharp fangs in the mouth pierced the scales of the Sea Dragon Douluo and embedded themselves tightly in his flesh. More paralyzing venom was injected. He did not feel any pain, and even had a special sense of pleasure and joy. A white flame suddenly lit up on the Sea Dragon Douluo's body, scalding the bloodfang lamprey's body with blisters. It involuntarily loosened its mouth and screamed a waypoint. After circling a circle, the huge sea dragon aimed at the bloodfang lamprey and opened its mouth. The soul ring shone and the white light gathered in his mouth. The roar of the sea dragon, a huge water tornado mixed with white flames suddenly erupted, and with unstoppable power, it spun and rushed forward. A layer of blood mist burst out from the bloodfang lamprey's body, and the blood mist condensed and wrapped around the body, forming a blood-colored armor. The water tornado rushed to the sea surface with the bloodfang lamprey on top. With a rumble, a huge water column shot up into the sky. And at the top of the water column was the bloodfang lamprey, whose mouth was overflowing with blood. Tangsen moved, leaping into the sky and swinging the sea god trident. As his soul power circulated, the originally dark trident was stained with a layer of golden light, and the whole body became golden. Recalling the movements and the flow of energy in the body when the sea god used his body to demonstrate the golden 13 tridents a few days ago. Tangsen meticulously repeated everything at that time. His arm moved, drawing a strange arc in the air with a special rhythm. Golden 13 tridents. The first style, unstable wind waves. A halo appeared from the tip of the trident, quickly flew towards the soul beast falling from the sky, and enveloped it. The bloodfang lamprey suddenly found that he could not move, and could only watch Tangsen continue to use the next move. The second move, 1000 years of void. The halberd shadows in the sky seemed to come across time and space, and then these halberd shadows overlapped, leaving only a few, slashing at the immobile soul beast, chopping it into several pieces. The third move, never return. The trident shot out, instantly smashing the head of the blood-fanged lamprey into pieces. Then, the phantom of the golden trident appeared in Tangsen's hand, and the phantom changed from virtual to real, turning into the original dark and simple trident, which did not see anything special. A hint of joy appeared in Tangsen's eyes, and he successfully performed these moves. Although the effect of the moves is not as strong as when the sea god used it, it is still a rare divine skill. In fact, when the second move, 1000 years of void, was used, he could have killed the blood-fanged lamprey, but he deliberately delayed it a little to experiment with the third move. Is this the divine skill passed down by the sea god? So powerful, it actually killed a 100,000-year-old soul beast so easily. Damube exclaimed. Tangsen looked at the wet sea dragon Douluo, who returned to the boat, and said modestly, "Thanks to senior sea dragon, if you hadn't caught it up, I wouldn't have been able to get it so easily. Is this the magic skill of the sea god? It's my honor to see it again." Sea dragon Douluo stuffed the recovery sausage handed by Oscar into his mouth, and the injuries on his body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. He suddenly groaned. The poison of the blood-fanged lamprey has not been detoxified yet. Sea dragon Douluo's face suddenly became embarrassed, and in the strange eyes of others, he said to Oscar, "Give me another sausage of yours, the kind that detoxifies." Oscar was very proud. This was the best recognition of his big sausage. He first displayed his martial soul true body, firm, golden fly. Then, he made a detoxifying sausage. I have a small sausage. After hearing these two spells, there was no expression on Sea Dragon Douluo's bronze face. He took the detoxifying sausage with a twitching mouth, hesitated for a while, and then swallowed it. Chapter 299 Thunder that penetrates the darkness. After a few days of recuperation, Yan finally recovered completely. Because the decline in his control over his soul power caused by the breakthrough had disappeared, the fluctuations on his body were completely restrained. He was in front of the full-length mirror in the room, tidying up his clothes, gently smoothing the wrinkles on his collar, and his fingers slowly moved along the edge. He was focused and carefully adjusted the buttons on his cuffs. After adjusting himself to the best state, Yan slowly walked out of the room, his leather boots clacking on the ground. His expression was solemn and serious, and his eyes were as sharp as a knife. It was night at this time. There was no moon, and the sky was full of stars shining in the sky. The wind was blowing, bringing a bit of bleakness and solemnity. Although you usually give people a serious feeling, this feeling is particularly strong today. Rommel came up. Although it is most likely just an abandoned clone, it was left by him after all, so naturally we have to go all out, Yan said in a deep voice. I can't do much, so I wish you good luck in martial arts, Rommel. Rarely put away his lazy and annoying look and said solemnly, yeah. Lei Yan nodded point at the gate. He saw Gu Yuna, who was wearing a white dress, with crystal-like silver hair and eyes as deep as stars. She was looking up at the sky point. The spiritual network covering the entire night city still exists even in her heyday. She couldn't use her spiritual power to cover the night city for so long. Is it a special soul skill? She guessed in her heart. What are you looking at? Lei Yan followed Gu Yuna's line of sight and looked at the sky. That spiritual network. You can find it. It seems that you are not simple. What is it used for? After spending all this time together, Gu Yuna found that neither Rommel nor Lei Yan seemed to be interested in exploring her origins and never asked much about her usual peculiarities, so she gradually became bolder. Lei Yan smiled and responded, that's what Amon uses to monitor the whole city, but it's not very detailed. Once someone uses a strong soul power, he will sense it. He said before that he noticed the inconsistency of fate, so he tried to catch the big rat that sneaked in this way. Gu Yuna's heart was shocked. She felt that this big rat might be referring to herself. Fortunately, I didn't use soul power. Fortunately, I have been disguising well. Gu Yuna gave herself a thumbs up in her heart. However, Lei Yan's next sentence almost broke her defense. Rommel and I both know that the big rat should be you. But that doesn't matter. The real Amon has gone to nowhere. Rommel and I are not loyal to the fat man sitting on the throne now, so you can rest assured. How did you realize it was me? Lei Yan responded in a gentle tone. Rommel found it. Maybe he is trying to form a maid group. It is difficult for a beauty like you not to attract attention. With a little more observation, you will find your abnormality. I'm not sure about Rommel, but I was just sure of it. Well, I just said that briefly, but I didn't expect you to admit it. It seems that you are also very aware of your own uniqueness. Gu Yuna choked. Rommel and Lei Yan's relaxed attitude towards her before made her feel that the three of them were already a group, so she gradually relaxed her vigilance against the two of them. She was silent for a long time before she realized that it didn't seem to matter. Amon would not find her for the time being. It was true that she, Lei Yan and Rommel were in the same group for the time being. I'm going to assassinate that fat man, Blood Emperor. Now, he should have most of Amon's abilities. If you want to use this to spy on Amon's true and false, you can also come and watch the battle. Lei Yan said. Gu Yuna's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that you are not loyal to only that clone, but also to Amon himself. Loyal or not, I'm not sure for the time being, but I hope that more people will test him and make him reveal more things. Lei Yan responded. Do you know my identity? I don't know, but there are only a few possibilities that are qualified to attract his attention, and that has nothing to do with me. After Lei Yan and Gu Yuna left, starlight lit up in the courtyard of the Minister of Etiquette's mansion, emerging from ants, earthworms, ornamental fish, flowers, trees, and even microorganisms in the air, gathering together to form a thin young man wearing a black ancient robe and a pointed soft hat. Captain, Lei Yan has gone. Did you really kill the young lady? Rommel asked while picking his nose. I guess. Rommel flicked his snot towards Amon. When will the big rat be taken away? I've been worried recently, and I can't sleep or eat well. Amon pinched his monocle and smiled. I think you're enjoying it. Rommel said. Hey, it was fun to order her to serve tea when she was in disguise, but it became boring after we got to know each other and she realized that we had discovered her abnormality and she gradually let go of herself. Silver Dragon King of Soul Beasts. Captain, what do you think of her? Do you plan to kill her and hunt for her soul ring? Amon spread his hands. I have had this idea, but unfortunately, for now, I can't beat her. Although, by constantly dispatching clones to harass, there is a certain degree of confidence in trying to kill the seriously injured Silver Dragon King, but the movement caused is too big, which will attract the attention of the God Realm, causing more high-level interference from the lower world, which will mess up the situation. Not in Amon's interests. Therefore, Amon's attitude towards the Silver Dragon King has always been to stay at a distance. When the other party came to visit, He tried his best to appease her and asked Rommel to act with her to delay time. "Captain, you can't beat me either." Rommel frowned, quite surprised. Lei Yin passed through the gate unobstructed and came to the garden under the attention of all the guards. Sure enough, the chubby Amon was playing in the swimming pool with his arms around a beautiful and scantily clad woman. Seeing Lei Yin, he stopped what he was doing and waved his hand, signaling the woman to step back. "Lei Yin King, I think it's almost time for you to come. Are you ready?" Blood Emperor Amon took out a pair of monocles from the void and embedded it in the socket of his right eye. "You knew I was coming? Did the body tell you?" A smile appeared on the chubby Amon's face. "No, I haven't contacted the main body for a long time. He cut off communication with me. Although the characters may be a little different, the underlying logic is the same. If you think about it for a while, you can guess what kind of role I will play. But I won't just sit back and die. Even if I'm a clone, I don't want to die. In the absence of exact instructions, I will act according to my own will. So, are you really ready? If you don't succeed, you will die." Lei Yin looked solemn and said solemnly, "I have made a choice." The lightning suddenly lit up, piercing the night sky, piercing the darkness, and illuminating the entire night city. Under the cover of night, Lei Yin had already activated the 9th soul ring, provided by Steel Sea Dragon, to accumulate thunder clouds in the sky. Countless thunder snakes danced among the clouds, and the sound of thunder filled the sky. Lei Yin rushed into the air and distanced himself. Thunder tribulation, large clumps of lightning fell from the sky, accompanied by deafening roars and bright and dazzling lights. The chubby Amon just took a step forward, and in an instant, he was behind Lei Yin. Guyuna, who was peeping in the dark, shrank her pupils. Amon's simple step just now involved the manipulation of rules. Lei Yin had already been prepared for this. His right arm was wrapped around his left shoulder. His index finger stretched forward, and rays burst out from his fingertips. Amon grabbed forward, grabbed the laser shot towards him, and threw it to the side. Lei Yin's attack did not stop, and a roaring sound sounded. He jumped up again, and countless thunderbolts gathered together to form a thunder and lightning dragon hundreds of meters long in the air. The dragon had a pair of wings on its back, and curved and sharp horns on its head, like a crown. The body was surrounded by lightning, and countless thunder snakes seemed to be guarding the king's ministers. Countless people ran out of their homes in panic. Looking at the thunder dragon entrenched in the sky, they ran towards the outside of the city with a look of fear on their faces. For a time, the streets were full of disheveled pedestrians. After all, it was late at night, and many people were asleep. After being awakened by the thunder, they hurriedly put on their clothes and started running for their lives. At this time, the well-prepared city guards, under the command of Rommel, began to maintain order and evacuate people. By the way, they publicized that this was General Lei Yin, who was dissatisfied with the tyranny of the fatuous king and bravely challenged him to save the country from fire and water. Summon thunder bullets. The dragon opened its mouth and spit out thunderballs the size of houses. After the 9th soul ring skill thunder cloud is activated, it can independently gather the surrounding thunder element without continuously consuming soul power or mental power. The head soul bone thunder gathering has absorbed the electricity in the object and incorporated it into his own body. The more electrical energy is concentrated in the object being absorbed, the faster it absorbs the current. The combination of these two skills allows Lei Yin to launch powerful moves without restraint with very little expenditure. His soul power seemed to be too much to use up, and thunderballs fell like raindrops. Amon said, "Ha, this is worse than Poseidon's thunderstorm." He stretched out his palm, and his soul power materialized to form a barrier, completely protecting himself. The thunderball exploded after falling on the ground, forming an explosion and making loud rumbling noises. However, these explosive range attacks did not have strong single point penetration and failed to break Amon's soul barrier. Amon showed a smile. Lei Yin's attack was not only fast, but also had good sound and light effects. He was deliberately showing his power to the residents of the city, making the name Thunder God more popular among the people. In addition, there are many spies from the Wuhan Empire who were deliberately left behind by Lei Yin in the Night City. These spies will spread the scenes tonight to their respective forces, making his name resound throughout the continent. Although Lei Yin was powerful in the past, His battles were influenced by Amon, and he pursued killing opponents with the simplest and most efficient means, so his momentum was basically not too great. Point tonight, he not only wanted to defeat the Blood Emperor, but also use the most intuitive and violent gesture to engrave the image of himself controlling the power of thunder into everyone's hearts. Chapter 300 Level 99 Extreme Douluo. A blood-red giant rose from the ground, its huge body like a mountain. His whole body is composed of energy, with bones, meridians, skin, and armor formed one by one. He wears a crown on his head and holds a scepter. Blood Emperor. There is almost no need to say more to naturally connect this giant with the name of the ruler of the kingdom. This was formed by Amon's soul power, and the blood-red color was the light and shadow effect he specially stole in order to better reveal his identity as the Blood Emperor. The giant swung his scepter and struck hard at the giant dragon entrenched in the sky of the night city. Not to be outdone, the dragon raised its claws and caught the scepter. The two collided with a deafening crash. The terrifying energy fluctuated wantonly, and the strong winds blew through the streets and alleys, causing the order that the city guards had finally maintained to become chaotic again. The thunder dragon rushed forward, wrapping around the bloody giant like a python. Thunder lights swirled, and large groups of thunderballs exploded, blasting the giant's armor into craters. The giant's scepter suddenly burst into a large ball of fire, and the red lotus fire burned blazingly. He waved his hand and flicked the thunder dragon's head away, and then used the scepter to cut the thunder dragon in half. As the thunder dragon dissipated, the night city was once again shrouded in darkness, and the thunder that illuminated the night sky seemed to be silent. Only the giant with a faint blood-red halo still stood in the darkness, carrying killing and ominousness breath. This scene made the hearts of countless people sink. The tyrant was so powerful and terrifying. They prayed in their hearts that Yan could defeat this demon and bring new life to this country. Time seemed to freeze for half a minute. Everyone looked at the palace with bated breath, waiting for the follow-up. The thunder fell, and the sound of thunder sounded again. The dazzling lightning formed an equally huge giant, also wearing a crown. He made a fist with his right hand, made a palm shape with his left hand, and pulled out a thunder sword from the palm of his hand. Thunder sword. The thunder sword and the scepter intersected, and the two giants collided. The entire palace was almost reduced to ruins in their battle. However, most of the palace maids and guards seemed to have been notified early, and they evacuated not long after Yan entered the palace garden. The gorgeous woman Yan saw in the garden, being hugged by fatty Amon, and playing with him in the pool, was currently wearing a black dress, with a monocle embedded in her right eye, sitting on the ruins of the wall. He watched the battle between the two sides with great interest, and laughed like a silver bell. It's quite exciting. During the battle, the thunder giant was forced into desperate situations several times, and it seemed that he would be defeated in the next second, but he was tough, tenacious and miraculously able to survive. Of course, his repeated crises have also affected the hearts of civilians who can see the battlefield. After a collision, the thunder giant caught a flaw in the blood giant, and the thunder sword in his hand suddenly extended. At the tip of the sword are spears made of iron that shot out. They form the tip of the thunder sword. With the sword behind it, it penetrates the bloody giant's armor with unstoppable power and accurately hits the station. Fat Amon between the giant's eyebrows. The terrifying power tore his body into pieces, and the burst of thunder swallowed up the scattered limbs. The battle is over. After a long time, nothing happened again, and countless people cheered as they looked at the thunder giant standing in the center of the city of night. The terrifying, bloody, and cruel rule of the Blood Emperor ended. Thunder pierced the dark clouds and brought light. Under the command of Rommel, the city guards maintained order in the night city very well. They organized the people who fled the city to return to the city in an orderly manner. The thunder giant slowly dissipated, and Yan sat on the pile of rubble, resting against a log. He gasped for breath and sweat kept flowing. Even if the thunder cloud skill can gather the thunder element in nature, even if the thunder gathering skill of the evil eye tyrant lord is used to replenish the consumption, after such a fierce battle, I still feel a little exhausted, and my soul power is almost completely exhausted. It's just a clone. It's just a clone. Is it so strong? Yan whispered to himself. Although that guy hasn't become a god yet, he has definitely touched the authority of the gods. The Silver Dragon King walked over slowly. Since he was exposed, she stopped pretending and said straight to the point. Lei Yin's pupils shrank. Although he had always known that Gu Yuna's identity was not simple, he was still a little surprised when the word God came out of her mouth so easily. She didn't seem to have much respect for God. Many of his abilities are the use of rules. Although they are not the direct degradation and destruction of rules like divine power, the manipulation and construction are more difficult than simple destruction. Most gods can only control and construct the rules of their own profession, but I can't understand that guy. He seems to be able to take advantage of many rules. If he is allowed to ascend to the throne of God, he will definitely become the most powerful one. The top kind of god, Gu Yuna said with a bit of solemnity in her tone. Lei Yin glanced at her and twitched the corners of his mouth. Gu Yuna's origin seems to be bigger than he originally expected. So he asked tentatively, "Who are you? Are you some kind of god?" "God? Haha." Gu Yuna showed a bit of a sneer. "If you think I'm a god, then just take it as such." Gu Yuna's attitude made Lei Yin startled. Even Amon would not be so disdainful when mentioning gods. Seemingly sensing Lei Yin's thoughts, Gu Yuna said calmly, "You don't need to guess, nor do you need to know who I am. You just need to understand that we are not enemies for the time being, and our attitude towards Amon is also in a relatively vague state. The same thing is that we are all trying to find out Amon's background and want him to reveal more information." Lei Yin stood up from the ruins. "That's right. Let's get along well for a while before we go our separate ways." He exuded mental power and found the ring-shaped storage soul guide left by Blood Emperor Amon. After injecting soul power and looking inside, Lei Yin was stunned and his breathing became a little faster. Soul bones. It's all soul bones. There are more than 20 pieces with different qualities, including 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, and 100,000 years. With Lei Yin's configuration of top-grade soul bones, generally speaking, more than 20 soul bones of high and low quality would not make him lose his composure like this, but what is contained in it are all external soul bones, not subject to the restriction that a person can only attach 6 soul bones to the main body. There are fingers, knees, skin, eyeballs, hair, monocles, hearts, blood vessels, tails. They are enough to quickly push Lei Yin, who is now at level 94 in soul power, to the level of level 99 extreme Douluo. Lei Yin took a deep breath to calm down the shock and excitement in his heart. He had previously guessed that, if he chose to seize the throne of the Douluo Empire, Amon might have some follow-up arrangements and give him some adventures to improve his level. But Lei Yin could never have imagined that Amon would be so simple and crude to directly send so many external soul bones through the hands of the abandoned Blood Emperor clone. However, even if Amon had a plan for this and might not have good intentions, Lei Yin would still not refuse. He knew that the path he chose was a very dangerous and difficult one, but in order to find out what happened to his sister in the end, he had no hesitation. Lei Yin's expression caught Gu Yuna's attention. She emitted soul power and scanned the inside with her mental power. This is a very impolite behavior, but her curiosity about what Amon left behind prompted her to spy on Lei Yin's spoils. Her breathing also became rapid. These soul bones were all exploded by the soul beasts that were slaughtered by Amon in the Xingdao Great Forest. They were all her people. Gu Yuna was very angry. Apart from that, she couldn't do anything. She didn't even see the shadow of Amon's body. After the battle, Rommel, who had been prepared, immediately arranged for people to rebuild the palace. He didn't know where he found a bunch of civil engineering soul masters. They might not be good at fighting, but they were great at building buildings. These soul masters all have the ability to control rocks, soil, or wood. With the efforts of such a soul master construction team, a new palace was built. It was built quickly, and it took no more than 3 days. This is definitely a miracle on the Douluo continent at this time. This palace seems to have grown from the darkness of the earth, and the towering spires sparkle in the sun. The overall structure is different from the original Chinese-style architecture, with towering stone pillars and domes, with a hint of Gothic style. The tall dome is inlaid with colorful gems, forming mysterious symbols and symbols. A huge white statue stands in front of the central hall. The statue is a young man in military uniform, holding a sword in one hand and lightning in the other hand. His face is exactly the same as Lei Yin. When Lei Yin absorbed the soul bone, stepped into the realm of the 99th level Douluo, walked out of the retreat room, and came to the palace, his eyes were full of astonishment and surprise. He didn't expect Rommel to be so efficient. In just over 10 days, he completed such a huge project. Even the theological paintings in the palace have been painted, and the vegetation on the flower beds on both sides of the road has been transplanted. Rommel smiled and explained, the main body of the palace was completed in 3 days. It took more time to decorate the carvings, paintings, etc. in the back, but it should not be bad and sufficient. Is it more than sufficient? Lei Yin felt that the original palace was not as good as this new one. He looked at his statue in front of the hall and asked, what is the attitude of the nobles and officials from all over the country? Rommel answered with preparation, I didn't notify the nobles and officials in the Night City that day, but they came to express their loyalty very tactfully. After all, it is difficult to remain indifferent after seeing the majesty of the God of Thunder. As for those scattered in their respective territories outside the Night City, most of them are willing to accept your rule. There are some idiots who can't see the situation clearly, and I have sent them to hell. But there are still some stubborn old nobles, which is a bit troublesome. I haven't solved it yet. You can do it yourself. Lei Yin nodded. Thank you. You have worked hard. Rommel smiled and waved his hand. It's just that each of us takes what we need. You can be your dog emperor, and I can be my dog noble. Don't forget to give me a title that sounds more powerful. Well, I want the title of duke, and I also want a fiefdom as big as that of a duke. I think the territories of those stubborn guys are very suitable. How about the ZHU family? Okay, end of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.